Chung Tianyuan was somewhat troubled and laughed quietly. Maybe in a year or two, they'll change their minds. Maybe they'll be like Hu Zi and Yu, getting married quickly after getting pregnant, then it would be double happiness. Unlikely. Shue's mother precisely burst his fantasy bubble. Ran is highly educated with strong self-control. He won't be as impulsive as some young people. Besides, they're busy all the time and don't even have time for romance, let alone time for premarital pregnancy. If they have double happiness, I'll reward them with 200,000. Shue's father declared boldly. Both Xue Ling and Qing Tianyuan were amused and said, "When Ran and the others come, remember to tell them. 200,000 is too little." Shue's mother looked disdainfully at her husband and laughed scoldingly. What kind of society is this? 200,000 isn't even enough to buy a parking space. What kind of reward is that? Too little. Too stingy. Hearing this, Shue's father quickly held up 5 fingers. 500,000. 500,000 reward for having one child. Plus an apartment. Shue's mother giggled and said, "That's more like it." Chung Tianyuan nearly dropped his wheat bread, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Dad, Mom, what is this? Encouraging childbirth?" Shue's father nodded repeatedly. "We're actively responding to the multi-child policy, encouraging young people to have more children and raise more children. Right?" Shue's mother agreed. Actual rewards are much better than slogans, the most direct, effective, and tangible reward in history. Whether it's the first, second, third, or fourth child, as long as they have one, they get rewarded immediately. Have 2, double the reward. More children, more rewards. More children, more benefits. Qing Tianyuan and Xue Ling couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. All right. I'll post your reward in the family group chat later so all the children can see it. Shue's father reminded, write it in text, don't use voice messages. And remember to add all the children, especially Ran and Xiao Qiao. Got it. Xue Ling responded perfunctorily. That evening after 8 o'clock, Chung Huanran got off work and hurriedly brought his girlfriend to see his grandmother, who had low blood sugar. The elderly woman received the gifts and sweets and immediately started her marriage-urging mode with a big smile. So, less than 5 minutes later, the 2 young people hurriedly said goodbye and ran off like smoke, not even leaving a trace of car exhaust. They disappeared instantly. Luing felt very wronged and asked, "What's wrong with young people nowadays? They've clearly been in love for years, been together for years. What's the difference from being married? Why don't they just get married and have babies quickly?" Xue Ling suppressed her laughter and comforted, "Mom, it's not just our Ranan who thinks this way. Late marriage and late childbearing are very common now. Not only that, but there are also many single men and women in big cities. Ranan already has a girlfriend, so we don't need to worry so much. That's already good enough." "Good in what way?" Luing was very disappointed and asked accusingly, "Why don't you help at all?" Yuan. Especially you. Why are you sitting there without saying a word? And you call yourself Ran's father?" Chung Tianyuan looked innocent and waved his hands. "Mom, I raised him, supported him through graduation and work, and that's about it. As for when he wants to get married and have children, that's the child's own business. We shouldn't interfere too much." Luing snorted disdainfully. "If I hadn't insisted back then, how could you and Ling have gotten married? Back then I took you all the way to the capital to propose marriage, urging and pushing you to get married. Without the elders pushing, how could you have gotten together?" Chung Tianyuan and Xue Ling looked at each other and both smiled in unison. "Mom, back then was back then, today is today. Today's young people are completely different from us back then. They don't like early marriage and early childbearing. They advocate for quality births and quality child rearing. Now ideas like being child-free and anti-marriage are very popular among young people. If our children can date normally, marry normally, and have children normally, whether early or late, we should be grateful." Luing glared at her son disapprovingly and scolded. "How did you suddenly become so undemanding of your children? You didn't think this way when they were studying. Qing Tianyuan smiled bitterly. One thing is one thing. Mom, their ability to date, marry, and have children normally is indeed a high standard compared to most urban young people of this era. Stop trying to fool me, Luing said angrily. If you won't help, when will I ever get to hold a great-grandchild? Xueling quickly took the elderly woman's hand and coaxed. Mom, don't be angry. I'll scold Ranan later and make him reflect properly. Mom, how about this? When Xiao Qiao's parents come to the capital next time, we'll proactively bring up the wedding date and have them help pressure them too. Once we set a deadline, they'll feel time pressure. Luing quickly calmed down and held her daughter-in-law's hand. Ling, I trust you the most to handle things. This matter should still be left to you. I believe in you. Xueling laughed. All right. Mom, don't worry. It's so late now, you should rest early. Wait. Luing waved her hand. I haven't finished asking yet. Xueling secretly didn't know whether to laugh or cry and asked, Mom, what else do you want to know? Please ask. Luing said seriously in a low voice. Yang hasn't come back much lately, so I haven't had a chance to ask him how things are going with his girlfriend. Hasn't he been dating for 2 years too? Why hasn't he brought her back yet? It was too rushed at the hospital that time, and I forgot to ask later. She seems to be a swimmer, right? She's a diver. Xueling recalled and explained. I've only seen her once or twice. Yang keeps her well hidden. When we first saw her, they weren't together yet. She's a few years younger than Yang, named Wang Xiaoxiao, and she's quite famous in the diving world. You might have seen her on TV, but it's been a long time and your eyesight isn't what it used to be, so you didn't recognize her. Right. Luing suddenly remembered. She's a diver, very pretty, tall and thin, with fair skin. Xueling nodded. Yang later pursued her, and they've been dating for almost 2 years now. I heard she got injured a while ago and secretly went abroad for treatment. Later Yang didn't come home much, so I forgot to ask about Xiaoxiao's condition. She retired. Cheng Tianyuan suddenly interjected. Xueling was startled and asked, Retired? What happened? When Shui Yang retired to study, Wang Xiaoxiao was still in her prime. She later won 2 major awards abroad, and her coach predicted she could continue diving for at least 3 or 4 more years. Qing Tianyuan explained. I often watch sports programs, so you naturally wouldn't know since you don't watch them. That young fellow seems like a big mouth, but he doesn't say a word about his girlfriend's affairs. He's like a giant clam. About half a year ago, she had an accident during training, then after being treated domestically for more than half a month, she was transferred abroad. Unfortunately, her ankle tendons didn't recover well enough, so she can't dive anymore. She was studying while training, and she'll continue to complete her studies next. That's what the program said, but I don't know her specific arrangements. Luing asked curiously. She must be 21 or 22 years old. About that, Xueling explained. She's younger than Yang. She's from the south and looks very delicate. Both her parents are elementary school teachers, and she has a twin sister studying at a local university. The family just has the pair of sisters. Not many, not few. Luing nodded and urged, Ling, since she's retired and doesn't have competitions anymore, she must have more free time. Have Yang bring her back more often. Okay. Xueling agreed very readily. This request is relatively easy to fulfill. I'll look for Yang later. Luing reminded in a low voice. The children are all grown up now. You need to pay more attention to their marriages. Yes. Xueling nodded repeatedly. Mom, don't worry. It's late now, you rest first and wait for Yang to bring his girlfriend back this weekend. Hearing this, Luing was immediately energetic and said with a smile, When she comes, I need to prepare a big red envelope as a meeting gift. Good. Seeing that the elderly woman was finally appeased, Xueling turned and quickly ran away. Seeing this, Cheng Tianyuan found an excuse and also ran away. He thought Xueling was just casually appeasing the elderly woman, but unexpectedly she really took it to heart and was calling their second son. Cheng Tianyuan yawned, took his pajamas, and went to shower. After showering, he found his wife still on the phone, so he simply dried his hair and lay down on the bed. Xueling finally finished chatting, gave a few more instructions, and hung up. Then she raised her eyebrows and pushed her husband beside her. Yang seemed off somehow. Earlier, he kept hesitating. I have a feeling he might be hiding something from us. Chung Tianyuan opened his eyes and asked with concern, "Can't handle it anymore?" "It's not about the company." Xueling explained, "I've already helped him handle the company's previous problems, and now it's gradually getting on track, so there's no need to worry about that." Hearing this, Chung Tianyuan lazily closed his eyes again. Maybe he's out drinking and singing karaoke with his buddies, and your phone call caught him red-handed. Xueling quickly shook her head. No, he's at his rental place now, and it's very quiet around him. When I asked how Xiao retired, he explained everything to me in detail, saying that after her ankle tendons were reconnected, the recovery wasn't very good. He advised her not to push too hard, to avoid being disabled for the rest of her life. Xiao's parents also disagreed and told her to focus on her studies from now on. Xiao subsequently announced her retirement and is still taking classes in the sports major at Capital University. The coursework isn't heavy, and she often helps train children at the sports center. She'll probably go the coaching route after graduation. Chung Tianyuan almost rolled his eyes and snorted. Just that? What's he being evasive about? Don't tell me they've broken up. No, Xueling analyzed. The child came from my belly. When he sticks his butt out, I know what he's going to do. With his personality, if they broke up, he'd announce it straightforwardly. He was talking fine until we got to Xiao's future arrangements. Then he started hesitating, as if he was deliberating about something he didn't dare tell me. Chung Tianyuan couldn't help asking, "Didn't you ask?" Or wouldn't he say? "What did you talk about for so long?" Xueling explained. Most of it was about his company. The first batch of goods has been made, and they're preparing to put them on the market. I suspect something happened between him and Xiao. They had a fight. Chung Tianyuan guessed. They haven't broken up, probably just had an argument or something. Suddenly, Xueling's phone rang. She picked it up and turned the screen toward her husband. Chung Tianyuan looked at the jumping words, "second son," and raised his eyebrows with a suspicious smile. This kid, he must really be in trouble. Xueling answered the call and joked, "What? Finally ready to confess to your mom? What were you doing earlier?" Hee. "Mom, I knew you were the most amazing mama in the world. I was hesitating for so long just now, but I still couldn't say it. I didn't dare." Xueling laughed coldly. "And now you dare? Go ahead." "Mom, it's like this. I think Xiao and I have always had a good relationship. She's a very down-to-earth, good, traditional girl. Except for being a little shy, she has almost no flaws. I told her before that our family is okay, not very wealthy, but we live decently. She doesn't mind that I'm stingy and said she wants to work hard with me, to buy a car and house and settle down in the capital in the future. After she retired and continued studying, I originally planned to propose to her after she graduated and also give myself some time to get my career going. But things developed beyond our plans." Xueling rolled her eyes and glanced at her curious husband. "What things developed beyond your plans?" Unexpectedly, her son started hesitating again, speaking haltingly. Xiao is now studying while working part-time, which is quite difficult. I'm still in the early stages of starting my business and haven't made money yet, so life is tight. So I think this isn't the right time for us to get married, and even less suitable for having children. She also thinks it's too early. After all, she hasn't graduated yet, and her foot injury has just healed. But my conscience tells me it's not right. A man can't lack responsibility, can't be too much of a scoundrel. I can't let the girl I love get hurt, and I can't bear to give up what I planted. After all, those are two living little lives. Mom, why don't you lend me some money first, or let me inherit a small part of my assets early? Sigh. I'm so troubled now. I've been wanting to discuss this with you and Dad for days, but I was afraid you'd scold me. Xiao doesn't have any ideas either and cried secretly yesterday. When I said I'd discuss it with you, she didn't dare and said we couldn't let you know. Sigh. Xueling. Qing Tianyuan, seeing her stunned, suspiciously pushed her arm. Wife? What's wrong? Did something happen to the second son? Xueling swallowed hard and exclaimed, Where are you? A moment later, Xueling in her house clothes and Qing Tianyuan in his pajamas hurriedly got into the luxury car at the outermost part of the garage. Old Qin. Quick! Quick! Early in the morning, Xue's mother and father got up to brush their teeth and wash their faces. Being elderly, they weren't as nimble as young people. After slowly finishing their morning routine and getting dressed, the sky was already bright. Xue's father brought 2 cups of water and handed one to his wife. It's a bit hot, don't drink too fast. Xue's mother said okay and drank slowly. The morning dew is quite heavy, don't go for a walk in the garden. Ling Ling said yesterday that we should walk in the front corridor in the morning. A few laps back and forth is enough. I'll call sistering out later. She lay down all day yesterday and must want to come out and stretch her muscles. Xue's father agreed and explained, Jilan and Ahuan are coming over later to play chess with me. They're both staying for lunch. When we eat breakfast later, remember to remind Oldly to prepare Ahuan's favorite sweet and sour fish and crab roe buns. Xue's mother couldn't help asking, Why don't you go tell him yourself? I might forget later. Xue's father chuckled. I'm afraid I'll forget too. Having one more person to help remember can also remind me. Xue's mother laughed. Fine, fine. And here you are always bragging that your brain is as sharp as when you were young. No need to brag. Xue's father said, It's still about the same, just the memory is slightly worse by a tiny bit. Xue's mother looked outside and said quietly, The weather has started getting cooler recently. Wang Qing and Ahu haven't come over much, and we haven't seen that adorable little mini tiger for several days. Didn't Ling Ling say the day before yesterday? Xue's father explained, Wang Qing caught a cold, and then Ahu caught it too. Recently, Mini Tiger has been looked after by the nanny while they're taking care of themselves, lying upstairs. Oh my! Xue's mother asked in surprise. Really? No wonder we haven't seen much of them these past few days. Xue's father asked suspiciously. Weren't you there when Ling Ling said it? How come you didn't hear? Was I? Xue's mother blinked. I was there? Then I was probably watching TV. Xue's father suppressed his laughter. You forgot as soon as you turned around, and you're still making excuses. Excuses my foot. Xue's mother laughed and scolded. You're not much better. Xue's father chuckled. All right, we're both the same. We're both old. Go, go, go. Xue's mother laughed. Don't say we're all old in front of sistering. She's still waiting to hold great-grandchildren. Don't discourage her. The 2 elderly people were chatting and laughing when they heard hurried footsteps outside, followed by Xueling's voice. Mom, Dad, are you up? We're up. Xue's mother quickly responded. We're in the room. Xueling pushed open the door and entered, her face beaming with joy, unable to contain her excitement. Mom, Dad, I have great news to tell you. Seeing their daughter so happy, the elderly couple immediately became interested. What great news! Tell us quickly. Xueling took a deep breath and announced loudly, Yang Yang is going to be a father. Xiao Xiao is pregnant, with twins. What? Both elderly people exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with shock. Xue's mother was the first to react, grabbing Xueling's hand. Really? Really? Xiao Xiao is really pregnant. Really. Xueling nodded vigorously. Yang Yang called last night. Xiao Xiao is pregnant with twins. They went to the hospital for a checkup yesterday and confirmed it. Xue's father was so excited he stood up. Twins. Oh my. This is wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. When are they getting married? Xue's mother asked anxiously. They have to get married quickly now. Yang Yang said they're planning to register their marriage next week, then have a simple ceremony, Xueling explained happily. Xiao Xiao's parents are coming to the capital this weekend to discuss the wedding arrangements. Good. Xue's father clapped his hands. This is exactly what I said yesterday, double happiness. I said I'd reward them with 500,000 and an apartment, and I meant it. Shue's mother was so happy she was almost in tears. I need to call sistering right away. She'll be so happy she won't be able to sleep. Wait. Shue Ling quickly stopped her. Let's not wake her up so early. We can tell her when she gets up naturally. But Mom, Dad, you have to promise me. Don't pressure Ranran about this, okay? Everyone has their own timeline. Of course. Shue's father waved his hand. We have Yang giving us great-grandchildren. We won't pressure Ranran anymore. Shue's mother nodded repeatedly. Right. We'll have great-grandchildren to hold soon. Twins. Oh my, I'm so happy I don't know what to do. Shue Ling looked at her parents' joyful faces and felt warm inside. After all these years of waiting, they were finally going to have great-grandchildren. Yang and Xiao will come over this afternoon to formally tell you the news and discuss the wedding plans. Wonderful. I need to prepare red envelopes right away. Shue's mother said excitedly. Big red envelopes. The biggest ones. And I need to call Jilan and Ahuan to share the good news. Shue's father added, they'll be so happy for us. Looking at her parents' excitement, Shue Ling couldn't help but smile. Sometimes the best surprises come when you least expect them. Later that morning, Luing woke up to find the entire household buzzing with excitement. What's all the commotion about? She asked as Shue Ling helped her sit up. Mom, we have wonderful news. Shue Ling could barely contain her excitement. Yang and Xiao are getting married, and Xiao is pregnant with twins. Lu Ying's eyes went wide. Twins? Really twins? Yes. The doctor confirmed it yesterday. They're about 6 weeks along. Lu Ying clapped her hands together. Oh my heavens. This is the best news I've heard in years. When are they getting married? Next week they'll register, and Xiao's parents are coming this weekend to discuss the wedding ceremony. I need to get up right now. Lu Ying said, trying to swing her legs out of bed. I need to prepare. There's so much to do. Mom, take it easy. Shue Ling gently helped her. Everything will be taken care of. The most important thing is that you're healthy and happy. Happy? I'm over the moon. Lu Ying beamed. Great-grandchildren. And twins. I never dared to dream it would happen so soon. That afternoon, Yang arrived with Wang Xiao, both looking nervous but happy. Xiao was glowing despite her obvious anxiety about meeting the family under these circumstances. Grandma, Grandpa, Uncle, Aunt, Xiao bowed politely. I'm sorry we're telling you this news in this way. Sorry. Lu Ying stood up and immediately embraced the young woman. Child, there's nothing to be sorry about. You're giving us the greatest gift possible. Shue's father stepped forward with a big smile. Xiao, welcome to our family. And congratulations on the twins. Thank you, Grandpa, Xiao said, tears in her eyes. Yang, and I know this isn't the traditional way, but we love each other, and we want these babies. That's all that matters, Shue's mother said warmly. Love and family. Everything else can be arranged. Yang looked relieved. Mom, Dad, I know I should have been more careful, but I don't regret it. Xiao and I are ready to be parents, and we want to get married right away. Of course you do. Qing Tianyuan patted his son's shoulder, and we'll support you every step of the way. Now Lu Ying said, taking charge, let's talk about the practical matters. Xiao, dear, you need to take care of yourself. No more training, no more strenuous activity. And Yang, you need to find a bigger place to live. Somewhere suitable for a family. We've already started looking, Yang said, and Xiao has stopped all physical training. She's just doing light coursework now. Good, Shue Ling nodded, and we need to find you the best obstetrician in the city. Twin pregnancies need extra care. I've already made an appointment with Dr. Wang at the maternity hospital, Xiao said quietly. She specializes in multiple births. Excellent. Shue's father rubbed his hands together. Now, about that reward I promised, 500,000 and an apartment. I meant every word. Yang's eyes widened. Dad, you don't have to, nonsense. Shue's father interrupted. A promise is a promise. Besides, you'll need all the help you can get with twins on the way. And I'm going to spoil those babies rotten, Lu Ying declared. I've been waiting so long to be a great-grandmother. As the family gathered around the young couple, Making plans and sharing their joy, Xue Ling felt a deep sense of contentment. Life had a way of surprising you when you least expected it. Just yesterday, they were worried about when the children would settle down, and now they were planning for great-grandchildren. You know, she said to Chung Tianyuan later that evening as they prepared for bed, maybe Dad's old machine theory was right after all. Sometimes the best things happen when you just let life run its course. Chung Tianyuan chuckled. Don't let him hear you say that, or he'll never let us forget it. Too late, Xue Ling laughed. I think he already knows he was right. Did you see how proud he looked when he was talking about his reward system working? Well, Chung Tianyuan said, pulling her close. I have to admit, his unconventional approach got results. Who would have thought that promising money and apartments would lead to great-grandchildren? It wasn't the money, Xue Ling said softly, it was the love. Yang Yang and Xiao Xiao knew they had our support no matter what. That's what gave them the courage to move forward. As they settled in for the night, both felt grateful for the unexpected turn their family was taking. Sometimes the best plans were the ones you never made at all. Xue Ling shook her head. No, Xiao Xiao still needs to go. She'll have to face her parents sooner or later. With that rascal Yang Yang going together, plus us being there, we can help shield her to some extent. Really? Mother Xue asked worriedly, but she's pregnant. Won't the long journey by car be very uncomfortable for her? Chen Tianyuan replied, there's no need to worry about that. She doesn't have any morning sickness reactions. She only mentioned feeling a little nauseous when brushing her teeth in the morning, but nothing at other times. Her sleep is normal, and her eating and drinking are normal too. That's wonderful. Father Xue chuckled and praised. She's a professional athlete with better physical fitness, so pregnancy should be relatively easier for her. Lu Ying shook her head. That's not necessarily true. Pregnancy depends on the individual. Carrying one child is manageable, but carrying twins isn't that easy. Back when Lingling's health was also quite good, but when she was pregnant with the third and fourth children, it was quite difficult. It's easier now, but as the months progress and both children grow together, Xiao Xiao definitely won't have it easy. Xue Ling thought the same way. After all, this was something she, as the future mother-in-law, had personally experienced. Right, so I've already told the young couple. No matter how good Xiao Xiao's health is, she can only temporarily take a leave of absence next semester and stay home to properly care for the pregnancy. I told Xiao Xiao that we will definitely help her take care of the children in the future, so she can complete her studies with peace of mind and pursue her career properly. If we can't manage it all, we'll hire a nanny to help at home. She doesn't need to worry about these things. I, as her mother-in-law, will take care of it all. The pregnancy isn't showing yet, so she can temporarily continue attending classes until the end of this semester at year-end. How much longer until the holiday? Lu Ying asked. It should be soon, right? The Mid-Autumn Festival has already passed. Xue Ling answered. About 2 more months. Won't her belly be too big and uncomfortable by then? Mother Xue worried in a low voice. When carrying twins, the belly becomes very large once it starts showing. Xue Ling said, it's fine. By then, Xiao Xiao will move in to live with us and we'll play it by ear. If necessary, she can take leave until the semester ends. She's majoring in physical education, and I heard there aren't many classes. Because she had surgery on her foot before, the coach agreed that she doesn't need to participate in any extracurricular training this semester and can rest well. That's good, that's good. Those professional jumping and leaping sports are definitely not suitable for pregnant women. Lingling, you should still remind Xiao Xiao a few times not to think that just because she doesn't have morning sickness, she can do whatever she wants. She still needs to be careful at all times. All right. Xue Ling agreed. Father Xue reminded in a low voice, if Xiao Xiao is a shy and bashful child, don't be too direct when you speak to her. We're bringing someone's daughter into our home to be our daughter-in-law and help us continue the family line. She's family. We need to love and cherish her and absolutely cannot put on any mother-in-law airs, understand? Dad, you can rest assured. Xue Ling smiled. Am I the type of person who lacks propriety? Don't worry. Although Xiao Xiao is shy, she's generous and well-mannered, much more steady in her actions than Yang Yang. Chung Tianyuan couldn't help but praise. This child has been diving since she was young, so she's very disciplined and hardworking, with a very gentle temperament. Her parents also raised her well. She's polite and respectful, very humble in her interactions with others. When Yang Yang lied to her saying he was from a poor family, she believed it. When this situation arose and we scolded Yang Yang, she kept protecting him, showing that her feelings for Yang Yang are genuine. Not only that, when Yang Yang said he temporarily couldn't afford to raise children and could only abort them, Xue Ling explained, although she was reluctant to give up the children in her heart, she ultimately agreed, but secretly cried several times. She said she really likes children. She's currently teaching several children to dive and has always found children very adorable. After hearing this, all three elderly people praised Wang Xiaoxiao as a good child. Lingling a Yuan, since this child is so good, we absolutely cannot wrong her. Some families think that since the daughter-in-law is pregnant before marriage, she has no choice but to enter their family anyway, so they try to reduce the betrothal gifts as much as possible. We absolutely cannot think this way. Right? We cannot think this way. Instead, we should love and care for her even more. Yes, yes. She's willing to bear children for Yang Yang at such a young age. We should love and protect her even more. Xue Ling and Chung Tianyuan nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, we have a clear understanding in our hearts. When will you bring Xiaoxiao over? Luing asked. Today or tomorrow? Xue Ling answered. No rush, no rush. I'll go help after I finish eating. Yuan will go to work as usual, and I'll handle this matter. I plan to first arrange a bodyguard and driver for Xiaoxiao. Firstly, to protect her, and secondly, to pick her up and drop her off at school. Now that she's pregnant, she can't teach children anymore, and living in the school dormitory is inconvenient, with insufficient nutrition in her meals. Living at Yang Yang's place is too cramped, and the daily meals are too plain. For the next few days, I'll temporarily be responsible for picking her up and dropping her off, bringing her to our place more often for meals, so she can quickly become familiar with everyone. After we meet her parents this weekend and the marriage is settled, we'll bring her to live in the garden. How does everyone think about this arrangement? Good, all three elderly people answered in unison. Xue Ling smiled happily and said, All right, then that's what we'll do. After breakfast, Xue Ling hurried off, while Chung Tianyuan went to work as usual. When Xue Zhilan and Xue Huan arrived, the three elderly people immediately shared this great news with the father and son. Oh my! Oh my! Xue Zhilan laughed heartily. Who would have thought that our Yang Yang would be the first to succeed? I only heard that he already had a girlfriend, but they hadn't decided on marriage yet. I thought we'd be drinking the eldest son's wedding wine by year-end, but unexpectedly we'll be drinking Yang Yang's wedding wine early, and we can even have a full-month celebration next spring. Haha, double happiness, joy upon joy, it's truly delightful. Dad, it's triple happiness. Xue Huan held up 3 fingers and reminded with a smile. Twins. Yes, yes, yes. Triple happiness. Triple happiness. The wedding banquet should be done well, and the full-month celebration should also be done well. Xue Zhilan was full of envy, grabbing his old cousin's hand. Brother Wu, you became a grandfather before me, and you'll become a great-grandfather before me too. I hope when I reach your age, I can also hold great-grandchildren. I need to absorb some of your good fortune, absorb more of it. Father Xue laughed heartily and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, let Ayu learn from his parents. Get married and have children while in university. It'll only take 2 or 3 years at most, no need to wait too long. Mother Xue chimed in with a laugh. Exactly, exactly. Back then, Xiaoi got pregnant with Yuer not long after starting university and had to take a leave to get married and give birth. If Yuer follows his parents' example, there's no need to wait long at all. He's a son, so he should be able to surpass his parents. Learn more from his parents and strive to graduate with his children in the graduation photo. Everyone laughed heartily. Xue Huan felt a bit embarrassed and teased. If you put it that way, Yang Yang learned from me too. When he comes back, Remember to make him pay tuition fees to me." Everyone burst into laughter again. Xueling came out of the small apartment carrying 3 or 4 thermal containers, and bodyguard Ah Chao quickly stepped forward to help carry them. "Madam, are we going back?" Xueling nodded. Ah Chao pressed the button next to the elevator. However, the elevator door on the other side opened, and out came a hurried figure. It was Shui Yang. "Mom?" Shui Yang stared in surprise, then grinned ingratiatingly. "You brought delicious food again?" Xueling nodded. "Just delivered it. Xiao Xiao is inside eating. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Go in quickly and eat with her." "Mom," the big guy came over and affectionately put his arm around his mother's shoulder. "Don't always be so distant. We're the closest mother and son in the world." Xueling chuckled coldly. "After such a big incident happened, you didn't tell your mother until the very last moment. What kind of closest relationship is this? How can you tell?" Ah Chao suppressed his laughter and retreated to a corner. Shui Yang acted coquettishly and apologetically. "Mom, my dear mom, my most beloved, beautiful mother, I was wrong. I was so wrong. I was terribly wrong. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Forgive your poor and helpless son." "Humph." Xueling snorted coldly. "How old are you this year? How could you make such a basic mistake? I remember when you were little, even if a plastic toy lost a leg, you'd come crying to tell your mom. If your little handkerchief got dirty, you'd also run to tell me. You were only 4 or 5 years old then, right? You knew to do this when you were that age, but now at over 20, you don't know anymore? Has your IQ regressed? Or has my position in your heart changed long ago?" No. Shui Yang apologized repeatedly. "Mommy, mama, please don't be angry. I was really scared silly, completely stunned. I was secretly worried that you and Dad would scold me to death. How could I dare to tell you?" Xueling chuckled coldly. "If we hadn't found out about this, and you had secretly aborted the children, not only would it have harmed Xiao Xiao's body, but it would have broken everyone's hearts in the family. If that had happened, you wouldn't just be sorry to Xiao Xiao, but also to Xiao Xiao's parents. By then, not only would your dad beat you, I would beat you to death too. And when Xiao Xiao's parents came, they wouldn't spare you either." Shui Yang was terrified hearing this and waved his hands frantically. "Mom, save me. How would I dare? I was confused at the time, temporarily muddled and thought wrong, but I pulled back from the brink in the end, didn't I? As they say, a prodigal son who returns is worth more than gold. I'm still worth forgiving, right?" Hee. Xueling gave her response. Shui Yang grabbed her arm and acted coquettishly. "Mom, my good mother. You're the best mother in the world, the only best mother in the world." Dad's glare the night before last was more powerful than a laser. It scared me terribly. I've been anxious these past 2 days, unable to eat or sleep well. If you don't stand by my side in time, Dad will definitely strangle me. Mama, my dearest mama, please forgive me. Can't eat, can't sleep well? Xueling asked suspiciously. I doubt it. Xiao Xiao said you ate 3 big bowls of rice in one go last night and finished most of the food I brought. This morning you slept until 10 o'clock before going out, and when she came back from 2 classes, you still hadn't left. Shui Yang's face reddened, and he stammered. Actually, I'm still very scared inside. I've always had a big appetite, so eating 3 bowls of rice isn't much. Last night I couldn't sleep well, tossing and turning, so I slept late this morning. The company starts work at 9, but I was going to the factory to check on goods today, so I didn't need to go so early and could leave a bit later. Xueling nodded seriously, quite pitiful, only eating 3 big bowls of white rice for one meal, and only drinking a big pot of black chicken soup after the meal. Couldn't sleep well at night, only slept for over 10 hours. Mama. Shui Yang leaned on her shoulder. I was wrong, I was terribly wrong. I promise this is the last time, and I deeply repent for my previous slow reaction and inadequate response. I sincerely apologize and offer my entire body for you to beat. Xueling finally gave in. After all, he was her own flesh and blood, and she couldn't really be heartless. Fortunately, you pulled back from the brink, and fortunately you still have a conscience to take responsibility for Xiao Xiao and your two biological children. Son, you've grown up, you're an adult man now, and you should understand what a man's responsibility is. When you started dating, what did your dad and I tell you? Treat relationships seriously and treat the girl well. Abortion causes great harm to a woman's body. If something went wrong, you and Xiao Xiao would regret it for life and never be able to make up for it. You would have harmed yourself and Xiao Xiao. Shui Ling gently patted his hand and continued in a low voice. Getting pregnant also requires fate. It's not something you can achieve whenever you want. Let me tell you something. Your Aunt Wang Qing had a previous marriage before marrying your Uncle Ahu, and Uncle Ahu was also deceived by a female scammer before. They were both second marriages, and they were quite old when they got married. Aunt Wang Qing has always been physically weak, and being older, they tried for years to have children, but had no good news. To get pregnant, she took many medicines and suffered a lot before finally giving birth to little Hu Zi. Young people nowadays have great life pressure, and their lifestyle habits aren't as good as people in the past, making it even harder to get pregnant. You and Xiao Xiao are both so young with good health, and you were able to conceive twins at once. What great fortune this is. Shui Yang smiled softly and explained. I thought about it this way later too, so I'd rather risk being beaten and scolded by you to tell you about this. I also couldn't bear to give up these two children. They're the crystallization of mine and Xiao Xiao's love. Shui Ling lowered her voice. Love between men and women. Pursuing love is human instinct. You're not children anymore. You're both adults. You love her. She loves you. You're just getting married and having children a bit earlier. It's not some heinous wrong. I'll persuade your dad to calm down. We need to restore our good mood to take you on the plane to Xiao Xiao's hometown the day after tomorrow. Thank you, Mom. Shui Yang excitedly hugged his mother and affectionately nuzzled her cheek. Mom, you're the best. Shui Ling pursed her lips and smiled softly, then became serious. Consider this a lesson for you. Remember, no matter what difficult situation arises in the future, you can come to Mom and Dad for help. Family members are everyone's support, the closest people to you in this world. We would never bear to see you suffer. No matter what difficulty it is, our whole family will bear it together and face it together. Son, speaking from the heart, this is a great joy. Everyone in our family is delighted. Thank you and Xiao Xiao for giving us such a big surprise. Thank you, Mom, Shui Yang murmured gratefully with tears in his eyes. For the next 2 days, Shui Yang brought Wang Xiaoxiao back to Xian Garden for meals, letting her become familiar with his home and family in advance. Wang Xiaoxiao was initially trembling with nervousness, especially after learning how wealthy his family was. She became even more secretly worried, afraid that his family members would be difficult to get along with or even look down on her. Who knew that all 3 elderly people were extremely kind, asking about her well-being and being incredibly enthusiastic toward her. Cheng Huanchong and Shui Xian were also very enthusiastic. After presenting their meeting gifts, they excitedly became tour guides, pulling her around to visit Xian Garden, and even changed their address early to call her second sister-in-law, saying they welcomed her as part of the family. Wang Xiaoxiao gradually relaxed from her initial anxiety and unease. It's completely different from what I initially thought. I thought wealthy families would be more arrogant and not easy to get along with. Shui Yang laughed heartily and put his arm around her shoulder. Silly. I'm considered a wealthy second generation, but when have you ever seen me not get along with others? The older generation in our family all went through hard times, and my parents also built their business from nothing through hard work. How could they possibly have any class consciousness? None at all. Wang Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly and said softly, Uncle looks like a kind father. When he talks to me, he always deliberately softens his voice. Actually, my dad is somewhat strict. Shui Yang explained, when we were young, he was the kind father and my mom was the strict mother. Later, as we gradually grew up, my mom slowly became the kind mother and my dad became the kind father. But both my parents are very good at caring for the younger generation, except for us four. Actually, I can't say it that way. It should be that they love us in their hearts, but don't show it. They love when they should love and scold when they should scold, always strictly demanding of us and never tolerating any bad habits. Wang Xiaoxiao understood and gently patted his chest. Your parents raised all of you very well, especially in terms of character. Although I haven't met your older brother yet, your younger brother and sister are both very cheerful and optimistic, just like you. Your parents are really amazing. Shui Yang laughed heartily and introduced. My older brother has quite the demeanor of an elder brother, somewhat like my dad. However, he's also a very optimistic and cheerful person. Last year, he was even voted most handsome and most smiling male doctor by the hospital staff. I texted him yesterday, and he also knows I'm going to be a father. He was so happy that he sent me a big red envelope in one go, telling me to take you out for good food. Your family members are all very good. Wang Xiaoxiao completely put her mind at ease and said softly, Next, it's my parents' turn. Shui Yang smiled bitterly. Don't mention it, I'm suddenly getting nervous. Wang Xiaoxiao was amused by him and comforted. Don't worry. My parents have met you before, so you should know they're not difficult people to get along with. You saved my life, and they're deeply grateful to you. Every time I go home, they ask about you. Last time I called them, they still asked what you were doing after graduation. That's good, that's good. Although Shui Yang had some reassurance, he still couldn't help being nervous. Baby, this is our most crucial test. I need to perform well. No need. Wang Xiaoxiao said coquettishly, just perform normally. My parents are very down-to-earth people. The more natural and genuine you are, the more they'll like you. Shui Yang nodded and pointed to the room to explain. This is my room, with the bathroom and balcony outside. Across the hall are my brother's and sister's rooms, and next door is my gym. My mom wants to rearrange a room for you, but I think you can just stay in my room. We're getting our marriage certificate next week anyway, so it's better to stay where you're familiar. Okay. Wang Xiaoxiao said shyly in a low voice. Tell Auntie not to go to such trouble. Your room is so big, our apartment isn't even as big as this place. It's already enough. Shui Yang held her hand and affectionately nuzzled it. Baby, originally I planned to propose and get engaged after earning my first pot of gold, then get married and have children after my career was stable. I didn't expect our children to come so early, catching me off guard. Fortunately, my family has a solid foundation that allows us to get married early. My mom said that before we're completely financially independent, we'll use the family's resources and later deduct a portion from my inheritance to be fair. Wang Xiaoxiao finally couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked, How much inheritance will you actually receive? I've never heard you mention it. Haha. Shui Yang answered. It's not that I didn't want to say, but I had decided beforehand that I absolutely wouldn't reveal it to my partner before marriage. Wang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and asked, What? Worried I was after your wealth? Of course not. Shui Yang shook his head. When I was pursuing you, I was just a broke athlete living in the collective dormitory at the training center, riding a small electric scooter. I just wanted to rely on my own efforts to make money and let you see how I step by step walked toward success, rather than relying on my rich second-generation status to achieve success. That way, you might doubt my true abilities. Wang Xiaoxiao snorted softly. Your ability to deceive is quite impressive. Sorry about that. Shui Yang raised his hand. I can swear that except for my family's true background, I've never lied to you about anything. Wang Xiaoxiao glared at him coquettishly and said softly, You gave me such a big shock. Ha. Shui Yang explained. When I tell you about the inheritance I'm about to receive, you'll definitely be even more shocked. However, I probably can't explain it all clearly in a short time. Really? Wang Xiaoxiao asked suspiciously. A lot? No matter how much, as long as it's enough to raise our babies for now. Being with you had nothing to do with your rich second-generation status or wealth from the beginning. Shui Yang was moved and kissed her forehead, murmuring, How much exactly? I really can't say clearly. The shares are probably worth over 3 billion. I have mansions and villas in every district of the capital, about 30 or 40 properties in total, plus some shops in Ronghua Shopping Mall and several floors of office buildings in Tomorrow Tower. Part of it is from my grandparents, and most is from my mom. My dad's side hasn't been divided yet, and my mom's stock purchases haven't been divided either. I really can't say exactly how much. Wang Xiaoxiao listened in stunned silence, and after a long while stammered, "My family is just a very, very ordinary family. My parents used to live in the school's faculty collective dormitory building. Later, I used my prize money to buy them a house. Now they're using their own housing fund to pay for another small house. Besides these, they have nothing." I know, Shui Yang said with amusement. Relax, relax. Don't worry, my parents absolutely won't have any class prejudice. They're self-made people without any class discrimination, not even a little bit. You've met most of our family members. They're all simple and low-key, don't wear designer brands or chase after anything. They're just ordinary people who happen to have a bit more money behind them. That's all. Wang Xiaoxiao finally put her mind at ease. On the weekend, Cheng Tianyuan and Shui Ling took their second son and future daughter-in-law south. They brought 2 bodyguards and a driver on the journey. With many people and many gifts, they could only take out the largest and most spacious commercial vehicle from the garage. Wang Xiaoxiao had already informed her family that she would be coming home for the weekend, and that Shui Yang and his parents would be coming together. "What did your parents say?" Shui Yang asked nervously in a low voice. Wang Xiaoxiao replied softly. "They seem to have guessed something, but they said guests are guests and they must prepare a sumptuous meal to welcome your parents. About my pregnancy, I only dared to tell my younger sister." Shui Yang gently patted her shoulder and said warmly, "Don't worry, I'm here." Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but tease, "You seem even more nervous than me." Not at all, not at all." Shui Yang laughed. Wang Xiaoxiao looked at Shui Ling and Cheng Tianyuan in the front seats, seeing them whispering to each other and occasionally laughing softly, chatting happily, and couldn't help but feel envious. "Your dad and mom have such a good relationship. Even though you're all grown up, they still seem to have endless things to talk about." Shui Yang proudly lifted his chin. "It's not seem to, they really do. They've always been like this, with an incredibly good relationship. They were like this when we were young, they're like this now, and they'll definitely be like this when they're old." "So wonderful," Wang Xiaoxiao praised softly. Shui Yang squeezed her hand and smiled softly. "Baby, my parents are a model-loving couple. We'll definitely be the same in the future as long as we learn well from mom and dad." Wang Xiaoxiao nodded shyly. The highways were well connected, and the commercial vehicle was fast and stable. What was originally about a day's journey arrived more than an hour early. Father Wang and Mother Wang were waiting under a tree at the residential complex entrance. When they saw Shui Ling's family get out of the car, they hurried over enthusiastically. "Mr. Cheng, Mrs. Cheng, long time no see. Long time no see. Welcome, welcome. Hello. It has indeed been a long time. We've been looking for an opportunity to visit, and today we finally have the chance to meet." The 2 families exchanged warm greetings. Father Wang and Mother Wang were simple, honest people who were somewhat nervous, but tried their best to be hospitable. "Please come up, please come up. We've prepared some simple dishes, nothing fancy, but please don't mind. You're too kind. We should be the ones thanking you for your hospitality." They went upstairs together. The Wang family's home was clean and tidy, though simple. Mother Wang had indeed prepared a table full of dishes, clearly having put in great effort. Wang Xiaoxiao's younger sister, Wang Xiaoli, was also there. She was a lively girl who looked somewhat like her sister but was more outgoing. "Sister, you're back." Wang Xiaoli hugged Wang Xiaoxiao, then curiously looked at Shui Yang and his parents. After everyone was seated, there was initially some awkwardness, as both sides were somewhat formal. But Shui Ling and Cheng Tianyuan were experienced in social situations and gradually warmed up the atmosphere. "Mr. Wang, Mrs. Wang, thank you so much for raising such a wonderful daughter. Xiaoxiao is truly excellent, kind, hardworking, and well-mannered." Father Wang waved his hands modestly. "You flatter us. Xiaoxiao has always been sensible since she was young. We're grateful that your Yang Yang saved her life back then." That's what anyone would do. But we can see that Yang Yang and Xiao Xiao truly care for each other. As the conversation continued, both families gradually relaxed. However, the main topic hadn't been broached yet. Finally, Cheng Tianyuan cleared his throat. Mr. Wang, Mrs. Wang, we came today because Yang Yang and Xiao Xiao have something important to tell you. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Father Wang and Mother Wang exchanged glances, their expressions becoming serious. Wang Xiaoxiao's face turned red, and she looked down at her hands. Shui Yang took a deep breath and stood up. Uncle, aunt, we. He looked at Wang Xiaoxiao, then back at her parents. Xiao Xiao and I are planning to get married. Father Wang and Mother Wang weren't entirely surprised. They had sensed something was coming. But hearing it directly still made them pause. Marriage? Mother Wang asked softly. You're both still so young and still in school. There's more, Shui Ling said gently. Xiao Xiao is pregnant. With twins. The silence that followed was deafening. Father Wang's face went through several expressions, while Mother Wang's eyes widened in shock. Wang Xiaoli gasped audibly, though she had already known from her sister. Pregnant? Father Wang finally spoke, his voice strained. How could this happen? Wang Xiaoxiao finally looked up, tears in her eyes. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. We didn't plan for this to happen, but we love each other, and we want to take responsibility. Shui Yang immediately knelt down in front of Wang Xiaoxiao's parents. Uncle, aunt, this is entirely my fault. I should have been more careful, more responsible. But I swear to you, I love Xiao Xiao with all my heart, and I will take care of her and our children for the rest of my life. The room fell silent again. Father Wang's hands trembled slightly as he processed this information. Mother Wang was the first to speak, her voice barely a whisper. Twins. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded, tears flowing freely now. Suddenly, Father Wang stood up abruptly, and everyone tensed, expecting anger. But instead, he walked over to Shui Yang and helped him up. Get up, child. Kneeling won't solve anything. He looked at his daughter, then at Shui Yang, and finally at Shui Ling and Cheng Tianyuan. This is unexpected. But what's done is done. He paused, collecting his thoughts. The question now is, what are your intentions? How do you plan to handle this responsibility? Cheng Tianyuan spoke up. Mr. Wang, we take full responsibility for our son's actions. We're prepared to do everything properly. A formal engagement, a proper wedding, and complete support for Xiao Xiao and the children. We want to marry them as soon as possible, Shui Ling added. Xiao Xiao will be well cared for. She can continue her studies after the children are born, and will help with everything she needs. Father Wang sat back down heavily, while Mother Wang moved to sit beside Wang Xiaoxiao, taking her daughter's hands. Xiao Xiao, is this really what you want? She asked softly. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded through her tears. Yes, Mom. I love Yang Yang and I want these babies. Mother Wang looked at her daughter's face, seeing the determination there despite the tears. She then looked at Shui Yang, studying his expression. Young man, do you understand what this means? Raising children, supporting a family, it's not a game. I understand, Aunt. I'm ready for this responsibility. My family will support us, and I'm working hard to build my own career. I will never let Xiao Xiao or our children want for anything. Father Wang was quiet for a long time, then finally spoke. This isn't how we imagined our daughter's future would unfold. But he looked at Wang Xiaoxiao's hopeful face, then at Shui Yang's sincere expression. But if this is what you both truly want, and if you're prepared for the responsibilities, then we won't stand in your way. Mother Wang squeezed her daughter's hands. We just want you to be happy and safe, Xiao Xiao. The tension in the room began to ease. Wang Xiaoli, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. I think it's romantic. Like a movie. Everyone turned to look at her, and despite the serious situation, a few people couldn't help but smile. Xiaoli. Mother Wang scolded gently, but there was relief in her voice. Father Wang stood up again and extended his hand to Cheng Tianyuan. Well then, I suppose we have a wedding to plan. The rest of the evening passed in a much more relaxed atmosphere. Once the initial shock had worn off and the main issue had been addressed, both families began to discuss practical matters. "When are you thinking of having the wedding?" Father Wang asked. "We'd like to have the engagement ceremony as soon as possible, and then the wedding within the next month or two," Shuiling replied. "Given Xiao Xiao's condition, we don't want to wait too long." Mother Wang nodded understandingly. "That makes sense." "And the twins, when are they due?" "Around late spring, early summer next year," Wang Xiaoxiao answered softly. "We'll need to start preparing immediately then," Mother Wang said, her practical nature taking over. "There's so much to arrange: the engagement, the wedding, preparing for the babies. Please don't worry about the expenses," Cheng Tianyuan interjected gently. "We want to do everything properly and ensure Xiao Xiao has everything she needs." Father Wang looked uncomfortable. "We can't let you bear all the costs. We may not be wealthy, but we want to contribute to our daughter's wedding." "Of course," Shuiling said diplomatically. "We can discuss the details later. The important thing is that both families work together to make this a beautiful celebration." Wang Shelley, who had been listening intently, suddenly asked, "Sister, can I be your maid of honor?" Wang Xiaoxiao smiled through her remaining tears. "Of course, Shelley." As the evening progressed, the conversation turned to more personal matters. Mother Wang pulled Shuiling aside. "Mrs. Cheng, I have to ask. Are you sure about this? Taking on a pregnant daughter-in-law, especially one who's still in school?" Shuiling smiled warmly. "Mrs. Wang, Xiao Xiao is a wonderful girl. We're not taking her on, we're welcoming her into our family. She'll be loved and cared for, I promise you that. And the babies? We're thrilled about the babies. Grandchildren are a blessing, no matter when they arrive." Mother Wang studied Shuiling's face and seemed to find what she was looking for. "You really mean that, don't you?" "I absolutely do. Xiao Xiao will be like a daughter to me." Meanwhile, Father Wang was having his own conversation with Cheng Tianyuan and Shui Yang. "Son," he said to Shui Yang, "I need you to understand something. Xiao Xiao has been the pride of our family. She's worked so hard to get where she is, and now her life is changing completely. You need to make sure she doesn't lose herself in all of this." "I understand, Uncle. I want her to continue her studies and pursue her dreams. My family will support that." "And you?" Father Wang looked at him intently. "Are you ready to be a father? To be a husband? These aren't roles you can quit when they get difficult." Shui Yang met his gaze steadily. "I'm ready, Uncle. I love Xiao Xiao and I'll love our children. I know I'm young, but I'm committed to this." Father Wang nodded slowly. "I believe you are. You saved my daughter's life once. I trust you to take care of it now." As the evening wound down, the practical arrangements were discussed. The engagement would be held in 2 weeks, followed by the wedding a month later. Wang Xiaoxiao would move in with the Cheng family after the engagement to ensure proper care during her pregnancy. "What about school?" Mother Wang asked. "She can continue for now," Shuiling explained. "When it becomes too difficult, she'll take a leave of absence. After the babies are born and she's recovered, she can return to complete her degree. We'll hire tutors if necessary," Cheng Tianyuan added. "Her education is important to us too." As they prepared to leave, there were hugs and tears, but also smiles and hope. "Welcome to the family," Father Wang said to Shui Yang, shaking his hand firmly. "Thank you for trusting me with your daughter," Shui Yang replied sincerely. Mother Wang hugged Wang Xiaoxiao tightly. "Be happy, my dear. That's all we've ever wanted for you." "I will be, Mom. I promise." In the car on the way back, Wang Xiaoxiao leaned against Shui Yang's shoulder, emotionally exhausted but relieved. "That went better than I expected," she murmured. "Your parents are wonderful people," Shui Ling said from the front seat. "They raised you well, and they love you very much." "They do," Wang Xiaoxiao agreed. "I was so scared they'd be disappointed in me." "They could never be disappointed in you," Shui Yang said, stroking her hair. "You're their pride and joy." Cheng Tianyuan glanced in the rearview mirror. Now the real work begins. Planning a wedding and preparing for twins, it's going to be busy. "But good busy," Shui Ling added with a smile. Wang Xiaoxiao placed her hand on her still flat stomach. "I can't believe this is all really happening." Believe it, Shui Yang said, covering her hand with his. We're going to be a family. As the commercial vehicle sped through the night toward their new future, all 4 passengers were lost in their own thoughts about the changes ahead. The surprise had become acceptance, the shock had transformed into anticipation, and what had started as a crisis was now a celebration waiting to happen. The next few months would bring challenges, but they would face them together, as a family. The next morning, both families happily gathered together for breakfast. Cheng Tianyuan and Shui Ling, as the groom's parents, solemnly proposed to Wang Xiaoxiao's parents that the 2 children should marry soon, explaining that this was their formal visit to propose marriage, with betrothal gifts and presents already prepared. Wang Xiaoxiao's parents, seeing their sincere intentions, were privately very satisfied. However, they only accepted a small portion of the betrothal gifts, then brought out a property deed and a bank card. Our family is humble, and being able to become in-laws with you is already beyond our station. We'll only accept a small portion of the betrothal gifts. The rest will be converted into Xiaoxiao's dowry, along with the apartment she bought herself and the money she's saved. It's not much, but please don't look down on it. Cheng Tianyuan waved his hands dismissively. Not at all. From today on, our 2 families are in-laws. Family members shouldn't speak so formally. Shui Ling quickly shook her head. In-laws, the betrothal gifts are part of the ceremony. You should accept what you're supposed to accept. Rest assured, we will definitely treat Xiaoxiao like our own daughter. It wasn't easy for you to raise Xiaoxiao, and we're already infinitely grateful that you're willing to marry her to our foolish son. Why would we need any dowry? The betrothal gifts aren't much, just a small token of our appreciation. Please accept them all. No, Wang's mother smiled warmly. Yang Yang's mother, although we're not wealthy, we only have twin daughters whom we've always treasured like our hearts and souls. We're marrying off our daughter, not selling her. As long as she can get along well with your family and love Yang Yang deeply, we have no other regrets. Her father and I both have monthly salaries and live comfortably. There's no need to accept such expensive betrothal gifts. Yang Yang hurriedly said, Uncle, Auntie, don't worry about any dowry. Just having you marry Xiaoxiao to me already makes me eternally grateful. This house that Xiaoxiao bought for you is for honoring you. Please keep it and live in it. Yes, yes, Cheng Tianyuan explained. When Xiaoxiao became pregnant this time, all 3 elderly people in our family were overjoyed, so excited they couldn't sleep for days. The 3 elders gave Xiaoxiao several apartments plus a bank card with 1 million yuan, saying it was a reward for her. With Yang Yang's properties and Xiaoxiao's own, they'll have more houses in the capital than they can live in. You should live in this apartment for now, and when Yang Yang and Xiaoxiao earn more money later, they'll buy you a bigger house and take good care of you. Shui Ling nodded eagerly. Yes, when you retire, come to the capital to help take care of your grandchildren. Xiaoxiao and Yang Yang can also take care of you nearby and provide for your old age. Wang Xiaoxiao's parents were quite surprised and felt warmth in their hearts. Xiaoxiao getting pregnant before marriage, we were quite embarrassed about it. How could we accept so many houses and money from the elderly? She has her veteran's pension, and after graduation she can work. How could she receive so much without working for it? Shui Ling laughed heartily and took Wang Xiaoxiao's hand. These 2 love each other deeply. Marriage and children were bound to happen sooner or later. Being able to move these things up on the schedule and make the elderly in the family happy is simply wonderful. Our family hasn't had such great news in a long time. The elderly said that whenever great-grandchildren are born in the future, they'll give rewards. Xiaoxiao has made a beautiful start and deserves the biggest reward to encourage other future daughters-in-law. After hearing this, Wang's mother secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Some families, upon hearing that their unmarried daughter-in-law is already pregnant, immediately adopt an attitude of, you have to beg to enter our family door even if you don't want to, reducing betrothal gifts and ceremonies as much as possible. But Yan Yang's family treated their daughter like a treasure and great contributor, showing no signs of neglect, but rather appearing to cherish her immensely. When daughters grow up, marriage is expected. For parents who love their daughters, having their daughter live well in her in-laws' family and be loved and cherished by them is the greatest comfort for parents. Wang's father looked at his daughter with tears glistening in his eyes and nodded. Good, then we'll trouble you to take care of Xiao Xiao from now on. Yang stood up and explained, Uncle, Auntie, the day after tomorrow Xiao Xiao and I will go get our marriage certificate. Next week we'll take wedding photos, and the week after that we'll prepare the wedding banquet. We hope you can accompany us back to the capital to witness the happiest time for Xiao Xiao and me. Wang's parents looked at each other and smiled with some difficulty. It's not winter break yet, so we can't take extended leave from school. If we suddenly leave for so many days, the school probably won't be able to find substitute teachers for our 2 subjects on short notice. Delaying the students' learning progress would definitely affect their grades, which wouldn't be good. How about we come over when you have the wedding banquet? Yang couldn't help but feel disappointed and looked to his parents for help. Cheng Tianyuan smiled warmly. Wang's father and mother dedicate themselves to teaching and educating people, and we should all be understanding. To be honest, my wife has already asked someone to find an auspicious day. Next Saturday of the week after next. That day is suitable for weddings and is the best auspicious day of this year. We hope you can take 1 or 2 days off and arrive in the capital on Friday. We'll have a proper wedding celebration on Saturday, and Sunday is a day off, so you'll have plenty of time to travel back and forth without delaying too many days. Good. Wang's parents nodded happily. Xueling smiled. Remember to bring Xiaoxiao's twin sister. She can be a bridesmaid along with my youngest daughter. Driver Chin, who came with us, already knows where you live. He'll come here in advance to pick you up. Won't that be too much trouble? Wang's mother shook her head embarrassedly. When there's a wedding at home, you'll definitely be busy. We shouldn't trouble the driver to make a special trip. We can take transportation there ourselves. Xueling replied, Not at all. We have several cars at home, and we all drive ourselves. Plus, we have another driver at home, and several bodyguards who can also drive. After we return to the capital, we'll immediately contact a wedding company to arrange the banquet. Family members won't need to be too busy. Yang will be responsible for taking good care of Xiao Xiao, and we'll handle everything else. Yang's mother, just keep it simple. Wang's father smiled embarrassedly. It's almost the end of the year, and booking hotels in big cities is very troublesome. Just having both families gather for a wedding banquet would be fine. Don't make it too extravagant. Xueling smiled. Don't worry, we'll hold it in our back garden at home. We won't go to outside hotels. Running around would be too troublesome. Our home is spacious with over 10 guest rooms. When you come, you can stay directly in the garden. With our 2 families plus Yang and Xiaoxiao's friends, we'll just set up a few tables for a lively celebration. How does that sound? Perfect. Wang's parents smiled happily. That's enough. That's wonderful. Yes, Xiao Xiao is pregnant, so we should prioritize protecting the pregnancy and not make things too complicated. Don't worry, we'll hire a professional company to arrange the wedding banquet, keeping it as simple and convenient as possible. Good. Excellent. Then it's settled. Haha. Capital City, People's Hospital Chenghuanran, who had just finished work, stretched and yawned in the corridor. Dr. Cheng, this is the CT report for bed 2 in the additional ward. A nurse hurriedly handed him a file folder. Chenghuanran paused slightly and took it with his large hand. All right, thank you. Then he strode forward, pulling out the report to read as he walked. Ran. Someone called from behind. Chenghuanran turned around to see Qiao Hui running over, her high heels clicking loudly. Slow down. He quickly went to meet her, frowning. How can you run in those shoes? Don't you care about your ankles? Qiao Hui grabbed his hand, her eyes scanning the surroundings. You're off work, right? Come on, I have something to ask you. Chenghuanran shook his head. Wait. I still need to go back to the office to print something. Just give me 3 minutes. Is it urgent? Xiao Hui pouted. If it's not urgent, print it tomorrow. I'm in a bad mood. Hearing this, Chenghuanran pulled out his phone. Then I'll send a message to my colleague on duty and ask him to help me print it. What's wrong? Who made you angry? Why are you in a bad mood? Xiao Hui hugged her file folder and turned around, snorting lightly. You. Who else could it be but you? Cheng Huanran raised his eyebrows and quickly sent a voice message to his colleague, then put away his phone. What's wrong? Are you hungry? Did I keep you waiting too long? Come on, let's go eat dinner. Neither of us has to work the night shift tonight. Whatever you want to eat, I'll take you there. Barbecue, hot pot, milk tea, you name it, okay? Not okay. Xiao Hui muttered sullenly. I have no appetite. Cheng Huanran took her hand and coaxed. Come on, you can think about it on the way. You have no appetite now, but once the delicious food is on the table, you'll immediately have an appetite. He pulled her toward the parking lot and quickly found his car. The car started and slowly drove out of the hospital's back gate after circling out of the parking lot. Cheng Huanran yawned and mumbled, What do you want to eat? I'm a bit hungry. How about boiled fish? Rice with boiled fish. Let's go with that arrangement, okay? Xiao Hui's expression wasn't good, and she couldn't help asking, Why didn't you tell me earlier about your brother's engagement? He just got engaged today. Cheng Huanran answered with amusement. I saw my mom's message at noon and immediately forwarded it to you. That was already at light speed. How could I have told you earlier? Xiao Hui said gloomily. Your brother is marrying a world champion. That really intimidated me. Cheng Huanran raised his eyebrows in surprise, then laughed. What's there to be intimidated by? Xiao Xiao is a professional athlete, and she had the opportunity to become a world champion. You're in medicine. Your talents in completely different fields. How can you compare? Her fame is indeed great, especially in China's sports world. But you're not bad either. Why would you be so intimidated? Xiao Hui pouted. You don't understand. I immediately felt inferior by comparison. Cheng Huanran blinked and asked suspiciously, She's her, you're you. How do you compare? She's young and beautiful and in good health too. Xiao Hui stammered. What makes me feel most ashamed is that she got pregnant with your brother's child before marriage and it's twins. Look how happy your parents are and your grandparents and grandmother. They keep laughing about it in the group chat, extremely excited. Cheng Huanran finally understood and couldn't help but laugh loudly. On this point, you really can't compare. First, she's several years younger than you. Second, she's a professional athlete, so naturally her physical condition is better. Third, her family has twin genes, and so does mine. When they come together, it's very easy to have twins. On these points, you indeed can't compare with Xiao Xiao. Hearing this, Xiao Hui's expression became even worse. Enough. I didn't ask you to list them one by one. Are you just short of making me a chart? After Cheng Huanran finished laughing, he said gently, You are you, she is she. No matter how good Xiao Xiao is, she's only the best in my second brother's eyes. In my heart and eyes, only you are the best. People can't be compared to each other. As long as you're the most important and best in the heart of the most important person, that's enough. Xiao Hui lowered her head and said sullenly, It's not enough at all. When I marry you, it's not just you alone, you have a whole family of relatives. I'm first in your heart, I'm the most important. But in your other relatives' hearts, the situation is different. As daughters-in-law of your family, she's a world champion, a hero known throughout the world. Now she hasn't even entered the family yet, but she's already become the best daughter-in-law in your relatives' eyes, about to give your family 2 children at once. As sisters-in-law, I feel like I've already lost at the starting line before even entering the family. Cheng Huanran was slightly stunned, knowing this was her old problem acting up again. Xiao Hui was an only child with a somewhat self-centered personality and could be said to be very competitive. No matter where she was, whether in her department or research lab, she had to strive to be first. When she was studying before, she also had to excel in every subject. Even if she couldn't be first in everything, she had to strive for the top 3 and would never allow herself not to be among the best. Xiao Hui, I already said you can't compare like this. You are you, Xiao Xiao is Xiao Xiao. Your top talents in different fields, there's no way to compare. In my relatives' eyes, you're also a very excellent girl. As for having children, we might not be able to catch up temporarily, but we can have more pregnancies and more children in the future. We might still be able to catch up. I don't want to. Xiao Hui snorted. What's the point of having so many children? One is enough. I still have research to do, still need to pursue my doctorate, still need to work. Where would I have so much time to have children? How long can a person strive with all their might? At most 10 to 20 years. I don't want to have children and get married during my prime years. Career and future are what I should be pursuing now. Cheng Huanran rolled his eyes and smiled softly. But you can't make me wait too long, right? We're about the same age. By the time you finish your doctorate, you'll already be an advanced maternal age. We both study medicine. The risks of pregnancy for older mothers are much greater. We should avoid it if possible. Let's wait another 2 or 3 years, then get our marriage certificate and have children, okay? No, Xiao Hui shook her head. Anyway, I have to wait until I graduate with my doctorate and have at least an associate professor level position. Otherwise, I won't consider having children. Raising children takes a lot of time. Since we can't accompany the child's growth, we should focus on our careers first. When we can freely manage our time, then we'll have children. This is good for the child and good for us too. Does it have to be set so strictly? Cheng Huanran frowned. What if we miss the optimal childbearing age? That wouldn't be good for the child either, would it? Xiao Hui pursed her lips and said softly, I'm different from you. You're a local from the capital with such a large family business waiting for you to inherit. Except for being able to beat you in professional titles and get ahead of you, I probably can't match you in other ways. Cheng Huanran couldn't help but feel mentally exhausted and asked back, Do you have to keep comparing yourself to me? Xiao Hui pouted and snorted, We're going to be partners in the future. There still can't be too big a gap between spouses, otherwise the family's future will be unstable and the marriage will be rocky. Not necessarily. Cheng Huanran shrugged. As long as our hearts are aligned, even the greatest distance won't be far. Spouses are spouses, not business partners. Even business partners have different share percentages. In a family, 2 people just need to be roughly equal. How could it be possible to truly achieve equal strength with everything split 50-50? Xiao Hui's expression wasn't good, and she said quietly, I used to think we wouldn't be too far apart. We have the same education level and similar abilities. Except for your family background being better than mine, everything else was on par with me. But later, who knew you had hidden so much from me? My sense of crisis immediately arose, and I had to work harder. Why put yourself through this? Cheng Huanran frowned. With your level and future research value, you're bound to be very excellent. But some things can't be rushed just because you want to speed up. You need to leave some time for accumulation and give yourself more time. Xiao Hui said very confidently, My current goal is to try to achieve the results of the next 15 or even 20 years within 5 years. Cheng Huanran felt mentally exhausted again and sighed deeply. We've only been working for how long, and you've already gone on study trips 2 or 3 times. Some middle-aged doctors who are older and more experienced than you don't get opportunities, but do you know that people in your department are already secretly dissatisfied? I know. Xiao Hui snorted coldly. It's their own fault for not being capable. If they were capable, they could compete with me. The director of our department is an old classmate of my mother's for many years. I have high knowledge levels and this relationship. How can they compare with me? Instead of spending time being jealous and envious of me, they should honestly do their own work. Cheng Huanran turned the steering wheel and said nothing more. But Xiao Hui seemed to think of something and felt quite dissatisfied. Your Uncle Huan is really something. You just entered the hospital not long ago, and now is when you need strong support. How could he retire early at such a crucial time? He didn't even give us advance notice or leave us some opportunities. Uncle Huan has his own work and life arrangements. Cheng Huanran interrupted her and explained, It's not that he didn't tell me, it's just that he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. He retired just like that. He's already helped us enough. We shouldn't be too greedy. Enough is enough. Xiao Hui's tone was unpleasant as she said heavily, What do you understand? Without him as deputy director staying above to support us, your future advancement opportunities will definitely be greatly reduced. But Chung Huanran disagreed. If my professional level is good, I'll still have opportunities in the future. Xiao Hui snorted disdainfully. Ever since you decided to take over your mother's pharmaceutical group in the future, you've lost your fighting spirit. You complete your work, complete your research, then live leisurely without great ambitions. Cheng Huanran frowned as he listened, his voice unconsciously rising. What are you talking about? I'm busy with work now, busy with overtime and research. I don't even have time to catch my breath. How do I lack fighting spirit? When have you seen me living leisurely? I worked the night shift last night, worked all day today, and only now have time to go out and find something to eat. I may not have lofty aspirations or what you call great ambitions, but I'm definitely not someone who muddles through life leisurely. Seeing him get excited, Xiao Hui became even more unhappy. Did I say something wrong? You rely on your mother being able to provide you with such a good economic foundation and such a high starting point. You never thought about getting promoted in the hospital, never thought about becoming a director or dean. You just want to coast for a few years, then go back to inherit your mother's group. Cheng Huanran suddenly braked and pulled the car to the slow lane. Have you said enough? Just because I couldn't go back to your hometown with you, you're picking on me everywhere. You're strong-willed and competitive, I can understand that. But you shouldn't be competitive with me in everything. We used to be evenly matched, but you relied on your better family background, wanting me to marry into your family and go back to your hometown to honor your parents. You were secretly quite proud. But later, when you discovered that everything in your family couldn't compare to even a tiny bit of mine, you've been desperately trying to surpass me in other areas. I can accept a wife who's better than me, but I can't accept your attitude. We're supposed to be dating and becoming husband and wife, not competitors. You used to compete with your classmates and had to outdo your roommates, always striving to be first in everything. Now you compete with older doctors in your department, with other doctors and PhD students in the research lab, and you still have to compete with me. Aren't you tired? I'm asking you one question. Aren't you tired? Xiao Hui got angry too and shouted, I'm tired? Can I stop just because I'm tired? Think about who made me so tired. Isn't it all because of you? My staying in the capital means all the foundation my parents built for me in the provincial city is useless. You were born a rich second generation, standing at such a high starting point looking down at me. Can I not have pressure? I can't compare in family background, so I can only surpass you in work and professional titles. Otherwise, I'll only be the weaker party in our future family. I don't want to have such a big gap with you. Do you understand? I don't understand. Cheng Huanran's face turned red with anger. There are so many people in the world. Different fields have different talents. Can you compete with all of them? You have to compete wherever you go. You're already competing with me before we've even formed a family. You're already competing with my brother's wife before you've even become a daughter-in-law in my family. Isn't living like this exhausting? Who can stand this personality of yours? Xiao Hui's eyes reddened as she said roughly, This is just how I am. If you can't stand it, then don't. Did I beg you? Did I provoke you? You were the one who actively pursued me in the beginning. Now that I'm under so much pressure, you still have the nerve to blame me. Think about where my pressure comes from. Isn't it all because of you? If you had come home with me, my pressure definitely wouldn't be this great. These are two different things. Cheng Huanran stopped the car and slammed the steering wheel hard. Would hospitals in the provincial city have no pressure? Would there be no colleagues there? With your personality, you'd have pressure wherever you go. When my family background was worse than yours, you were secretly pleased, thinking you could look down on me in marriage. But actually, everything in your family can't compare to one of my family's cars worth tens of millions. After you sobered up, you desperately wanted to crush me in other areas. If you can't change this mentality, you'll live under high pressure your whole life. You. Xiao Hui was furious. Now instead of reflecting on yourself, you're lecturing me. Cheng Huanran, do you have any conscience left? Are you even human? The atmosphere in the luxury car instantly reached the ignition point, with an explosion about to erupt. Cheng Huanran's temper also flared up as he shouted, I'm not human? Then why are you dating me? I have no conscience? Where exactly do I lack conscience? I was the one who pursued you initially. Does that mean I should always show weakness in front of you? Xiao Hui's eyes turned red as she screamed. I stayed in the capital for you. I left my father and mother for you. Now that my job has just stabilized, you dare treat me like this. And you say you have a conscience. Where's your conscience? Why? Cheng Huanran said roughly. Why? You always say you stayed in the capital for me. Is that really the truth? The best hospitals in the capital, the best medical research levels in the country are all here. Did you really stay entirely for me? Do you dare swear on your conscience? Yes. You're now far from your father and mother. But when you were studying undergraduate and graduate school in the capital, could you be close to your parents every day? After your parents retire, they can come to the capital to be with you. Why would you need to be separated for life? Everything is for me. You're sure? Your current pressure is also for me. Yes, yes, yes. Xiao Hui shrieked. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't need to change my life plans at all. If your family wasn't so well off, why would I need to desperately compress 15 years of academic and research achievements into 5 years? In the end, isn't it all to match you? In the end, isn't it all for the stability of our future marriage? Isn't this for you? Cheng Huanran snorted coldly. Am I the only one working for our future? Am I not? Haven't I? We're working hard together. Why are my sacrifices and efforts taken for granted, while your struggles and hardships are superior to mine, and I must be grateful? Why? On what basis? Marriage belongs to both of us, not just me alone. Because I'm a woman. Xiao Hui screamed. Shouldn't men make more effort for the family and take on more responsibility? Don't forget, I'm the one staying in the capital preparing to marry you, not you going to my hometown to marry into my family. Is the difference that big? Cheng Huanran asked roughly. This isn't the feudal era anymore. When getting a marriage certificate, both the man and woman each get one copy. It's not just me getting one. Whether marrying out or marrying in, the family responsibilities aren't that different. You earn from one job, I earn from one job too. We jointly honor both sets of parents and provide for their old age, with the responsibility on both spouses. You're an only child, and I'm also. You're not an only child. Xiao Hui interrupted him sharply. You have a younger brother. Your younger brother will also take responsibility for your parents. But I'm different. I'm truly an only child. All the responsibility for my parents' old age falls on me alone. Do you understand the difference? Cheng Huanran was stunned for a moment, then said, Even so, it doesn't mean you have to live under such great pressure. We can take care of your parents together. I've never said I wouldn't honor your parents or provide for their old age. But the weight is different. Xiao Hui wiped her tears. Your parents have your younger brother to share the responsibility, but my parents only have me. If I can't do well, if I can't give them a good life, who else can they rely on? This pressure, do you understand? Cheng Huanran fell silent, finally beginning to understand the source of Xiao Hui's anxiety. After a long while, he sighed deeply. Xiao Hui, I understand your pressure now. But you can't solve everything by competing. We can face these pressures together. You don't have to carry everything alone. Xiao Hui leaned back in her seat, exhausted. I'm tired, Huanran. I'm really tired. But I can't stop. I can't let my parents down, and I can't let myself become the weak one in our relationship. Cheng Huanran reached over and gently took her hand. You're not weak. You're one of the strongest people I know. But strength doesn't mean you have to fight every battle alone. The car fell into silence, with only the sound of Xiao Hui's quiet sobbing. Cheng Huanran turned off the engine and turned to face her fully. Xiao Hui, look at me. She reluctantly raised her head, her eyes red and swollen. I'm sorry, he said softly. I didn't fully understand the pressure you were under. I thought you were just being competitive, but I didn't realize how much responsibility you feel toward your parents. Xiao Hui sniffled. You have Yang Yang to share the burden with your parents. Even if something happens to you, they still have another son. But if something happens to me, my parents have no one. Nothing will happen to you, Cheng Huanran said firmly. And even if it did, they'd have me too. When we get married, your parents become my parents. That's not just words, I mean it. But it's not the same, Xiaohui whispered. You're not their biological son. The emotional connection, the sense of obligation, it's different. Cheng Huanran was quiet for a moment, then said, You're right. It is different. But that doesn't mean you have to exhaust yourself trying to be perfect at everything. Your parents love you. They want you to be happy, not stressed to the breaking point. How can you be so sure? Xiaohui asked bitterly. You've never had to worry about being the sole support for your parents' future. No, I haven't, he admitted. But I've watched you these past months, and I can see what this pressure is doing to you. You're brilliant, Xiaohui. You don't need to prove that by competing with everyone around you. Xiaohui leaned her head against the window. When I saw the news about Yang Yang and Xiao Xiao today, and how excited your whole family was, I felt like such a failure. Here's this girl who's younger than me, more accomplished in her field, and she's already giving your family the next generation. What do I have to offer in comparison? You have yourself, Cheng Huanran said simply. That's enough for me. But is it enough for your family? She asked. Will they look at me and think, why couldn't Huanran find someone like Xiao Xiao? Cheng Huanran shook his head. My family isn't like that. They care about whether you make me happy, whether you're a good person. They don't need you to be a world champion. Your grandmother gave Xiao Xiao 1,000,000 yuan and several apartments just for being pregnant, Xiaohui pointed out. What kind of reward will I get for my medical research? A pat on the head. Despite the tension, Cheng Huanran couldn't help but smile slightly, knowing my grandmother, probably a lecture about eating more vegetables. This drew a reluctant smile from Xiaohui, though tears were still in her eyes. I want to be worthy of you, she said quietly. I want your family to be proud to have me as a daughter-in-law. They already are, Cheng Huanran assured her. My mother talks about your research all the time. She brags to her friends about how smart her future daughter-in-law is. My father respects your dedication to medicine. And my grandparents think you're wonderful because you make me happy. Xiaohui wiped her eyes. Really? Really? You don't need to compete with Xiao Xiao or anyone else. You just need to be yourself. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, the earlier anger dissipating. Finally, Xiaohui spoke. I'm sorry I've been so difficult lately. The pressure just builds up, and I take it out on you. I'm sorry too, Cheng Huanran replied. I should have been more understanding about what you're going through. So what do we do now? She asked. Now we go get that boiled fish, he said, starting the car again. And we figure out how to support each other instead of competing with each other. As they drove toward the restaurant, Xiaohui reached over and took his hand. Thank you for being patient with me. Thank you for trusting me enough to share what's really bothering you, he replied. Do you think we'll be okay? She asked quietly. Cheng Huanran squeezed her hand. I think we'll be better than okay. We just need to remember that we're on the same team. For the first time in weeks, Xiaohui felt some of the weight lift from her shoulders. Maybe she didn't have to carry everything alone after all. Cheng Huanran rolled his eyes and then gave a dry laugh. Uncle Huan, is it that obvious? Shui Wan leisurely picked at pomegranate seeds, smiling slightly. No need to guess. Look at you. Harmonious and happy family, elderly relatives in good health, parents in love with successful careers, younger siblings excelling in their studies, some starting businesses, others attending school. As for yourself, you've achieved academic success, work is going smoothly, and you're considered the most outstanding newcomer among the younger generation at the hospital. Besides all this, what else could you be worried about? What else could it be but matters of the heart? Cheng Huanran was slightly stunned and smiled bitterly. There just happens to be something unsatisfactory. No wonder the old saying goes, every family has its own difficult scriptures to recite. In other words, everyone must have their worries, each different from the others. Shui Wan chuckled softly, saying gently, isn't that right? As long as people have desires, thoughts, and goals, they're bound to have worries. This should be what they mean by all worldly existence is suffering. Sigh. Cheng Huanran sighed. Actually, I'm not greedy. I just want to find someone with similar interests and hobbies, compatible values, who finds me appealing, so we can date properly, get married, and live lovingly together for a lifetime like my parents. That's all. Shui Huan laughed in disbelief. And you call that not being greedy? Huh? Cheng Huanran smiled bitterly. Uncle Huan, how is this being greedy? In other words, I just want to find someone who loves me to marry and live a good life together. Surely that's not asking too much? It's a basic requirement. Shui Huan narrowed his eyes and shook his head gently. Not necessarily. Based on what you just said, as someone who has experienced love and marriage for over 10 to 20 years, I think your goals are quite high and your requirements are also quite demanding. Cheng Huanran couldn't help but ask suspiciously, really? Of course. Shui Huan said quietly, mutual attraction and love for each other is already quite difficult. In this vast sea of people, finding someone you like who also happens to like you back, the probability isn't that high. First, your starting point is already high. Looking around, it's a very high starting point. Standing at the height where you are, many people can only look up at you from behind or below. Because your own educational level and the foundation your parents have given you are simply too high for ordinary people to reach. Is there more? Cheng Huanran raised an eyebrow and asked. Shui Huan nodded. You also want someone of similar status and appearance, otherwise you probably wouldn't be able to like them. Additionally, finding someone with similar values, similar views on family and career, that's not easy to find either. Having similar values is already difficult enough, let alone adding other requirements. Cheng Huanran looked utterly dejected, murmuring, so you're saying my requirements really are too high? Actually, from the perspective of someone my age, love is quite simple, Shui Huan replied. We've already shed the control of youthful hormones and only hope our other half can live peacefully and warmly with us, without constant arguing and chaos. What we call love at our age is just that simple. What people call great love is nothing more than being able to understand and be considerate of each other. Cheng Huanran was slightly stunned. Shui Huan said gently, I was young once too. I also pursued passionate, earth-shattering love, and even had the determination and confidence to love unto death. But as life and work's harsh realities wore me down, I discovered that love is actually just temporary, while the long, enduring aspect is living life together day by day. People always say, young couples become companions in old age. Actually, it's not just in old age. Throughout the decades of middle age and youth, what we need more is companionship, not so much of what people call husband and wife, not so much earth-shattering passion and emotional intensity. No matter how beautiful love is, how attractive physical appearance is, how rare romance is, none of it can withstand the grinding of time. So finding someone who can be your partner in life should be the goal of marriage, not what young people call the ultimate pursuit or destination of love. Marriage encompasses much more than love. Don't always treat love as the entirety of marriage. It's too one-sided and narrow. Marriage is far more complex and important than love. Cheng Huanran listened with half understanding, couldn't help but say quietly, actually, I pursue love, but I pursue marriage even more. I also want to be like my parents, find someone I love to form a family with, have 1 or 2 lovely children, continue my genetic line, and also continue and pass on the family's love. Shui Huan smiled and explained, ultimately, what you're pursuing is marriage. You're a child raised in a traditional family, and your character and qualities all ultimately return to tradition. Yes, Cheng Huanran nodded. In the end, it's still about having a happy marriage. Shui Huan smiled and said, no matter how beautiful love is, no matter how intense the hormones, everything must eventually return to plainness. Especially when you reach your 40s and 50s, it becomes even more plain. By the time you're in your 60s, 70s, and 80s, it's just about supporting each other and keeping each other company. Love and marriage cannot be equated. They're completely different. When I was studying abroad, I was in my prime, young and accomplished, so I pursued someone beautiful and intelligent, in the same major and school as me, with similar worldviews and values. At that time, I was certain she was my future partner. What happened then? Cheng Huanran vaguely remembered it was a very beautiful and proud foreign woman, but since he was just a child then, his memory wasn't very clear. He asked, it's not the current aunt, is it? Shui Huan shook his head. No, she was a foreigner. When I confidently believed that love's destination was marriage, I encountered a series of problems. At the same time, I discovered her views on family were so different from mine. From that point on, she and I gradually grew apart, and I began to feel uncomfortable. Actually, you and your other half are the main body of your small family, like the main framework of the family. If you and she don't agree on family values, it means your framework can't be stable. Even if you temporarily make do and compromise, as children and elderly join in and more things are built on this framework, it will ultimately only lead to family instability, shaking, or even complete collapse. Family values. Chang Huanran couldn't help but think of Xiao Hui's various statements about family. Without career success, there's no point discussing marriage. Without a solid career foundation, marriage has no meaning. Unless I'm promoted to associate professor or above, I absolutely won't have children. Having children requires enormous amounts of time and energy from both of us. It's not worth it. At most, we'd have one child. Your family has given you too high a starting point. I can only surpass you in other areas, otherwise we won't be able to maintain roughly equal status in the family, and then the family will become unstable. Cheng Huanran frowned uncomfortably and said helplessly, "Uncle, do the two main parties in a marriage really need to be evenly matched to work? You and Aunt, my dad and Mom, they don't seem to be like that." Shuaiwan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Who made that rule? That you must be evenly matched? How is that possible? Cheng Huanran sighed quietly and replied, "Xiao Chao always says she's under a lot of pressure, wanting to surpass me in professional titles and research projects, not wanting to be too influenced by my family background." Shuaiwan finally understood and said, "So that's how she thinks. She's just afraid your strength is too formidable and will affect her future family status, right?" "Yes," Cheng Huanran explained. "She's a very strong-willed person who wants to compete for first place in every field she encounters, even when it comes to family status." Shuaiwan smiled bitterly. "Doesn't that make her life very exhausting?" "Yes," Cheng Huanran explained. "She's always been very hardworking and competitive, extremely goal-oriented in everything she does, sometimes even showing aggression to achieve her goals. Her interpersonal relationships aren't great, which is caused by her personality." Shuaiwan said gently, "Family status isn't actually determined entirely by economic status. Higher economic status might give you more say in matters. But high economic status means you spend more time on work. A person's time and energy are limited. More time spent on one side means less on the other. People with more say spend relatively less time on family and children. For example, your father and mother. When you were young, your father spent much more time on the family than your mother did, right?" "Yes." Cheng Huanran nodded. Shuaiwan analyzed, "If your father had pursued his career like your mother did, could you children have had your father pick you up and drop you off morning and evening? Could you have eaten 3 meals a day with your father? Could you have had your father take you out to play on weekends? I remember several summer vacations where the elderly and your father took you traveling, right?" And then, Cheng Huanran replied, "Many summer and winter vacations were led by my father. My mother was really busy. Sometimes even during Chinese New Year she was still at construction sites and couldn't come home. At that time she was investing in real estate everywhere, with a pile of social obligations every day. Later the clothing factory and Tianchu group also took up a lot of my mother's time. Sometimes when my father was coaxing us to sleep, my mother still hadn't come home." Shuaiwan sighed gently and said, "Yes, without your father's sacrifice and dedication, your family might not have today's glory. If both your father and mother had pursued careers, leaving you children to several elderly people, your family might be even more glorious today, but you children definitely couldn't have turned out so excellent. Your parents together support this family, but they can't be evenly matched, otherwise this family couldn't be as stable and happy as it is today. Your aunt and I have roughly equal family status, but career-wise your aunt still has to be a step below me, because she started later than me and doesn't have as high an education. When she's not on shift, she goes home to take care of the children and family. When I'm not on shift, I still have to do administrative work. So she spends more time on the family than I do, and the distance between us will only grow. Let me be frank. Everything should be done in moderation. In moderation? Cheng Huanran didn't quite understand. Shuehuan explained, couples can't have too big a gap between them, but it's difficult to pursue being roughly equal or evenly matched. For example, in terms of education, the gap can't be too large, otherwise differences in knowledge levels will cause communication problems. But there's no need for them to be exactly the same, right? Take your aunt. She took a year off to give birth to Ayu, and being able to persist through her undergraduate years while supporting a family was already quite remarkable. Could I really demand that she go on to take graduate entrance exams and pursue graduate studies like me? Your father's education level is lower than your mother's, but your mother never felt it was a problem, and your father never felt he absolutely had to pursue further education to catch up with your mother, right? Right. Cheng Huanran smiled bitterly. That's what I think too. I feel that two people just shouldn't have too big a gap. There's no need to be exactly the same. I can't change my family background, because what I have was accumulated starting from my grandfather's generation, earned through my mother's decades of struggle. Xiao Qiao values these things, but she also disdains them, and is always worried that I'll be too dominant in terms of family status in the future. Since we graduated last year and started discussing marriage, our conflicts have been constant. Later she stayed in the capital to work, planning to focus on her career temporarily, but unexpectedly this led to even more conflicts. She feels enormous pressure and thinks it's all my fault. But I feel like we're growing further apart, and every time I'm with her I feel mentally exhausted. Shuehuan's eyes flickered slightly, his voice calm as he said, then break up. Huh? Cheng Huanran was speechless for a moment, staring at him blankly for 2 or 3 seconds. Uncle Huan Yu. Why aren't you trying to persuade us to work things out? We've had feelings for each other for several years, and we've already reached the stage of discussing marriage. We can't just give up like this. Shuehuan waved his hand. You're only discussing marriage, you're not already married. Even married people can get divorced, so why can't people in relationships break up? So, what if you've had feelings for several years? Dating is dating, marriage is marriage. Who can guarantee that a long dating period means a long-lasting marriage? You felt fine dating her, but you're already feeling exhausted before even getting into marriage. What will happen when you actually get married? Considering divorce after marriage would involve a whole bunch of complications, especially if there are children involved. After all, once there's a divorce, the children suffer the most. Cheng Huanran was startled. His heart couldn't help but feel uneasy. Yes, if we really got married and then discovered problems, it might be even harder to resolve them. Shuehuan analyzed, from what you just said, this is clearly a problem with Qiao Hui's personality. A leopard can't change its spots. Unless she's truly willing to change this kind of temperament, your marriage won't be stable. But a woman as strong-willed, independent, and competitive as her probably won't easily change for someone else. It's impossible. Cheng Huanran looked lost. Every time we have problems, she always expects me to back down, even when she's the one in the wrong. Shuehuan smiled bitterly. Then what are you still waiting for? Rather than holding on to something tasteless that you're reluctant to throw away, it's better to make a clean break. You're not a child anymore. You should understand how to analyze situations and future prospects. When I brought my girlfriend back to China and discovered problems but still gritted my teeth and persisted, it was similar to your current situation. We had been together for so many years, and she was even willing to come to a foreign country for me. How could I talk about breaking up with her? But what use was hesitation and regret? It only added more annoyance and helplessness. Heartbreak is indeed painful, but once the emotional wounds heal and you have another relationship, it's a new beginning. Cheng Huanran hesitated, murmuring in confusion. So in the end, we really can only break up? Shuehuan gently patted his shoulder, saying warmly, it's not that dating for a long time or reaching the stage of discussing marriage means you absolutely can't break up. If you're truly not suitable for marriage, then make a clean break. Chang Huanran's eyes couldn't help but redden, and he said quietly, "Uncle Huan, whenever I think of her now, my heart always feels strangely heavy, as if I can't muster any energy." "Break up when you should," Shui Huan said. "You're not even married yet, and you're already like this. Once you get married, her pressure will be even greater. She'll be even more domineering and demanding, and you'll only feel more miserable caught in the middle." People who are incredibly sweet before marriage can feel exhausted and overwhelmed by marriage's trivial matters. You're already like this before marriage. How will you endure it in the future? Cheng Huanran took a deep breath and forced back his tears. "Thank you. I know what I need to do now." Shui Huan smiled slightly. "If you feel very sad after the breakup, remember to grit your teeth and persevere. Don't look back and move forward bravely. When you reach a new crossroads and the scenery along the way changes, you'll recover quickly." Cheng Huanran nodded, thought for a while, then couldn't help asking, "Uncle Huan, do you think I should take this opportunity to go work at the pharmaceutical company?" "Up to you," Shui Huan explained. "You'll have to take over your mother's position there sooner or later. Your mother now only shows up for shareholder and board meetings. She doesn't appear at other times. I'm now gradually selling off my shares, planning to consolidate the funds and partner with my brother to establish a nursing home." Cheng Huanran exclaimed, "Oh," and asked, "Has my mother discussed buying them from you?" Shui Huan shook his head. "She said she'd consider it because she's bought quite a bit over the years, and now altogether she owns about 50% of the shares, making her the largest shareholder of the pharmaceutical company. I still have 10%, so if she adds this 10%, that would be 60%. She feels that having just a few people on the pharmaceutical company's board isn't good, and currently there are very few scattered shares. She thinks my 10% could be appropriately released to the market. If the board could have more different voices and new faces, it might bring new momentum." After a pause, he added, "Also, your mother wants to get your opinion." Cheng Huanran raised his eyebrows, then shook his head. "No, my mother hasn't asked me about it." Shui Huan smiled and explained, "This just happened in the past few days. She's probably busy with Yang Yang's wedding and hasn't had time to call you home to ask. Besides, you're busy as anything every few days, so you don't have time to come home either, right?" "Yes." Cheng Huanran smiled bitterly, "Working overtime every few days." Shui Huan thought for a moment and said, "You've been interning at the hospital for over a year and working for another year, so you're quite familiar with the hospital's operational system. If you don't want to stay at the hospital and want to change environments during this breakup period, I still support that. When you need connections in this area in the future, I'll arrange them. I'm only taking early retirement now, not being dismissed or removed from office, so my network is still intact." Cheng Huanran's eyes lit up, and he lowered his voice. "Uncle Huan, I've been there for over 2 years, and with how busy I was during graduate school, I intuitively feel my body is somewhat overdrawn and tired." "Haha," Shui Huan laughed. "You kid worked too hard. Your thesis and research were so excellent, and at such a young age you joined 2 or 3 major projects, excelling at everything. Others are doing well just to graduate smoothly, but when you graduated you already had a thick stack of papers behind you. You compressed what others do over 10+ years into 2 years. How could you not be tired?" Cheng Huanran smiled bitterly. "No choice, I couldn't stop." Shui Huan squinted as he looked him over, saying, "The ancients said, at 30, one establishes oneself. Your current age is the best age. You've shed youth's restlessness and inexperience, carrying the stability that comes with time's accumulation while still retaining young people's vitality. Going to the pharmaceutical company at your age would be perfectly appropriate. Wouldn't it be too early?" Cheng Huanran said quietly, "Many people say that being a doctor means the older you get, the more experienced you become, and the more valuable you are. Wouldn't the accumulation in this area be too little?" Shui Huan shook his head. "No, if you're too old when you enter a company, you might lose motivation and sensitivity to young markets. If you want to take this opportunity to go to the pharmaceutical company, go boldly." Cheng Huanran smiled broadly, seeming to breathe a sigh of relief. "When Mom comes back, I'll tell her I want to go." Xue Huan, seeing him like this, guessed in his heart that his relationship with Xiao Hui was already hopeless, with no way out, because he was already eager to avoid her, even not wanting to stay at the hospital anymore. Right, discuss it with your mother. The hospital side is very simple. Submit your resignation letter, transfer your current patients, and you can leave anytime. Don't worry, your diplomas and certificates are there, and your papers are all there too. Even if you're not suitable for staying at the pharmaceutical company, you can find hospital work anytime. Or perhaps come work at our nursing home and help us out. Ha ha. Cheng Huanran laughed loudly. Uncle Huan, you're trying to poach talent in advance. Xue Huan nodded with a chuckle. Exactly. Who wouldn't like high-quality talent like you? I'm making an advance reservation to prevent others from getting there first. Good. Now I even have a second backup plan. Haha. That evening, Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling returned home. The three elderly people gathered around them, chattering with questions. Cheng Tianyuan explained, everything went very smoothly, everything went well. Xiao Zhao's parents are very reasonable and accommodating. Whatever we said, they were very cooperative and easy to discuss things with. Luing asked excitedly, everything settled? You told the in-laws about the wedding date too, right? Yes, everything's arranged. Xue Ling replied, on the way back I already contacted the capital's largest wedding planning company. They're sending people tomorrow to discuss plans. Grandpa Xue looked toward the back. Where are Yang Yang and Xiao Xiao? Didn't they say they were going to move in? Cheng Tianyuan replied, tomorrow they're going to get their marriage certificate. They said they'll pack up and move in tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow? That's wonderful. Grandpa Xue reminded. Make sure Yang Yang does the packing. Don't let Xiao Xiao get too tired. Xue Ling smiled and replied, don't worry, I'll go help tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow evening we'll have a good meal to celebrate Xiao Xiao officially becoming a member of our big family. Haha, we must celebrate. Add extra dishes tomorrow. Quickly go to the group chat and call out, tell Ran Ran and Xiao Qiao, and also Lao San and Xiao Xian to all come home for dinner tomorrow. Xue Ling smiled and said, all right, I'll notify everyone in the group chat in a bit. Luing looked around and asked, where's Xiao Xiao? Why didn't she come for dinner together? Cheng Tianyuan explained, before we even reached the city center, Xiao Xiao got hungry and suddenly wanted to eat spicy and sour fish. It happened that Xue Yang had to go to the clothing factory to rush an order and didn't have time to accompany her. So we accompanied Xiao Xiao to eat fish, and after eating we sent her home to rest before coming back ourselves. Oh, she likes spicy and sour fish? People say sour for boys, spicy for girls. Could it be twins? Waha. Having both a boy and girl would be best. Everyone sat in the living room drinking water while discussing the upcoming arrangements. After Xue Ling opened the family group, she raised her eyebrows in surprise, then quietly leaned close to Cheng Tianyuan's ear. Look, at around 3 p.m. this afternoon, Ran Ran kicked Xiao Qiao out of the group. Cheng Tianyuan raised his eyebrows in surprise, then thought it seemed impossible. Could it have been an accidental misclick? Is that possible? Xue Ling lowered her voice. He's the group admin. Only the admin has the authority to kick people out. The operation to kick someone isn't something you can accidentally click on, you know. Cheng Tianyuan honestly shook his head. I don't know. Who doesn't even recognize WeChat, and I can already use WeChat pretty well. How would I know how to kick people out? Xue Ling frowned and said quietly, most likely the young couple had a fight. Fighting and then kicking people out? Cheng Tianyuan's face darkened. That brat. Even if they're fighting, he can't kick Xiao Qiao out of our family group. What does this mean? Doesn't Xiao Qiao understand? How much must that hurt her feelings? Xue Ling thought for a moment and analyzed. Lauda isn't someone who acts impulsively. For him to do this, they must have had a very serious fight. Ask him about it later. Cheng Tianyuan said sternly, the family is preparing for a happy occasion right now. What are those two making a fuss about? How old are they? What, can feelings be treated like playing house? Xue Ling consoled him. Don't get worked up, I'll ask about it later. Cheng Tianyuan stretched tiredly and said, all right, you go ahead. After traveling for 2 or 3 days, I'm exhausted. Getting older, sitting in the car too long makes my whole body ache. Me too. Xue Ling stretched her neck and muttered, my cervical spine isn't doing too well either. Qing Tianyuan, not caring about himself, pulled Xue Ling up. Come on, let's quietly go sit in the massage chairs. Don't let mom and dad see, or they'll definitely nag us again. Xue Ling giggled quietly and followed him to the exercise room. During dinner, the elderly mentioned that Lauda had come home to stay last night, spent the morning with them picking pomegranates, had lunch, and only left in the afternoon. Hearing this, Xue Ling couldn't help but be secretly surprised. The child came from her own womb. A mother knows her child best. All the children were the same. Whenever they encountered setbacks or difficulties outside, they would quietly come home seeking family companionship and comfort. Lauda was usually incredibly busy, managing to come home once every 10 days or half-month was already quite remarkable. This time he not only came home for dinner, but also stayed overnight, even staying until afternoon before leaving. This clearly exceeded the normal warning line by far too much. It seemed this problem was quite serious. After eating, Xue Ling hurried to the study to message Lauda. However, the message auto-replied, I am currently busy and will reply to you later. If you have urgent matters, please leave a message to let me know. Thank you. Xue Ling could tell at a glance it was an auto-reply, so she had to give up. Having been away from home for the past few days, eating poorly and sleeping badly, she was also quite tired. She turned around, went back to her room, took a shower, and quickly went to bed. The next day, she got up early and was busy with Yang Yang and Xiao Zhao's matters. First, she accompanied them to get their marriage certificate, then helped them pack and move their belongings. In the afternoon, the wedding planning company sent people over, and she spent the entire afternoon discussing wedding arrangements with them. By evening, she was so busy she was dizzy and had completely forgotten about asking Lauda about the situation. It wasn't until the family gathered for dinner that she suddenly remembered Lauda and Xiao Qiao hadn't come. She quickly sent a message in the family group, Ran, Xiao Qiao, why haven't you come home for dinner? Didn't you see yesterday's message? Today we're celebrating Xiao Xiao joining our family. Soon, Lauda replied, Mom, I'm working overtime and can't make it back. Congratulations to second brother and sister-in-law. Xue Ling waited a while, but Xiao Qiao didn't reply. She then realized that Xiao Qiao was no longer in the group and couldn't see the messages. After dinner, Xue Ling called Lauda. The phone rang for a long time before he answered, his voice sounding very tired. Mom, what's up? Xue Ling asked directly, what happened between you and Xiao Qiao? Why did you kick her out of the family group? There was silence on the other end for a moment, then Cheng Huanran's low voice came through. Mom, we broke up. Xue Ling was stunned. What? When? Why so suddenly? Cheng Huanran's voice was hoarse. Yesterday afternoon. It wasn't sudden. We've been having problems for a long time. We're just not suitable for each other. Xue Ling felt her heart sink, but you two have been together for so many years, and you were already discussing marriage. That's exactly why we had to break up, Cheng Huanran interrupted. Mom, we discovered we have completely different views on marriage and family. If we had gotten married, we would have been even more miserable. Xue Ling was silent for a long time, then sighed. Are you okay? I'm fine. Cheng Huanran's voice was calm, but Xue Ling could hear the exhaustion in it. Mom, I've been thinking. I want to leave the hospital and come work at the pharmaceutical company. Now, Xue Ling was surprised. Are you sure? This is a big decision, I'm sure. Cheng Huanran said, I've already thought it through. I need a change of environment, and Uncle Huan also thinks it's a good time. Xue Ling was quiet for a moment, then said gently, all right, if that's what you want. Come home this weekend, and we'll discuss it properly. Okay, Mom. I'll come home on Saturday. After hanging up, Xue Ling sat in the study for a long time, feeling heavy-hearted. The next morning, Xue Ling woke up early, her mind still occupied with her conversation with Lauda the night before. She had always liked Xiao Hui. The girl was intelligent, capable, and seemed to genuinely care for Ran. But perhaps that was exactly the problem. Sometimes two good people just weren't right for each other. During breakfast, Chung Tianyuan noticed her distraction. What's wrong? You seem preoccupied. Shui Ling glanced at the elderly people who were chatting happily about Yang Yang and Xiao Zhao's wedding preparations, then whispered, Ran Ran and Xiao Qiao broke up. Chung Tianyuan nearly choked on his kanji. What? When? Yesterday afternoon. He called me last night. Shui Ling kept her voice low. He also said he wants to leave the hospital and come work at the pharmaceutical company. Chung Tianyuan frowned. That's a big change. Is he making this decision too hastily because of the breakup? I don't think so. Shui Ling shook her head. You know Ran Ran. He's always been thoughtful about major decisions. And Shui Huan has been suggesting he make the transition for a while now. What about Xiao Qiao? How's she handling this? Shui Ling sighed. I don't know. Ran Ran didn't say much, just that they weren't compatible. I'm worried about both of them. After breakfast, Shui Ling went to her study and called Shui Huan. I heard about Ran Ran and Xiao Hui, Shui Huan said before she could speak. He came to talk to me the day before yesterday. What did you tell him? The truth. That sometimes love isn't enough for marriage, and it's better to recognize incompatibility before making a lifelong commitment. Shui Huan's voice was gentle but firm. Ling, I know you're fond of Xiao Hui, but she and Ran Ran have fundamentally different views on what marriage should be. Shui Ling was quiet for a moment. He wants to come work at the pharmaceutical company. I think it's a good idea. He needs a fresh start, and he's at the perfect age to make this transition. His medical background will be invaluable in pharmaceutical development. But is he ready? Managing a company is very different from being a doctor. Shui Huan chuckled. You were younger than he is now when you started building your business empire. Besides, he won't be thrown into the deep end immediately. There's time for him to learn and grow into the role. That afternoon, Shui Ling drove to the pharmaceutical company's headquarters. She wanted to assess the current situation and think about how to best integrate Ran Ran into the organization. The company had grown significantly since she'd first invested in it. What started as a small research facility had become a major player in the domestic pharmaceutical market, with several successful drugs in production and a robust research pipeline. She met with the current CEO, Dr. Wang, who had been running day-to-day operations for the past few years. Mrs. Shui, it's good to see you, Dr. Wang greeted her warmly. What brings you here today? I'm considering bringing my eldest son into the company, Shui Ling said directly. He's a doctor with strong research experience, and I think he could contribute significantly to our development efforts. Dr. Wang nodded thoughtfully. Dr. Cheng Wanran? I've heard excellent things about his work at the hospital. His research papers have been quite impressive. You know his work? Of course. In our industry, we keep track of promising young researchers. His work on drug interactions and his clinical trial methodologies have been noted by several of our department heads. Shui Ling felt a surge of pride. Even she hadn't realized how well-regarded Ran Ran's work was in the pharmaceutical industry. What role do you think would suit him best? Dr. Wang considered this carefully. Initially, I'd suggest he join our research and development division. He could lead a team focused on clinical applications, bridging the gap between our laboratory research and real-world medical practice. It would utilize his medical background while giving him exposure to the business side of pharmaceuticals. That sounds perfect. There's one more thing, Dr. Wang added. We've been considering expanding into international markets. Having someone with his educational background and research credentials could be very valuable for that initiative. As Shui Ling drove home that evening, she felt more confident about Ran Ran's decision. Perhaps this career change was exactly what he needed. Not just to escape the painful memories of his relationship with Xiao Hui, but to find a new path that would challenge and fulfill him. When she arrived home, she found a message from Ran Ran. Mom, I've submitted my resignation letter to the hospital. My last day will be next Friday. Can we meet this weekend to discuss the pharmaceutical company position? Shui Ling smiled as she typed back, of course. Come home Saturday morning. We have a lot to discuss, and I think you'll be excited about the opportunities ahead. That night, as she lay in bed next to Chung Tianyuan, Xueling reflected on how quickly life could change. Just a week ago, she had been planning for Ran Ran and Xiao Hui's future wedding. Now she was planning her son's career transition. Do you think we're doing the right thing? She asked Cheng Tianyuan quietly. Supporting our son's decision to build his own future? Absolutely. Cheng Tianyuan squeezed her hand. Ran Ran is smart and capable. He'll succeed at whatever he puts his mind to. I just hope he's not running away from his problems. Maybe he is a little. But sometimes running towards something new is the best way to heal from something that didn't work out. Xueling nodded, feeling reassured. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and opportunities, but their family would face them together, as they always had. The next morning brought news that Yang Yang and Xiao Zhao's wedding preparations were proceeding smoothly. The elderly were in good health and high spirits, and Ran Ran had already begun the process of transitioning his patients to other doctors at the hospital. Life, Xueling thought, had a way of moving forward, carrying both joy and sorrow, endings and new beginnings, all woven together into the complex tapestry of family life. As she prepared for another busy day, she felt grateful for the resilience and love that held their family together through all of life's changes. Xiao Hui's side was equally in turmoil. For the first time ever, she took sick leave from work. She couldn't focus on her job, had no appetite for food, and hid in her dormitory crying in secret. She had requested sick leave, and her supervising attending physician, upon hearing this, sent her a concerned message. She simply replied that she was fine, had already taken medicine, and would feel better after some sleep. The attending physician was an old classmate of Xiao Hui's mother, so he immediately informed Xiao Hui's mother about her falling ill. Soon, Xiao Hui's mother called. Xiao Hui, what's wrong with you? Old Lu said you might be too busy and neglecting your health, and that you fell ill today. What happened? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Xiao Hui sniffled and answered, I'm fine. Just a bit tired, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. A bit tired? Which young person isn't tired these days? If you can persevere, then persevere. Don't take leave so casually. As doctors, if we can't even take care of our own bodies, how can we talk about having the ability to care for patients? Xiao Hui said quietly, Mom, I understand. Why does your voice sound strange? Do you have a cold? It's already autumn in the capital now, with cold mornings and evenings. You probably caught a chill from being careless. Tears on Xiao Hui's face wouldn't stop flowing, and she sniffled. Probably. It's nothing, I've already taken medicine. I'll be fine after some sleep. Good, then get some sleep. Remember, you're still a young doctor without qualifications or experience. You can't take leave casually, and don't let your superiors catch you making mistakes, understand? Xiao Hui responded with a low Xiao Hui's mother then asked about her thesis writing progress, specifically emphasizing that she must strive to participate in next month's overseas short-term study program, and must publish her papers for next year's professional title evaluation before the end of the year. Xiao Hui listened with her head buzzing, responding vaguely. Xiao Hui? Xiao Hui? Are you listening? Are you falling asleep? If you're really feeling that bad, go to the department and get in for a drip. That will help you recover faster. You're at a critical moment right now, you can't be sick for several days. You must get better quickly, so you don't miss important things. By the way, how is Ran Ran doing lately? Does he need to work night shifts? Upon hearing the name Ran Ran, the nameless anger in Xiao Hui's heart suddenly exploded. I don't know. I don't know anything. Don't ask me about anything related to him ever again. I never want to deal with him again. What happened? Did he make you angry? Did you two have a fight? Xiao Hui said angrily, I broke up with him. What happened? Broke up? How is that possible? Xiao Hui kept a cold face and didn't speak, tears flowing uncontrollably. Xiao Hui? Xiao Hui? What did you just say? Are you confused from being sick? How can you say such nonsense? If you had a fight, just take a break. I won't allow you to mention such nonsense about breaking up. What breaking up? Xiao Hui still didn't want to respond, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Hui? Why aren't you speaking, you girl? Are you crazy? Ran is such a good boy, calling him 1 in 10,000 wouldn't be an exaggeration. If you miss this village, where will you find such a good boy? His family has such excellent conditions. Just this alone is enough for you to cherish him properly. Xiao Hui finally choked out. It's precisely because his family conditions are too excellent that I'm suffering so much. Because of him, I've been working so hard, but he still can't understand me. When I'm angry with him, he doesn't even try to comfort me, just blames me for putting too much pressure on myself. He doesn't even think about who caused my pressure in the first place. Isn't it him? To be worthy of him, to surpass him, how much effort do I have to put in? Woo-woo. Why are you crying? Did you have a big fight? What did he do? Tell Mom quickly. That boy Ranan seems quite gentle and refined. He shouldn't be bullying you, right? Once the dam of sadness burst, it quickly became unstoppable, and Xiao Hui began crying loudly. Mom, I've had enough. I don't want him anymore either. He was the one who said we should break up. I want to break up too. I don't want him anymore. I don't want him at all. I'm exhausted. Exhausted. I've had enough. Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui. Calm down a bit. Calm down, okay? Look at yourself. Crying so loudly. What does this look like? Xiao Hui pressed her hand to her chest, breathing heavily. Mom, I'm already feeling so terrible. Can't you just let me vent a little? Mom. Woo. Shut up. What are you shouting about? Who allowed you to shout so loudly? What does this look like? Only those without upbringing or manners would cry and shout so loudly. You're a top student, a refined young lady. What is this behavior? Calm down. Xiao Hui crouched down, crying heartbrokenly. Mom, I'm already like this. Can't you just let me cry and wail to my heart's content? I want to shout. I want to cry loudly. Stop it. Stop it. Where did your composure and self-control go? Where did all the etiquette you learned since childhood go? Is this how I taught you? Crying and wailing when you encounter problems. What is this? Crying is the most cowardly behavior. What's the use of crying? If crying were useful, the world would have ended long ago. When you encounter problems, your first reaction should be to calm down and think about how to handle it, not to cry. Wipe your tears, sit up straight, and calmly think about how to solve the problem. Xiao Hui stumbled and sat on the floor, leaning against the wardrobe. Mom, I'm tired. I'm very tired. Let me sleep, okay? Wait. What did you just say about fighting with Ran and breaking up? What did he do wrong? Or did you do something wrong? Think it through carefully. If you were wrong, just soften your stance a bit and coax him. Men are all about saving face. Give him a small way out, then turn around and keep him under control. If you handle it right, he won't escape from your grasp. Xiao Hui sobbed quietly, choking out, he wasn't wrong, and neither was I. If we knew who was at fault, whose mistake it was, that would be easier to solve. The key is that neither of us was wrong, yet we both feel exhausted and hurt. He said he feels we're not suitable to be together. He's very tired. I suddenly realized I'm very tired too. How can this relationship continue? It's better if I let him go and he lets me go and we just break up. Nonsense. How can you break up? Xiao Hui, is there something wrong with your brain? If you break up, where will you find a boy with such good conditions in the future? He's a graduate student like you, knowledgeable, good-looking, and most importantly, has an excellent family background. His starting point is the endpoint that many people can never reach in their lifetime, do you understand? Didn't I tell you to cherish him properly? Last year, I told you to get your marriage certificate with him first. Once you're married, everyone can feel at ease. But you just wouldn't listen. I don't know what you're thinking. Xiao Hui cried sadly, choking out, I didn't want to marry him so quickly. What do you know? There are few men with good conditions, especially boys like Qing Huanran. They're as rare as phoenix feathers. Getting married early would only benefit you. I've analyzed this for you so many times. Why can't you ever understand? Xiao Hui explained quietly, I just graduated. I don't want to get married so soon. I still want to focus on my career, to try to surpass him professionally. Everyone in his family is so excellent. I'm afraid if I marry him too quickly and enter that kind of family environment, the pressure will be too much for me. You're not bad either. What are you afraid of? I still have confidence in my daughter. Although our family can't compare to theirs in wealth, we're not inferior at all. What have I always taught you? You must handle your career well, and you must also control your man well. A person's ability isn't just determined by one field, but by all the fields they're involved in. If you're truly excellent, you must be excellent in every field. Xiaohui closed her eyes, tears falling. I'm too tired. Mom, you only know Ranran and his mother. You don't know that their family has many other very capable and excellent people. Ranran's father is an entrepreneur who runs his own company. His second brother is a swimming champion who won international awards, graduated from Capital University, and is now starting his own business. His second brother is getting married, and the girl he's marrying is a world champion who's already pregnant with twins for him. His third brother and sister both got into Capital University, each one good-looking and capable. Even his sister's boyfriend is a wealthy foreign tycoon, rich, powerful, and handsome. Everyone in their family finds excellent partners. If I'm not excellent enough, what kind of status will I have in their family in the future? In that kind of environment, I'll only be mocked and looked down upon. Rather than live that kind of life without dignity or confidence, I'd rather not have it. What about Ranran? Does he think the same way? Why are you suddenly so lacking in confidence? Didn't I just say? You're also a very excellent child. There's no need to be afraid. Xiaohui murmured, Ranran doesn't think this way, but I can't help thinking about it. His family members are too excellent. If I enter his family too early, I'll only be looked down upon by others. I'd rather not. I'm now striving to pursue a doctorate, participate in research projects, various famous domestic and international training programs, working hard to write and publish papers, all to surpass him and gain higher status for myself. But Ranran always says I'm being unnecessary, always says I'm too competitive and aggressive. Today he told me personally that he finds being with me very exhausting, not just physically but also mentally. He said our family values are too different. Then he brought up breaking up with me. It was him. It was him. He personally told me about breaking up. He brought it up. He brought it up. Woo woo woo. Wait. Wait. Don't cry, no crying. What did you just say? Cheng Huanran brought it up himself? He actually initiated the breakup. Why are you crying? Crying is the most weak and cowardly behavior. Strange. He actually initiated the breakup, that ungrateful boy. Xiaohui cried until her eyes were swollen, sobbing continuously. Yes, he brought it up personally. Before, when I had little disagreements with him, he would always be the one to comfort me first. Before, whatever I said, he would listen. But now it's different. He stopped comforting me and even fights with me. Not the playful kind of fighting, but very fierce, very angry fighting. We fought many times in the past 6 months, and the day before yesterday we fought very fiercely. In the end, he drove away and I took a car back by myself. He didn't chase after me, didn't come out to comfort me, just ran away coldly and heartlessly. I thought he came today to comfort me, but who knew he actually came to break up with me? How could this happen? What exactly happened between you two? Has he changed his feelings toward you? Men are emotional creatures. They easily lose control when they see other pretty girls. Has he taken a liking to some other girl? Has he? Xiaohui choked. I don't know. Probably not. Every day he's either working or doing research. He doesn't even have time to sleep in. Where would he find time to mess around with other girls? Fool. As long as he has other intentions, no matter how busy he is, he'll definitely find opportunities to seek out other girls. How often do you go to his department? Are there many young female doctors in his department? Some young nurses love to dress up and flirt quietly with doctors. Have you been on guard against these things? Xiaohui was slightly stunned and shook her head. No, I'm so busy myself every day. Where would I have time to pay attention to all that? Besides, Ranran isn't that kind of person. He's a gentleman, kind and polite to everyone, not the kind of sleazy, disgusting, two-faced man. Look at you. Xiaohui, you're still too young. Some things can't be judged by appearances. Most men are fickle and easily seduced by the flashy women around them. It's hard for men to pursue women, but easy for women to pursue men. You spend all your time busy with work and research, not spending time on him, so he'll spend that time on other women. He's good-looking, handsome, and well-educated. Even if he doesn't mention his family background, there will still be plenty of women throwing themselves at him. To control a man, you can't be too confident, and you certainly can't be careless, or you'll easily be stolen away by others. Now that he's initiated the breakup, you need to go back and comfort him. Go quickly. Send him messages, voice messages, or just run to find him directly. At this point, you're still hiding and crying? What if some other woman gets there first? You'll regret it. Xiaohui sniffled and murmured, I don't want to. I can't bring myself to do it. Why? Why can't you bring yourself to do it? Just think of it as for your future together. What's wrong with swallowing your pride for a moment? For such a good man, let alone enduring for a moment, even enduring for a lifetime would be worth it. It's not like you're suffering some great humiliation, just asking you to bend a little, to coax him appropriately. With all these years of feelings between you two, as long as you soften your stance, he'll quickly change his mind. Remember, men are like flying kites. If you don't manage them, they'll fly away on their own. If you pull too tight, they can't fly high or far. So you must know when to let go and when to pull. As long as you use the right method, he'll never escape from your grasp. Xiaohui hesitated, stammering, I don't want to. Why? You silly child. His family is so wealthy with so much real estate and stocks. If you miss this village, there won't be another shop like this. What are you thinking? Xiaohui choked and whimpered, I'm afraid that once I bow my head and give in, I'll have to keep bowing my head in the future. In that case, what status and dignity would I have in his heart? My pride and self-respect won't allow me to do that. I can't do it. After listening, Xiaohui's mother also secretly felt it wouldn't work. Indeed, a girl's proper pride and reserve can't be thrown away so casually. How about this? Mom will call him and help coax him, get him to come back and comfort you. Xiaohui responded with a quiet wait. You still haven't answered what I said earlier. Does Ranran really have any ambiguous relationships with other girls? Has he really changed his heart? Xiaohui quickly answered, no, he's not that kind of boy. Xiaohui, you're still too naive. What cat doesn't steal fish? I'm asking if you've discovered any similar signs or rumors. If there are, I can take the opportunity to scold him and teach him to reflect on himself, giving him a chance to change his mind. Xiaohui thought for a moment and shook her head, no, really no. Mom, I told you, Ranran wouldn't do that. If there really isn't anything, how did you two end up in such a mess? The conflict must be significant. All right, I generally understand the situation. I'll go find him later and say some soft words to coax him. You've had feelings for several years. It can't just disappear or end with a breakup. You just need a mediator to reconcile things, advising both sides. Xiaohui finally stopped crying and said quietly, Mom, you call him right away and see. All right, I'll ask him immediately. However, you need to handle your own attitude properly. When he says soft words, you should bow your head when appropriate, but you can't let him off too easily with just a few comforting words. Men don't cherish things that are too easy to get. He casually brought up breaking up. You can't indulge this attitude. Do you understand? Xiaohui agreed. Then the call ended. Xiaohui felt dizzy and went to sleep under her covers. Xiaohui's mother quickly found Cheng Huanran's phone number and called him. Cheng Huanran greeted her with a distant but polite tone, not immediately mentioning that the two had broken up. After a few pleasantries, Xiaohui's mother quickly got to the point, reproaching him for casually bringing up a breakup, not only hurting Xiaohui's feelings, but also making the couple worry. You're both not young anymore, you're not children playing house. You were about to get married, you've been together for so many years, how can you easily talk about breaking up? Cheng Huanran sighed softly and answered, Auntie, we can't continue. I'm not joking, and it's not a momentary impulse. I brought up the breakup with Xiao Qiao after careful consideration. Auntie, I'm sorry, I've disappointed you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hui's mother panicked and asked, "What do you mean? Not joking? Really? Then, you really want to break up?" Cheng Huanran answered firmly that yes, he did. Xiao Hui's mother became even more panicked, her voice unconsciously rising. "How can you break up? Don't you love our Xiao Hui anymore? She truly loves you too. When you initially hid your family situation, she didn't look down on you at all, but still dated you, and for so many years. Ran, Xiao Hui loves you so much, how can you two break up?" Cheng Huanran sighed and explained that initially they were indeed together because they loved each other, but later they were both too busy, couldn't see each other for days at a time, and Xiao Hui's personality was too competitive. She had hurt him many times, and he found being with her too mentally exhausting. Originally, he was reluctant too, hesitating for a long time, but after continuous fights broke out, he was so mentally exhausted that he finally calmly decided to break up. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hui's mother realized this was serious and kept saying it wouldn't work. "So many years of feelings, how can you just separate? Ran, don't be too impulsive, don't rush, let Xiao Hui change first, then you two can be together again." Cheng Huanran explained that it wasn't necessary and said this was caused by Xiao Qiao's personality. Even if they made do temporarily, her nature was hard to change, and they would eventually return to the stage of fighting and quarreling. Better to make a clean break. He apologized again, saying he had disappointed Xiao Hui's parents and was very sorry. He finally emphasized that even though he and Xiao Qiao had broken up, their friendship and classmate bond wouldn't change, and if there was anywhere he could help in the future, he would definitely do his best. Hearing the beep of the disconnected call, Xiao Hui's mother felt terrible. She hurriedly found her daughter and told her she must immediately go find Cheng Huanran, express her willingness to change her personality, and get back together. Xiao Hui cried uncontrollably, saying she had done nothing wrong. Why should she have to change? Even if they really were going to break up, she wouldn't be forced to change, because that was her nature. If she changed, she wouldn't be Xiao Hui anymore. Xiao Hui's mother was furious and scolded her harshly, calling her ignorant of when to advance and retreat, calling her tactless. Xiao Hui couldn't stand her mother's scolding and simply hung up and turned off her phone. Soon, Xiao Hui's father also found out. Strangely, he wasn't as angry and anxious as his wife, but calmly accepted the situation. "She's been competitive since childhood, and your educational methods made her even more competitive. If she were an ordinary child, maybe after some setbacks she wouldn't be able to maintain her pride. But she happens to be a child with excellent talent who also works very hard. Her personality combined with her abilities keeps her in a constant state of excitement and competitiveness. Her character and bones are full of dominance and pride. If Cheng Huanran were a weaker, more timid man, he might still be a match. But he's also a top student with solid abilities. He can't possibly keep bowing down before your daughter." Xiao Hui's mother felt dizzy listening to this and scolded him for not knowing what he was talking about, also scolding him for supporting the two children's breakup. "Do you know what breaking up means? Do you?" "Huh?" Xiao Hui's father glared at her, his face dark as he answered, "Of course I know. I told you early on, if Cheng Huanran were a boy from a poor family background who could marry into our family, and we treated him well, maybe he could tolerate your daughter's personality. But he's not. He has more right to be proud than your daughter. Even ordinary men can't stand it, let alone someone like him who's a dragon among men." Xiao Hui's mother angrily questioned, "Why can't your daughter be proud and competitive? What's not excellent about her?" "He's a dragon among men, but isn't our daughter a phoenix among women? Look at your attitude, your temperament." Xiao Hui's father sneered, "Your daughter is even worse than you, even more domineering. I'm in my 50s and have endured you for most of my life, and sometimes I still can't stand it. How could a young man from a wealthy family possibly tolerate your daughter?" After we went to the capital to meet Cheng Huanran's mother, I predicted this day would come. I originally thought they would break up last year, but that boy was quite patient, enduring until now before exploding. Forget it. Your daughter's personality determines she can only find a weak phoenix man. Stop bothering them, save your energy and saliva. Xiao Hui's mother was furious and reached out to slap her husband's arm. What the hell are you saying? We're talking about our daughter and Cheng Huanran. Why are you bringing us into this? You're not some phoenix man. What are you babbling about? Xiao Hui's father dodged away and snorted coldly. I'm not a phoenix man, yet I still often can't tolerate your dominance. They're a generation younger than us, from a wealthy family, with excellent abilities. How could they tolerate a daughter who's even more domineering than you? I said long ago, don't push your daughter too hard, and don't constantly instill in her the idea that she must be excellent in everything. This was wrong from the start. What's wrong about it? Xiao Hui's mother glared at him and shouted, without giving children some pressure, where would they get the motivation to improve? We only have this one daughter. How can she not be excellent? We went through 10 months of pregnancy to give birth to her, wholeheartedly raising her. All our attention is focused on her alone. If she's not excellent in everything, how can she be worthy of our years of dedication? How can she be worthy of her own future? Xiao Hui's father laughed coldly. With her personality like this, at most she'll be like you, caring too much about face, climbing higher and higher in her position and professional title, overly focused on work, but her family life definitely won't be good. No one is omnipotent, who can be excellent in everything. There are champions in every profession. How many professions can your daughter handle? Can she really be excellent in every field? If she doesn't change properly, the one who will suffer most in the future is herself, along with the relatives and loved ones around her whom she neglects. Xiao Hui's mother rolled her eyes at him and said, then you go persuade her to change. Stop giving me long speeches of nonsense here. If you're so capable, go persuade her to immediately say soft words to Cheng Huanran, otherwise they'll definitely break up this time. No need. Xiao Hui's father said with a stern face, the man couldn't stand your daughter's temper and initiated the breakup. With your daughter's current personality, she's impossible to bow her head. Take this opportunity to let her suffer a bit and restrain her personality somewhat. Learning from experience is good. What are you talking about? Xiao Hui's mother exploded. Do you really think they can break up? Cheng Huanran's family has such good conditions, and his personal conditions are also good. If we miss this opportunity, where will we find someone with such good conditions in the future? Where will you find one? Xiao Hui's father's face was dark. After talking for so long, you still don't understand. It's precisely because Cheng Huanran is too good, too excellent, that your daughter can't match him. Your daughter is afraid of feeling inferior, afraid she won't be able to control him in the future, so she's under tremendous pressure. How can a relationship like this continue? Rather than saying she's letting others go, it's better to say she's letting herself go. Xiao Hui's mother thought about how her daughter had cried hysterically earlier and was slightly stunned. But if they really break up, where will she find someone as good as Cheng Huanran in the future? His family background, his personal abilities, his looks, everything is top-notch. If she misses him, she'll regret it for the rest of her life. Then let her regret it. Xiao Hui's father said coldly, some lessons can only be learned through personal experience. Your daughter has been too smooth sailing, never suffered any real setbacks. Maybe this breakup will make her understand that the world doesn't revolve around her and that relationships require mutual respect and understanding, not one-sided demands and control. Xiao Hui's mother stared at her husband in disbelief. I can't believe you're saying such things. That's our daughter. Our only daughter. How can you be so heartless? I'm not heartless, I'm being realistic. Xiao Hui's father sighed. I love our daughter, but love doesn't mean enabling her bad behavior. If we keep supporting her unreasonable demands and competitive nature, she'll never learn to be happy. Sometimes the kindest thing you can do for someone is to let them face the consequences of their actions. The argument between Xiao Hui's parents continued late into the night, with neither side willing to back down, each convinced they knew what was best for their daughter. The next morning, Xiao Hui's father made a decision that surprised his wife. After their heated argument the night before, He had spent hours thinking about the situation, and he realized that someone needed to take action, not to force a reconciliation, but to understand the full picture. "I'm going to the capital," he announced over breakfast. Xiao Hui's mother looked up from her barely touched kanji. "What? Why?" "I'm going to meet with Xueling," Cheng Huanran's mother. "We need to have an honest conversation about what happened between our children." "Are you crazy? What's the point of that? The boy has already made up his mind to break up." Xiao Hui's father set down his chopsticks. "That's exactly why I need to go. Look, we've been arguing about this all night, but we're only hearing one side of the story. Xiao Hui is our daughter, and of course we want to protect her, but we also need to understand what really went wrong. What went wrong is obvious. That ungrateful boy couldn't appreciate our daughter's excellence." "No," her husband said firmly. "What went wrong is that we raised a daughter who thinks the world should bend to her will, and when she met someone who wouldn't, she couldn't handle it. I want to apologize to Xueling for the trouble our daughter has caused her son." Xiao Hui's mother stood up abruptly. "Apologize? For what? Our daughter did nothing wrong. Our daughter made that boy's life miserable for months with her constant need to compete and prove herself. She turned their relationship into a battlefield instead of a partnership. If I were in his shoes, I would have ended it much sooner." The harsh truth of his words hung in the air between them. Xiao Hui's mother sat back down heavily, suddenly looking older than her years. "So, what are you going to do? Beg them to take her back?" "No. I'm going to have an honest conversation with another parent who's watching their child suffer. Maybe together we can figure out how to help both our children learn from this and move forward in a healthier way." That afternoon, Xiao Hui's father booked a train ticket to Beijing. He didn't tell his daughter about his plans. She was still refusing to answer her phone and had barricaded herself in her dormitory room. As the train pulled away from the station, he stared out the window at the passing countryside and wondered if he was doing the right thing. But he knew that sometimes, when children couldn't solve their own problems, it fell to the parents to step in, not to fix everything, but to provide the wisdom and perspective that only comes with age and experience. The conversation with Xueling would be difficult, but it was necessary. Both their children were hurting, and perhaps by working together, the parents could help them find a path forward, whether that meant reconciliation or simply learning to let go with grace and dignity. As the train carried him toward the capital and an uncertain conversation, Xiao Hui's father reflected on the years of pressure they had put on their daughter to be perfect, to excel at everything, to never show weakness. Perhaps it was time to teach her a different lesson, that sometimes the strongest thing you can do is admit when something isn't working and have the courage to walk away. The journey ahead would test all of them, but he was determined to face it with honesty and compassion, hoping that from this painful experience, both families could find a way to heal and grow. Father Qiao sighed softly. "To be honest with you, my wife and I only have Xiao Hui as our only daughter. She's the only child in our family, the center of our household, and everything revolves around her, so she's extremely self-centered." This time when Ranran took the initiative to break up, Xiao Hui felt very hurt. "I'm worried she might seek revenge." "Revenge?" Xueling was stunned and couldn't quite process what she was hearing. What did you say? Revenge? Like, what kind?" Father Qiao smiled bitterly. "Xiao Hui isn't a generous girl, and you could even say she's narrow-minded. She hasn't had many friends since childhood because she's too proud and self-centered. In any field she's involved in, she desperately competes to be the strongest and first, which has secretly offended many people. She holds some resentment that Ranran initiated the breakup. I'm worried that she might create trouble for Ranran at work next, or even sabotage him." Xueling was stunned for a moment, then smiled slightly. "I wonder if you could persuade Xiao Qiao? She's just a bit strong-willed, but she's not a cruel and ruthless girl. It's unfortunate that they had fate but no destiny, and ultimately couldn't walk together to become husband and wife. Even if they can't be ordinary friends, they can go their separate ways. The road is wide enough for both to take half each. Surely Xiao Qiao has this kind of grace." Father Chiao shook his head. She's only listened to her mother since childhood and doesn't really listen to what I say, so I'm afraid I can't persuade her. Xiao Qiao is willing to transfer back to the provincial city for development, but transfers can't be completed overnight. I'm afraid that during this period when both she and Ranan are at the hospital, conflicts might erupt. Ran is an exceptionally outstanding child. Wherever he goes, he'll surely be a dragon among men. Perhaps he should try to find opportunities at other hospitals and avoid staying together. First, it would be awkward to meet, even heartbreaking. Second, Xiao Qiao might quietly look for opportunities to retaliate. After hearing this, Xue Ling was secretly alarmed, and her expression didn't look good. Father Qiao, I hope you're joking. Father Qiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Ran's mother, we've only met once, and for someone unfamiliar to say such things would certainly frighten you. A father knows his daughter best. I still understand Xiao Hui quite well. You don't need to worry too much either. I said Xiao Hui might retaliate, but I'm not completely certain. Besides, she's received higher education after all and knows the law, understands it, and won't break it, so she can maintain proper boundaries in her actions. What I mean is that if they're in the same unit, she might sabotage Ran's work or even create some misunderstandings. Xue Ling secretly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded with a smile. I understand what you mean. Your sincere consideration for Ran's sake moves me greatly. To be honest, Ran has already prepared to resign. When he was studying medicine, I told him that the pharmaceutical group needs his help with management. Since he's interested in this area, he should move in that direction and help out his old mother along the way. He's already prepared to resign and plans to start from the grassroots level in the research department there, learning bit by bit. Really? Father Qiao breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. That's wonderful. Now I don't need to worry. Xue Ling said gently, actually, Xiao Hui just has a bit of a temper and is a little petty, but no one is perfect. She's already an exceptionally outstanding child. Sigh, Father Qiao smiled bitterly. It's all because my wife and I failed in our guidance. She's been extremely excellent since childhood, good grades and superior intelligence. Because she was so outstanding, we overlooked and ignored some minor flaws in her lifestyle and character, which led to her developing this kind of personality. I'm somewhat worried, so just in case, I had to remind you in advance. Thank you. Xue Ling sincerely expressed her gratitude and asked, I heard you mention earlier about transferring Xiao Hui's work back? You don't plan to let her stay in the capital. Father Qiao shook his head. We never planned to let her stay in the capital. If it weren't for your family not allowing it, we might have even taken Ran with us. Our base is over there, and if she works there, she'll have more promotion opportunities. Besides, she's our only daughter, and we don't want her too far from us. We can look after each other. I understand. Xue Ling couldn't help asking, does Xiao Hui agree? Father Qiao nodded. I mentioned it to her earlier, and she agreed very readily. She also said she plans to transfer to her mother's hospital to work because she's familiar with the work environment there, and her mother can provide her with better connections and opportunities. Xue Ling smiled. That's excellent. She's a very hardworking and ambitious child. I hope she can rise step by step and live happily. Thank you. Father Qiao smiled with some difficulty. Fortunately, Ran already had plans, and your family has strong backing in the capital. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to bring this up. After all, good hospitals like Beijing People's Hospital aren't easy to get into. Xue Ling said gently, you're also thinking of Ran's best interests. We're very grateful. Father Qiao's eyes flickered slightly as he said, there's also another matter. Previously, you valued Xiao Hui and gave her a car after she graduated. She said that since she and Ran are no longer together, she won't accept anything from your family. Ran's mother, please understand and take the car back. Xue Ling pressed her lips together, then smiled. The car was a graduation gift I gave her, not something Ran gave. Just because she's no longer with Ran doesn't mean she needs to resent even me, his aunt, right? Besides, once a gift is given, how can there be any reason to take it back? Father Qiao sighed helplessly. That child Xiao Hui is too proud and will probably disappoint your kind intentions. She gave me the car keys and registration to return to you. After speaking, he took out car keys and a small blue booklet from his briefcase and handed them to Xueling. Xueling glanced at them and explained, "The little booklet has Xiao Hui's name written on it. I can understand that Xiao Qiao has strong self-respect and doesn't want to accept things from our family. But the car transfer procedures are complicated, and since Xiao Qiao's household registration isn't here, running back and forth would waste time and energy. It's simply not worth it." Father Qiao frowned helplessly, but Xiao Hui said she doesn't want it. Xueling's eyes moved slightly as she said, "I have a compromise solution. I wonder if you would agree to it." "Please tell me," Father Qiao said politely. Xueling suggested, "This car has been bought for over a year. Although it hasn't been driven much, if we resell it, it would be a used car. Used items can't sell for high prices, so why not let Xiao Qiao keep it as transportation and pay me 20,000 yuan? Consider it her buying this used car. What do you think of this solution?" Father Qiao smiled awkwardly and said quietly, "Ranran's mother, I know your family's finances are excellent and you're not short of a car like this. This car costs several $100,000. No matter how cheaply you sell it used, it couldn't possibly be reduced to just 20,000. Xueling smiled and explained, "Although Xiao Qiao can't become our family's daughter-in-law, I still care for her. Please convey this message to her." Father Qiao nodded gratefully. "Thank you. This child Xiao Hui has let you down." "Don't say that." Xueling shook her head gently. "There's no right or wrong in feelings, and neither of them has let the other down. Over these years, they've encouraged each other, progressed together, graduated and found jobs together, accompanying each other for so many years. This relationship has been precious to both of them." "Yes." Father Qiao sighed helplessly. "To tell the truth, I'm quite reluctant to part with Ranran too." Xueling pushed the keys and small blue booklet back, saying, "Let's settle it this way. Please don't refuse." "All right then." Father Qiao stood up and extended his hand. Xueling also rose and smiled as she shook hands with him. That evening, Xian Garden, which hadn't been lively for a long time, became bustling once again. Xue Zhilan's whole family came and brought a precious meeting gift for Qing Xiao, whom they were meeting for the first time. "We're family, why be so formal?" Yang laughed heartily and hugged her. "Wife, quickly greet Uncle Grandfather, Uncle Hung, Uncle Huan. Oh right. And Aunt. That's Aunt." Qing Xiao politely bowed and greeted everyone one by one. "No need, no need." Zheng Xiaoyi quickly helped her up, laughing. "We're all family. You'll get to know everyone gradually. You're still carrying a little baby, so don't keep bowing." "Yes." Qing Tianfang gently stroked Qing Xiaoxiao's hair and smiled lovingly. "What a beautiful young lady. I'm Ranran's aunt. You can call me Auntie or Aunt. That's my daughter Xuehan. She's your little fan." Xuehan bounced over excitedly, calling out crisply, "Second sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, you must give me an autograph later. I've been your fan for 2 or 3 years." Qing Xiaoxiao smiled and nodded. Yang waved his hand grandly. "Don't worry, as many autographs as you want. Plenty to go around." Everyone laughed heartily. Zheng Duo brought little Tong from the company, having left work early to rush over, and brought a beautiful bouquet of pink roses. 99 roses. "Wishing you young couple a long and lasting love." Yang quickly introduced Qing Xiao. Little Tong looked Qing Xiao up and down while giving Yang a thumbs up. "She's even more beautiful than on TV, whiter skin and more beautiful features. You're really blessed, kid." Qing Xiao shyly nestled beside Yang and said quietly, "Thank you. Sister Xiaotong, you're the real beauty. Yang showed me photos of you all before, and I thought you were a fairy who walked out of a painting." Little Tong giggled and glanced at Zheng Duo beside her. "Did you hear that? Only you, Zheng Duo, complain about my looks all day long." Zheng Duo maintained his unreasonable but confident style. "Those who complain about goods are the ones who buy them." Everyone burst into laughter. Little Tong glared at him coquettishly and muttered, I'll deal with you when we get home. Yang Yang had sharp ears and caught it immediately. Brother Duo, why is your curiosity so low? Read too many CEO novels? Quickly. Don't say your little brother didn't warn you. Take care of yourself. Zheng Duo joked, being called brother all day, but this brother has to take you all as examples. Sometimes scolded by you, sometimes mocked by you. I think I might as well give up and call you guys brother instead. That won't do. Cheng Huanran walked over with his arm around Xue Xian, laughing and teasing. You're originally a generation above us. When we were young, we dared to take advantage and call you brother because we were close in age. If you lower your generation again, Mom will definitely scold us. Yang Yang quickly said, Right. Originally we should call you uncle. No. Zheng Duo laughed loudly. How could I dare to be called uncle with my appearance? You're all younger than me, a generation below me, yet each of you is like riding a rocket, faster than me in dating, faster than me in flash marriages. I finally got engaged and was looking forward to getting married at the end of the year, thinking this elder would finally be ahead by a little bit, but who knew you'd intercept me? Not only a flash marriage, but you even got her pregnant, and with twins. My goodness. Even if I, this uncle, took a rocket to have a second child, I'd still be several years behind you. I admit defeat. I'm impressed to the point of prostration. I'm almost ready to take you as my master. Everyone roared with laughter. Qin Xinji drove to pick up Sister Chun. As soon as he entered, he spotted his beloved in the crowd and walked toward her. He was tall and handsome, straight as a pine tree, with a strong presence and extremely good looks, immediately catching Cheng Xiaoxiao's attention. Yang, he's Xiao Xian's boyfriend, right? Yang Yang nodded with a smile and quickly pulled her forward to meet them. Right. This is our brother Taitu and Auntie Chun. Qin Xinji smiled slightly and presented the gift in his hands. Congratulations on your marriage. May it last forever. Cheng Xiaoxiao greeted them politely. Jua Chun took Cheng Xiaoxiao's hand and smiled lovingly. You can tell at a glance she's a blessed girl. Our Yang is so lucky. Qin Xinji pulled Xue Xian close, holding her small hand in his large one, his eyes full of tender affection. Yang Yang grinned widely and introduced, This is Qin Xinji. We all love calling him Brother Taitu. He's our youngest boyfriend and also Brother Duoduo's younger brother. Technically, he should be a generation above us too, but since we're close in age, we've always called him brother. But unexpectedly, he doesn't care about generational hierarchy at all and is determined to become our brother-in-law. Actually, we've always been quite troubled, worried about whether we should continue calling him brother after our youngest marries him, or if he should call us brother. Ha. Everyone laughed again. Xue Xian's beautiful little face turned red as she kicked Yang Yang. Why are you so talkative? Call him whatever you should call him. Why are you so anxious? Yang Yang laughed heartily and pushed her away. Come on. You're still our Xian Garden's daughter. Don't be so eager to side with Brother Taitu. Xue Xian blushed with embarrassment and anger. Qin Xinji remained calm and composed, not afraid of being teased at all. He smiled indulgently and pulled Xue Xian close, protecting her by his side. You brothers are so troubled because you like to pay attention to hierarchy and titles. That's good. Traditional people like traditional ways, so let's follow the old rules. When Xiao Xian marries me in the future, she'll be part of our family. According to hierarchy, you should respectfully call me uncle, and you can first call her auntie, then she can call you brothers. What? Taking too much advantage. Auntie? My goodness. Brother Taitu, you're really something. You're only a few years older than us, and you want us to respect our elders. Don't forget, Xiao Xian is our family's youngest. We're her real brothers. We also need to be respected as elders. No way. The generations are too confused. It's fine. Everyone gets paired with someone. It won't be confusing. Waha. Everyone laughed until they were swaying. Everyone gathered in small groups to chat until the dining room was ready, then they filed in to take their seats. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan settled everyone down and called for the kitchen to serve the dishes. Today there were 5 tables of banquet dishes, and the kitchen had started busy preparations the night before. Exquisite pastries and auspicious, delicious dishes were brought out plate by plate, dish by dish. Everyone ate with particular joy, and bursts of happy laughter could be heard from the dining room from time to time. Yang, today is just a gathering meal. Zheng Duo teased. When you hold the wedding ceremony in 2 weeks, it should be more grand. We can't shortchange our world champion. Yang nodded repeatedly. Of course, of course. Everyone remember to honor us with your presence for the wedding banquet. Sister Xiaotong, you must come too. Of course. Absolutely. Xiaotong clinked glasses with him, laughing. The bride can't drink, but you should have at least 2 glasses today. Let everyone celebrate. As it should be. Yang laughed loudly. Tonight we won't go home until we're drunk. Cheng Huanran stopped his younger brother, saying gently, don't rush. You can't get drunk, or who will take care of Xiao? We're all family here. Who would bear to get you drunk? Just say a few words and have a couple of drinks together. That's enough. Yang quickly stood up, raising his wine glass high. Come. Everyone raise your glasses. Today Xiao and I got our marriage certificate. From today on, she's my wife. You're all my family, and from now on, you're all Xiao's family too. Today we celebrate becoming one family. Celebrate that we're about to have 3 new members join our big family. Cheers. 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 Congratulations. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone either went to the living room for tea or stayed in the back garden to admire the scenery and chat. No one wanted to leave. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan arranged for staff to help clean up the banquet, specifically instructing the kitchen to provide extra meals for the security guards and bodyguards today, and giving overtime pay and red envelopes to the 2 chefs and several temporary helpers. Dad. Mom. Yang ran over, laughing and asking. Are you done? We're all waiting for you to take group photos. Xue Ling chuckled. You take photos first. Your dad and I need to change clothes. No need. Yang laughed. It's just casual photos. The more natural, the more meaningful. Cheng Tianyuan glanced at him and teased. You smell quite strong, all alcohol. Yang laughed heartily. I was too happy. Accidentally drank too much. Don't get drunk. Xue Ling turned and brought him a small bowl. This is sobering soup I made earlier. There are only 2 or 3 bowls. You drink 1 bowl first and save 1 for your big brother. Yang thanked her and downed it in 1 gulp. Give the rest to my brother. He drank even more than me tonight. Haha. He probably doesn't have to work tomorrow, so he really went at it. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling exchanged glances, both understanding what was going on, but they unanimously remained silent. Although the eldest had initiated the breakup himself after years of relationship, how could breaking up not be sad and painful? He had been drinking quite a bit earlier, and Xue Ling had already noticed, decisively taking away his wine glass to prevent him from getting himself drunk. His pain, he could only endure it himself for now. Today was a joyous day, not suitable for announcing such bad news. Yang put his arms around his parents from both sides, urging, come on. Let's go take group photos. In the garden, in the pavilion, several young people sat in pairs, some playing with their phones, others chatting quietly. They're here. Yang called, Mom and Dad are here. Come take photos. Everyone smiled and stood up one by one. Chen Xinji lifted Xue Xian, who had been nestled in his arms playing with her phone, and stood up himself. Zheng Duo pulled Xiaotong, who was enthusiastically discussing comics with Cheng Huansong, and coaxed. Enough. You fan are a bit too focused. Who asks about plot details in advance? Be careful not to leak spoilers or you'll get sued. Xiaotong reluctantly patted Cheng Huansong's hand and smiled ingratiatingly. Remember to at me when the next chapter updates. I'll definitely wait by my phone to tip and like your work. Cheng Huansong smiled with squinted eyes. Sure. I'll remember. Thanks for your huge tip last time. It's still #1 on the website's fan tipping list. You're welcome. Xiao Tong's eyes were full of stars. Being able to tip the great author is my honor. Zheng Duo rolled his eyes. You two are enough. Little brother, do you know? She used my account and spent my money to tip and like your work. She doesn't feel bad about it at all. Xiao Tong and Cheng Huanseng glared at him in unison. You feel bad about it? Eh? Zheng Duo chuckled awkwardly. What are you talking about? Feel bad about what? That doesn't exist at all. Money is earned to be spent, and besides, the tips go to my own little brother. The benefits don't flow to outsiders. When my wife spends money, I have motivation to earn money. As long as my wife spends happily, I'm happy. Xiao Tong was satisfied and giggled, hugging his arm. That's well said. Worth a tip as reward. Cheng Huansing blinked and teased. That's well said. Remember to keep tipping next time. Zheng Duo narrowed his eyes and shot him a fierce glare. Little brother, money isn't easy to earn. Can you scam me a little less? Cheng Huansing hugged his other arm and giggled foolishly. Brothers are meant to be scammed. What else are they for? Get lost. Zheng Duo laughed and cursed as he shook him off and ran away with Xiao Tong. Yang Yang shouted, Third brother. Come over here. We're just waiting for you. Coming. Cheng Huansing bounced over. Xue Xian exclaimed, Wait. We're still missing Big Brother. Qing Tianyuan's eyes moved slightly. I'll go find him. You take a few photos first. Okay. Turn on all the lights. Turn on all the phone flashes too, Xiao Xian muttered. No need. Qin Xinji smiled indulgently. Your phone's pixels are almost satellite level. You can take photos however you want. Zheng Duo nearby rolled his eyes disdainfully. Oh my god. I really can't stay here. While others are throwing dog food at me, the stench of showing off wealth has completely destroyed me. Xiao Tong wife, today I solemnly apply to you for a new phone. Please approve. Please agree. I'm begging you. Everyone burst into laughter. Yang Yang protested. Hey. Brother Duo, you're at least a billionaire. How can you cry purr in front of me? A negative millionaire. You don't understand, kid. Zheng Duo said miserably. Without comparison, you can't judge high and low. I'm the poorest one here. How can I not cry poor? I've used this phone that cost a few thousand yuan for several years, and I can't bear to replace it even when it's broken. Look at your future brother-in-law with his wine and meat luxury. He bought Xiao Xian another limited edition new phone, a full 2 million plus. My god. It's true that women are like clothes and brothers are like limbs. You can break arms and legs, but you can't be without clothes. The gap is really huge. Everyone laughed heartily again. Compared to the lively back garden and the living room where people were drinking tea and chatting, the rest area was quiet, appearing particularly deserted. Cheng Tianyuan carried a bowl of sobering soup, hurrying from the kitchen, bypassing the several lively areas to arrive at his eldest son's bedroom door. He knocked on the door. After a moment, his son's low voice came from inside. Come in. Cheng Tianyuan pushed open the door to see his son lying lazily on the bed, hair disheveled, face flushed, eyes hazy with drink. Dad? Cheng Huanran saw his father and scrambled up, concealing the panic in his eyes. Dad, why are you here? He had thought it was his younger brother or sister coming to his room to find him, but unexpectedly it was his father. Cheng Tianyuan walked forward and handed him the bowl. The kitchen made this. Drink it. Cheng Huanran took it, smelled it, then smiled softly. Thank you, Dad. After speaking, he drank it all in one gulp. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help asking, Are you dizzy? Do you feel like vomiting? No, Cheng Huanran's eyes were evasive as he answered. I didn't drink much, just a few glasses. Cheng Tianyuan glanced at him disapprovingly. Someone who usually doesn't drink, who didn't eat much, but drank more than 10 glasses of red wine in one go. Even if you don't get completely drunk, you can't possibly feel fine. Eh? Ginger is still spicier when old. His father had seen right through him. Cheng Huanran was slightly embarrassed and said quietly, After drinking the sobering soup, my head isn't as dizzy and I feel a bit more alert. Cheng Tianyuan said, Take a shower later and go to bed early. Cheng Huanran suddenly remembered something and asked, Should we be taking group photos now? Forget it. Cheng Tianyuan said flatly. You're half drunk and not clear-headed. Better not go over. Cheng Huanran quickly got up. Dad, I'm fine. I'll wash my face and change clothes, then come out right away to take photos with everyone. There's no rush. Cheng Tianyuan said. We can take photos when we hold the wedding ceremony in a few days, but you can't get drunk then. Today, it's just family, so even if you lose composure, it's understandable. When there are other guests, you can't embarrass yourself. Cheng Huanran nodded repeatedly. I understand. I definitely won't drink at the wedding. Cheng Tianyuan sat down on the edge of the bed and looked at his eldest son seriously. Ran, you're already 26 years old, no longer a child. Some things, some pain, you need to learn to bear and digest on your own. A man's shoulders need to be broad enough to carry responsibilities, and his heart needs to be strong enough to withstand setbacks. Cheng Huanran's body stiffened slightly, and he lowered his head without speaking. Cheng Tianyuan continued, emotional matters have always been the most difficult to handle since ancient times. Even the wisest people often stumble in this area. You and Xiaoqiu have been together for several years. It's natural to feel reluctant and sad when parting. But since you've made the decision to break up, you should be more decisive and not dwell on it. Dad, Cheng Huanran's voice was somewhat hoarse. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have drunk so much today, and I shouldn't have been so dejected on such a happy day. I'm not blaming you. Cheng Tianyuan's voice was gentle. I just hope you can quickly adjust your mindset and not let this relationship affect your future life and work. Cheng Huanran nodded. I will. Cheng Tianyuan patted his son's shoulder. You're an excellent child, and there will be many excellent girls who appreciate you in the future. Don't lose confidence in love because of one failed relationship. I understand, Dad. Cheng Huanran looked up at his father. Actually, I don't regret breaking up with Xiaoqiu. We really weren't suitable for each other. It's just, I feel a bit empty inside, like something is missing. That's normal. Cheng Tianyuan said. After being with someone for several years, suddenly being alone will naturally feel empty. But this feeling will gradually fade with time. What you need to do now is focus on your work and life, enrich yourself, and make yourself better. Cheng Huanran nodded earnestly. Dad, I've decided to resign from the hospital and go work at the pharmaceutical group. I want to start over in a new environment. That's a good decision. Cheng Tianyuan smiled with satisfaction. Your mother has been hoping you'd go help her. The pharmaceutical industry has great prospects, and with your medical background, you'll definitely achieve something there. I'll work hard. Cheng Huanran's eyes gradually became firm. I won't let you and Mom down. Cheng Tianyuan stood up. All right, rest well. Tomorrow we'll discuss the specific arrangements for your job change. Okay, Dad. Cheng Huanran also stood up. Thank you for coming to talk with me. I feel much better now. Cheng Tianyuan smiled and patted his son's head. You're my son, of course I care about you. No matter what difficulties you encounter in the future, remember that your parents will always be your strongest support. Cheng Huanran's eyes reddened slightly. I know, Dad. I love you. I love you too, son. Cheng Tianyuan's voice was full of warmth. Now go wash up and get some rest. Tomorrow is a new beginning. After Cheng Tianyuan left, Cheng Huanran sat alone on the bed for a while, then got up to wash his face and change clothes. Looking at himself in the mirror, he saw that his eyes were still somewhat red and swollen, but his expression was much more composed than before. His father was right. He was already 26 years old and needed to learn to handle his own emotional problems. The relationship with Xiao Hui was over, and he should look forward instead of dwelling on the past. After washing up, Cheng Huanran felt much more refreshed. He decided to go to the garden to join everyone for photos. When he appeared in the garden, everyone was still taking photos enthusiastically. Big brother. Shui Xian was the first to notice him and waved happily. Come quickly. We're taking family photos. Cheng Huanran walked over with a smile. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Yang looked at his brother carefully and found that although his eyes were still a bit red, his spirit was much better than before. Brother, are you feeling better? Much better. Cheng Huanran nodded. I just washed my face and feel refreshed now. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling exchanged a glance, both showing relieved expressions. All right, now that everyone's here, let's take a proper family photo, Xue Ling said with a smile. Everyone gathered together, with the elders in the center and the young people arranged around them. Qing Xiaoxiao stood beside Yang Yang, her face glowing with happiness. Although she couldn't drink alcohol due to her pregnancy, her joy was evident. Qin Xinji held Xue Xian close, both of them smiling sweetly. Zheng Duo and Xiao Tong stood together, still joking around even while taking photos. Cheng Huanxing held his camera, running back and forth to find the best angle. Cheng Huanran stood at the edge of the group, his smile genuine though tinged with a hint of melancholy. Everyone smile. Cheng Huanxing called out, 1, 2, 3. Click. The camera captured this warm moment. A big family gathered together, sharing joy and supporting each other. After taking several group photos, everyone began taking smaller group photos and individual pictures. Cheng Huanran found himself standing with his father again. Dad, he said quietly, thank you for talking with me earlier. I really needed to hear those words. Cheng Tianyuan put his arm around his son's shoulder. Ran, you're a strong child. I believe you'll get through this difficult time and become even better. I will. Cheng Huanran's voice was firm. I won't let this setback defeat me. That's the spirit. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Remember, no matter what happens, your family will always be here for you. As the evening progressed, the celebration gradually wound down. Guests began to leave one by one, but the warmth and love shared that day would remain in everyone's hearts. Cheng Huanran stood on the balcony, looking up at the starry sky. The pain in his heart was still there, but it no longer felt overwhelming. Tomorrow would be a new day, and he would face it with courage and hope. His father's words echoed in his mind. A man's shoulders need to be broad enough to carry responsibilities, and his heart needs to be strong enough to withstand setbacks. He was ready to become that kind of man. The night was peaceful, and Xian Garden gradually returned to quiet. But the bonds of family love grew even stronger after this day of celebration and heart-to-heart conversations. In the days to come, they would continue to support each other through all of life's joys and sorrows, just as they always had. That evening, everyone gathered until after 10 o'clock before dispersing. Zheng Duo and Xiao Tong both had to work early the next morning, so they didn't dare stay too late and drove home around 9. Qing Xiaoxiao had been busy all day and was pregnant, so she didn't dare stay up too late. She went back to her room to rest around 10. Xue Heng's little Han and Xue Huan's 2 precious children all had to attend classes early the next morning, so they left around 8. Xue Zhilan and his wife were reluctant to leave, but considering their eldest son would have to make an extra trip to pick them up later, they reluctantly said goodbye and went home first. Jua Chun was getting old and couldn't stay up late. She almost wanted to sleep as soon as night fell, so around 8:30, Old Chin took her back to Ronghua Shopping Center first. She still cleaned the downstairs area of the shopping center during the day, working diligently as she had for decades. Zheng Duo and Qin Xinji had already acquired quite a bit of property in the capital, and they wanted her to move somewhere else, but she always refused, saying she didn't want it because she still had to work during the day and didn't want to travel back and forth. Living at Ronghua Shopping Center was most convenient. The 2 brothers couldn't persuade her otherwise, so they had to agree. Zheng Duo was already living with Xiao Tong, and considering that Qin Xinji traveled on business every few days and sometimes slept in his company office, he really couldn't feel at ease leaving Jua Chun living alone. So he simply installed surveillance at the entrance and checked Jua Chun's comings and goings daily to ensure her safety and health. After all, Sister Chun was getting on in years, and they were afraid that if she lived alone and accidentally fell or got hurt, and they couldn't contact the 2 brothers, that would be terrible. Originally, Qin Xinji wanted to take her back, but she refused, telling him to stay and spend more time with Xiao Xian. Then she asked Old Qin to take her back to Ronghua Shopping Center. Xiao Xian ate the egg pastries her future mother-in-law had made for her and personally saw her to the front gate before returning to the back garden hand in hand with Chen Xinji. Everyone was focused on surrounding the new couple, but Chen Xinji didn't like crowded situations, so he simply pulled his little lever and quietly left through the back door to enjoy their sweet world for two. After the gathering dispersed, Cheng Huanran and the third son helped the tipsy Shui Yang to the guest room. They fed him sobering soup and helped him bathe until all the alcohol smell was gone before agreeing to let him return to his room to be with Cheng Xiaoxiao. Cheng Huanran and the third son were exhausted after all their efforts and went back to their respective rooms to sleep immediately. The elderly had been happy and cheerful all day and were too excited to sleep at night. Only when Xueling urged them to rest early did they reluctantly return to their rooms. Cheng Tianyuan wasn't entirely at ease, personally watching them take their respective medications and settling them down before returning to the main living room. The dining room had already been cleaned up by hired help, and the main kitchen had also closed down. Fortunately, they had hired several temporary hotel workers to help today, otherwise they definitely wouldn't have been able to manage. Xueling leaned against the large sofa, her eyes unable to hide her fatigue. "How is it? Are they all asleep?" Cheng Tianyuan nodded. "They're all asleep. Have you washed up? Are you tired?" Xueling squinted and smiled softly, happy. "Although I'm somewhat tired, my heart is still excited." Cheng Tianyuan moved closer, sitting on the sofa armrest, helping her massage her temples and neck. "In a flash, we've become father-in-law and mother-in-law, and soon we'll be upgraded to grandfather and grandmother. How can we not be happy and excited?" Xueling closed her eyes comfortably, the smile on her lips unstoppable. "Yes, in the blink of an eye, we've become grandfather and grandmother. Haha, I suddenly feel like I'm really getting old." Cheng Tianyuan leaned down and kissed her forehead. "Not old. You're much younger than your peers. I'm 5 years older than you, so I'll always be there to cushion the blow for you." Xueling pursed her lips and smiled softly, lazily leaning against his thigh. Tonight, seeing Yang Yang and Xiaoxiao holding hands with that happy, innocent look, I couldn't help but think of when we got married. I was even younger than Xiaoxiao then, even more innocent. Do you still remember our wedding day? I remember. Cheng Tianyuan seemed to sigh helplessly. You were angry then, unwilling and reluctant. Xueling snorted softly through her nose. That's because I was upset. I traveled all that way by train to marry you, and you wouldn't even give me a pleasant face. At that time, you were almost like a stranger to me. Think about it. Put yourself in my shoes. It was already good that I didn't turn around and leave. Cheng Tianyuan explained. It really wasn't easy. Actually, I wasn't angry, and I didn't dare give you a pleasant face. Mainly, I was very nervous myself. In a flash of over 10 years, you had changed from a little cutie into a delicate young lady. I was worried you couldn't accept our engagement, and even more nervous that you couldn't adapt to our rural environment. Not only that, I was also worried about my father's health, not knowing if the so-called wedding blessing would work. Additionally, my uncle's family had already urged us several times to repay debts. My pockets were empty, and I was worried they would make a scene and embarrass you, the new bride. Other families' weddings are joyful, but I had several things weighing on my mind. How could I be happy? Don't think about it anymore. It's all in the past. Xueling smiled softly. No matter how difficult or bitter it was, we got through it all. Although our wedding was rather modest, our marriage is happy, which is much more substantial than any grand wedding ceremony. Cheng Tianyuan said gently in a low voice. If the wedding wasn't satisfactory, I'll compensate with every satisfactory day that follows. Wife, I'm suddenly very grateful to the fortune teller who gave my mother advice back then. I remember that year he suggested to my mother that as long as we brought a new daughter-in-law into the house, my father's health would improve, the family would get better, and our days would definitely become prosperous. Looking back now, he was practically a living immortal. Pfft. Xueling asked with amusement. At first you definitely didn't believe it, right? Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. If it were you, would you have believed it? The family had nothing, debts piled up. My old father was sick in bed, my old mother was sighing, and my sister was just playing around without understanding anything. With that kind of family situation, we could probably only place our hopes in divine intervention. So when my mother insisted on going to the capital to find your family, I had to agree. He rubbed her hair and murmured, 30 years have passed in a flash, and we're starting to have gray hair. Our children have all grown up, and the second son is about to become a father. Wife, time really flies. So fast. Xue Ling changed position, lying in his embrace. When they all get married and established in their careers, we'll really be old. By then, maybe only the two of us will be left here. Chung Tianyuan gently stroked her back, saying warmly, don't be afraid, just the two of us is fine. When we were young, we didn't have much time for a world of two, making up for it when we're old isn't bad either. Hee. Xue Ling couldn't help but tease, two pitiful old people who can only pursue a world of two when they're old. Qing Tianyuan chuckled softly. The two reminisced and reflected on the past until they noticed the classical clock indicating midnight, then they went back to their room hand in hand to rest. The Xian garden, which had been lively for most of the evening, finally quieted down and returned to its usual tranquility. Except for the guards and bodyguards at the front and back gates who were still busy, everyone else had already entered sweet dreams. Suddenly, a small van quietly stopped at the end of the road by the back gate. The bodyguard immediately became alert and asked, which direction did that car come from? Get the license plate number. Got it. Bodyguard Xiao Huang quickly entered the number into the computer and soon read out the car's background. This is an old car that was scrapped over a year ago, and its license plate number has long been cancelled. Its original owner lived in XX residential area in the east of the city. This car was initially used to deliver vegetables to small vendors and later was used by a courier station for pickup and delivery. Bodyguard A Chow narrowed his eyes and raised his eyebrows. Then he took out his walkie-talkie. Colleagues at the back gate, please pay attention. There is currently a suspicious vehicle approaching the back gate, license plate number XXXXX. Please turn the surveillance toward that direction. If the other party hasn't left after 1 minute, please have the two colleagues at the back gate go forward to inquire and check. Xiao Huang from the front gate, go provide support in case the other party makes any unusual moves. Roger, Roger, came the response from the other end of the walkie-talkie. A Chow raised his eyebrows and asked, are there still family members outside in the garden? Yes. The guard answered, Miss Xian came home tonight. Earlier, she and Mr. Qinshinji went for a walk through the back gate and haven't returned yet. A Chow ordered, call Miss Xian immediately and ask about their specific location. If they're nearby, don't let them come to the back gate. Xiao Huan, drive to the back gate for support now. I'll drive out to pick up Miss Xian and the others. Stay in constant contact, pay attention to Miss Xian and the other person's specific location, and don't let them be in any danger. Yes. A moment later, the van noticed it was being monitored and hurriedly started up to turn around and leave, but was intercepted by Xiao Huang driving his car. A Chow had already contacted Xue Xian and Qinshinji, learned they were having a late-night snack at a nearby shop, and drove out to pick them up. Xue Xian hung up the phone and asked suspiciously, I don't know what's going on. The bodyguard called asking about our specific location and told us not to move, that he was driving over to pick us up. Qinshinji raised his eyebrows and asked alertly, did something happen at the garden? After speaking, he took out his phone, found the gatehouse number, and immediately dialed. Soon, he got the news. They said there's a suspicious van approaching the back gate with 2 or 3 suspicious people in it. They're worried that since we went out for a walk through the back gate, we might encounter them when we return, so as a precaution against any accidents, they came out early to escort us back. Xue Xian's face paled slightly as she asked, suspicious people? Is everything okay at home? My parents didn't go out, did they? What about the others? No, Qinshinji explained, only we are outside. And since we came out through the back gate, that's why they're paying special attention. Just as he finished speaking, a Chow had arrived outside the shop. He got out of the car, habitually surveyed the surroundings alertly, and cautiously approached the shop entrance. Shinji took Shue Xian's hand and said gently, "Don't worry, let's go back first." Tonight he planned to sleep at the courtyard house to get more time with Shue Xian. First, he could have breakfast with her in the morning and take her to school. Second, he hadn't stayed overnight at the courtyard house for a while and didn't know if the cleaning company staff had been negligent. Last month they didn't clean the fallen leaves in the garden, and after the rain, stains remained on the stone steps, which not only easily produced odors, but could also attract insects and ants. A chow picked them up and quickly drove back to Xian Garden. "Sir and Miss Xian don't need to worry. My colleague just said the other party isn't targeting you, but wants to monitor and investigate young Master Ran." Shue Xian exclaimed and asked, "What's going on? Investigating Big Brother? Who is it?" A chow answered, "The other party won't say, they just keep insisting they're private detectives. Xiao Huang and the others are in a standoff with them, planning to wake up Madam and Sir to ask whether to call the police." "Ask Ran," Shinji said calmly. "Madam and Sir were busy all day yesterday and definitely didn't go to bed early tonight. For such a small matter, there's no need to wake them up. Since they came to monitor and investigate Ran, he can handle it himself." Shue Xian nodded in agreement. "Right, let's ask Big Brother first." A chow immediately agreed and quietly contacted several colleagues. Soon, they arrived at the main front gate of Xian Garden. Shinji helped Xiao Xian out of the car and asked with concern, "How is it? Are they still in a standoff at the back gate?" "Yes," a chow explained. "Xiao Huang and the others are still there, and young Master Ran has already gone over." Shue Xian listened with curiosity written all over her face, giggling as she asked, "I wonder who wants to investigate and monitor Big Brother? They even specially hired private detectives. Could it be one of Big Brother's admirers? Who is it? Don't they know Big Brother is already taken?" Shinji smiled indulgently. "It's very late. Go back to your room and sleep first. I'll go help you take a look and tell you in the morning." "No way." Shue Xian acted coquettishly. "I'm not sleepy yet. Let's go see the excitement. Besides, I only have the last 2 classes tomorrow morning, so getting back to school by 9-something is fine." Shinji had no choice but to take her hand and walk toward the back gate. A chow was anxious to see what was happening and led the way in front, going around the side corridor to the back garden, then turning out the back gate to the intersection. They saw an old van intercepted at the intersection, with Xiao Huang and several security guards surrounding a middle-aged, slightly overweight man and a young man. Cheng Huanran had been hastily awakened and didn't have time to change clothes. He was wearing pajamas, his hair slightly messy and his eyes drowsy. "Who told you to investigate me? You're violating my personal privacy and threatening my personal safety. I can call the police to arrest you and see you at any time, do you know that?" "Dr. Cheng." The middle-aged man smiled ingratiatingly and said, "You've misunderstood. We just took a client's order to quietly share some of your good habits with the client. The other party is a young lady who is completely infatuated with you. There aren't many handsome, educated, wealthy young men like you, so it's natural that you'd make a girl's heart flutter." Cheng Huanran frowned and said, "I've never publicly revealed my family's true situation at work or school." "How did you find out? Who allowed you to investigate me? How do you know the other party doesn't have ulterior motives? Are you sure it's just admiration and infatuation?" "It's definitely admiration." The man laughed ingratiatingly. "The young lady is too shy to come herself, so she asked us to help run errands. Dr. Cheng, you're a big person who doesn't hold grudges against small people. We really just looked at Xian Garden from outside. We didn't violate your specific privacy. We're just trying to make some errand money. It's not easy. Please be magnanimous and forgive us." Cheng Huanran stared at them suspiciously, somewhat hesitant. Shinji stepped forward from behind, his handsome face cold. Ran, call the police." Soon, the police arrived and took the 2 suspicious individuals away. Cheng Huanran quickly changed clothes and went to the police station with a Chow and Xiao Huang. Shinji watched their car leave, then turned to find Shue Xian still following closely behind. He couldn't help but glance at her and ask, "Why aren't you going to sleep yet? Do you know what time it is now? 1 o'clock, right?" Shue Xian took out her phone to check and answered with a giggle. "Past 1 o'clock. Qin Xinji snorted softly. "Are you sure you can wake up tomorrow?" "I'll wake up at 8 sharp." Shue Xian counted on her fingers. 10 minutes to wash up and change clothes, 10 minutes to eat breakfast. Even if there's traffic on the road, it's only half an hour or so, and I'll still have half an hour to leisurely go to the classroom for class. Qin Xinji couldn't help but frown. That's only about 6 hours of sleep, which is nowhere near enough. "It's fine." Shue Xian pulled his hand and acted coquettishly. "I'll go to sleep right now, and I can catch up on sleep at noon tomorrow." Qin Xinji shook his head. "Don't always stay up late. Don't you know you get dark circles under your eyes when you don't get enough sleep? Don't you know that normal people need 8 hours of adequate sleep?" I know. Shue Xian playfully stuck out her tongue. "It's okay. I can fall asleep immediately as soon as I close my eyes. I don't snore, and I don't wake up in the middle of the night. My sleep quality is excellent." Qin Xinji gently patted her forehead and smiled helplessly with indulgence. "How old are you? Still making people worry so much? Are you doing it on purpose? When I'm not by your side, you're very well behaved and self-disciplined. As soon as I come back, you have all sorts of problems." Shue Xian hugged his arm and walked toward her room. "When you're not here, I can only rely on myself. When you come back, I have you to depend on, so naturally I can do whatever I want." Qin Xinji found this both amusing and exasperating, asking, "Do you have some misunderstanding about the idiom, do whatever you want? I'm not God, I'm not omnipotent. If you dare cause big trouble, I have no way to cover for you in everything. If sir or madam asks, I'll tell the truth and let you taste the consequences of doing whatever you want." Hee. Shue Xian playfully stuck out her tongue. "You won't." Qin Xinji really had no way to deal with her and pinched her tender white cheek. "Whether I will or not isn't up to you to decide." Shue Xian snuggled against his side and asked curiously, "Are they really just private detectives helping people investigate information? If so, wasn't calling the police too much?" Qin Xinji's lips curved slightly as he said in a low voice, "Shue Xian, when it comes to unfamiliar people, especially strangers, never trust them 100%. We can trust based on basic human trust, but we must always be on guard. If you observe carefully, you'll find that those two just now were just thugs and ruffians, not private detectives at all. For such suspicious people wandering around our front door in the middle of the night, we shouldn't be careless in the slightest. We're not afraid of 10,000 possibilities, just afraid of that one chance. What we fear most is that if we're slightly incautious and lose our vigilance, our loved ones or we ourselves could be in mortal danger." Xian's enormous wealth is a huge temptation for some people, making them willing to risk their lives for it. While we possess certain wealth and enjoy the affluence it brings, we also have to bear some people's jealousy and covetous hearts with ill intentions. Your mother is right, caution helps one sail safely for 10,000 years. Being careful and cautious is never wrong. Oh. Shue Xian blinked and muttered, "How did you figure out they were thugs and ruffians? Are you sure?" Qin Xinji nodded. "Not just anyone can be a private detective. Their clothing, the things hidden in their car, and the guilt and nervousness in their eyes all betrayed them." "Wow," Shue Xian exclaimed in admiration. "You could tell all that? Why couldn't I see it?" Qin Xinji smiled indulgently. "Of course you couldn't tell. Since childhood, most of the people you've known have been proper, law-abiding people. How could your parents let you come into contact with those messy people? Your parents naturally wouldn't let you go to places where all sorts of people mix together. Where would you find opportunities to meet them? You have no concept of what bad people look like, so how could you possibly recognize that they're bad people?" Shue Xian opened the door handle, turned on the light, and the room with its warm pink decor immediately brightened. "You're still the best." Qin Xinji closed the door, pulled her into his arms, and leaned down to kiss her. "I'm going back now. Go to sleep early." Shue Xian grabbed his collar and smiled softly. "It's already past 1 o'clock. Why don't you just sleep on my side tonight? No, Shinji firmly refused. I'm not going back to the courtyard house tonight. I'll sleep in the guest room over there. Shue Xian smiled teasingly. Why? Afraid you can't control yourself again. Shinji took a deep breath and pushed her away. Little troublemaker. Stop tempting me. Shue Xian giggled charmingly. Shinji glared at her and said helplessly, All right, quickly change into your pajamas and go to sleep. Yes. Shue Xian pretended to be serious and answered, As you command. Shinji was amused by her and pinched her cheek. Don't act like this in front of others, understand? Shue Xian pouted coquettishly. Why not? Shinji leaned down and kissed her forehead. Because you're too cute like this, and I don't want others to see you looking so adorable. Shue Xian blushed and said in a muffled voice, Cuteness is just a bit of attraction from appearance. When I get old, I won't be cute anymore. Will you still love me like this then? He smiled slightly, but didn't answer directly. I'm a full 12 years older than you, which means I'll always be 12 years older than you. When you're no longer cute, I'll have long since stopped being handsome. No matter how cute or beautiful appearances are, they can't compare to a pure and simple soul. Shue Xian tilted her head against his chest and turned her beautiful big eyes. Ironhead brother, can I ask you a question? Shinji raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled. Haven't you been asking all along? You've been a curious baby since you were little, asking questions nonstop as soon as you started talking. Just on this short walk, you've already asked several questions. You, Shue Xian asked shyly, why do you like me? We're so different in age, so different in personality, and our experiences are worlds apart. Sometimes even I can't understand how we ended up together. Shinji smelled the faint fragrance from her hair, his voice gentle and soft. Can't understand? Why can't you understand? Where love arises, where fate begins and ends, even the most capable masters can't explain it clearly. If you can't understand, then don't think about it. Just think that we're destined to be together, very suitable to be together, and we'll definitely be together in the future. Then you don't need to think about it anymore. Pfft. She pouted coquettishly. Really no reason? Don't say those vague things to brush me off. I want to hear the truth. Shinji raised his eyebrows slightly and asked with a smile, What's wrong? Suddenly asking for some big truth? Don't tell me all the things I usually say are just to coax you. Why won't you answer? Shue Xian pouted. Is it very difficult to answer? Shinji shook his head. Difficult, but also not difficult. Shue Xian stared at him suspiciously and asked, Why? Is it so hard for you to answer why you like me? Where is it difficult? Where is it not difficult? Shinji smiled slightly, leaned down and intimately rubbed his high-bridged nose against hers. Difficult, because there seems to be no answer. Like is like, there's a confused saying that makes a lot of sense. Love has no reason. When you love, you just love. You can't find a reason. If you must find reasons, maybe it's because the other person's appearance is too good-looking, maybe because the other person is too excellent, maybe because she is something that attracts me. There seem to be many possible reasons. Shue Xian pursed her small lips and asked softly, Then what's your reason? You must have your own reason, right? Yes. Shinji sat on the edge of the bed and pulled her to sit on his lap. My reason is the kind that has no reason. Shue Xian glared at him charmingly and smiled. I don't believe it. Shinji half closed his eyes, his expression lazy and leisurely. Why don't you believe it? Why can't I be the first type? Shue Xian answered matter-of-factly, because you're a very rational and logical person. No matter what you do, you have plans and purposes, think thoroughly, consider all aspects, and think far ahead. Shinji chuckled softly and kissed her tender white earlobe. Little fool, in the face of true feelings, rationality can't fill your stomach. I like you, and I very rationally determined that you're the person I'm looking for. In order to be with you, I think far ahead, consider all aspects. Not only shifting my career focus domestically, but also buying a courtyard house behind your home. To say it's not rational, it's actually still very rational. Shue Xian thought for a moment, then exclaimed, Oh my, and pounded his thigh. You've completely confused me. That's too much. From beginning to end, you still haven't formally answered my question. Shinji laughed softly, his chest rising and falling slightly. I don't know how to answer. The beauty in his arms huffed coquettishly. Liar. He said gently, I'm not lying to you. Shui Xian pouted and turned her pretty face away, muttering, someone said I'm not suitable for you at all and can't understand how you could like a girl like me. Who? Shinji raised his eyebrows and asked calmly, who is this someone? Do they understand me? Even my mother wouldn't dare say she understands me, and Duo couldn't possibly say such things. So who is this someone? What gives them the right to judge whether you're suitable for me or not? Shui Xian bit her lip and said softly, a colleague at the hospital. Shinji's expression immediately turned cold. Male or female? Female. Shui Xian answered in a small voice. She said you're so excellent, and I'm just a little girl who hasn't graduated yet. We're not a good match in any way. She also said that men like you should find a career woman who can help with your work, not a little girl who only knows how to act cute and be coquettish. Shinji was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. She's right about one thing, you really do only know how to act cute and be coquettish. Hey! Shui Xian was immediately indignant and pounded his chest. You're so mean. I'm asking you seriously. Shinji caught her small fists and held them in his palm. I'm also answering you seriously. You do only know how to act cute and be coquettish, but that's exactly what I like about you. If I wanted a career woman who could help with work, I would have found one long ago. There are plenty of such women around me. But I chose you, which means I want exactly this kind of you, the who only knows how to act cute and be coquettish. Shui Xian looked at him with wide eyes. Really? The elderly man suddenly fell ill, and the whole family was terrified. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan could only leave one person at home while the other rushed to the hospital. Cheng Huanran no longer dared to work overtime. Every day after getting off work on time, he hurried home to help take care of his grandfather. Shui Yang also gave up social engagements and overtime, trying his best to find time to help at home. Wang Xiaoxiao was carrying a big belly, and everyone was afraid she might catch the illness, so they told her not to visit the old man. They asked her to stay in her room more, reviewing and studying, and when free, to keep her grandmother and great-grandmother company. The weather was too cold, and the elderly were all shivering. Without heating and the heater, they felt uncomfortable. Originally, they also wanted to help take care of Father Shui and Shui Jilan, but now they could barely take care of themselves. The young people were also afraid they might catch a cold, so they didn't dare let them get close. Mother Shui's eyes were red as she complained with grievance. Why won't you let me go? I'm his wife. He's mine. Cheng Huanran laughed heartily, hugging his grandmother and gently patting her shoulder with his big hand. Grandmother, don't worry. Grandfather has always been yours. We wouldn't dare compete with you. We're just temporarily helping you take care of him. Once grandfather recovers, he'll immediately come out to keep you company. As the saying goes, having an elderly person at home is like having a treasure. His family had 3 big treasures, and now they had to serve and coax them every day. Only when they were safe and sound, only when they were happy and content, could this family possibly be happy and joyful. His parents had also said that the older elderly people get, the more they become like old children, and they need to be coaxed, amused, and pampered all the time. Mother Shui shook her head and sighed. How is that old fellow? Has his fever gone down? It has. Cheng Huanran explained with a grin. Grandfather asked me to tell you that he and Uncle Jilan are playing chess and watching TV together, living as happily as you all are. He wants you not to worry about him, especially you. Humph. Mother Shui snorted proudly. Who cares about him? I don't. He went wandering around outside in this cold weather, and his cough wasn't even better yet he went out foolishly. He deserved to fall ill. Cheng Huanran laughed teasingly and asked, if you don't care, then why do you keep clamoring to go see him all day? Eh? Mother Shui awkwardly rolled her eyes and stammered, no, I'm not going to see him at all. I'm going to scold him. Scold him for being so old yet still thinking his body is fine. One snowfall was enough to make him sick. Not only did he harm himself, but he also made all of you run around busy. I need to give him a good scolding. Ching Huanran couldn't stop laughing and coaxed. All right, all right. When grandfather gets better, you can scold him to your heart's content. Lu Ying, who was listening nearby, couldn't stand it anymore and asked with amusement. You're so worried about him that you can't sit still or sleep well, and you still have the heart to scold him? Mother Shui was slightly embarrassed and complained, Sistering, why are you undermining me? I really do need to scold him. The children are all very busy. Those who need to work go to work, those who need to study go to study, and the weather is terrible. He's just causing trouble for everyone. It's fine, it's fine. Ching Huanran explained. Yang and I take turns taking care of him, plus my mom. We have plenty of hands. I go to work as usual, Yang also goes to work. It doesn't affect anything at all. After hearing this, Mother Shui finally found a way to save face. All right, you don't need to lie to me. How could it not affect anything? I know you're all filial, but you also need to take care of yourselves. This damn weather is freezing cold. You need to be extra careful going in and out, understand? Understood. Ching Huanran obediently agreed. Lu Ying leaned against the big cushion and asked with concern, Is your work going smoothly? Is the new environment okay? Very good. Ching Huanran smiled gently. I feel it's much more relaxed than when I was at the hospital before. Although there's still pressure, it's not as great. The group already has its own set of business models, and I'm slowly adapting now. Mom has given me a lot of freedom to develop, but I don't dare act rashly yet. I plan to thoroughly familiarize myself with every aspect of the group first, then slowly take it step by step. Lu Ying smiled happily and gently patted her grandson's arm. Ever since you started working here, you can have breakfast with us and we can see you on weekends too. You look better and your face is a little fuller than before. That's wonderful. Really? Ching Huanran patted his own face teasingly. Then I'd better be careful. The food at home is so good, I'm worried I might become a big fat man before next spring. Mother Shui laughed loudly. Being fat is good. Our family doesn't have any fat people. We're missing fat people. Exactly. Lu Ying nodded busily. Being a bit fat looks good. Look at you. You've been skinny ever since you became an adult. Especially during your studies and internship, you were terribly thin. You're still too thin now. You need to eat more and get a bit fatter and stronger. Then it'll be just right. Mother Shui agreed. Yes. You need to gain another 20 or 30 pounds, then you'll be sturdy enough. Ching Huanran. Right. Lu Ying laughed. Being sturdy is good, and you look more energetic too. I just don't understand how young people nowadays have become like this. They like being skinny all day like paper cutouts. When strong winds and heavy snow blow, how can people stand firm, right? Mother Shui quickly agreed. Exactly. Being a bit fat and sturdy, you don't worry about any weather. In weather like this, if you're not careful, you'll definitely catch a cold and get sick. When you're sick, your appetite is poor, your spirits are low, and you have to take medicine and suffer for 2 or 3 days. After the illness, you become even thinner. If you have some sturdy muscle or fat on your body, losing a little bit over a few days won't have too big an impact. Ching Huanran listened to their theories one after another, secretly finding it amusing, knowing that the 2 old children were lonely and eager to keep him in the living room chatting a bit longer. That makes sense. It's like muscle storage. Storing some energy in the body, so when you encounter major or minor illnesses, your body has energy supply and the physical loss won't be too great. If you're too thin, you'll collapse from major illnesses and minor ones too, because your resistance is insufficient. Exactly. Lu Ying said happily. I don't understand those medical principles, but that's the logic. Mother Shui took the opportunity to say, so, you should eat more and make yourself a bit sturdier. Okay. Ching Huanran chatted with the elderly for a while longer before returning to the guest room where his grandfather had moved to recover. Ran. Come quickly. Shui Jilan called. Come help me. I'm about to lose. Father Shui held a chess piece, laughing triumphantly. Cheng Huanran quickly handed over the medicine bowl and coaxed, "Grandfather, drink it while it's hot." "Drink again?" Father Shui pouted. "Didn't I already drink some earlier?" Cheng Huanran smiled helplessly. "Earlier was this morning, now it's already afternoon." Father Shui pursed his lips. "Wait a moment, let me beat your uncle first, then I'll drink." Cheng Huanran smiled bitterly and reminded, "Grandfather, it's really going to get cold. Cold medicine tastes even worse. You can't keep delaying. This morning you delayed for more than half an hour before finishing it. This time won't work." All right. Father Shui complained with grievance. "I'll drink after I win. Very quickly. I'm not lying to you." Cheng Huanran, Chapter 1722. Sleeping in separate rooms, Cheng Huanran had no choice with his grandfather, so he quietly went to find his mother for help. Shui Ling was in the study having a video call with Zheng Duo discussing the promotional theme for the new season. When she heard her son say that the old man was making excuses not to take his medicine again, she shook her head with helpless laughter. "Here we go again, always making excuses not to take medicine." Zheng Duo raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's wrong? Who won't take medicine?" Shui Ling had to explain, "My dad caught a cold. The day before yesterday he had a fever and was unconscious. Yesterday he was a little better. Today his condition is barely better, and he's already starting to slack off and not take his medicine." Zheng Duo exclaimed, "Ah," and said excitedly, "Uncle is sick. And he won't take medicine. That won't do." Cheng Huanran came over, smiling bitterly. "Brother Duo, you don't know how hard it is to coax old children. Coaxing with candy won't work because he can't eat sweets. Try to reason with him, and he knows everything better than you. He's the elder, I'm the young grandson, I don't dare order him around. That's why I came to ask my mom for help. The medicine has already been warmed twice, if he doesn't drink it soon we'll have to warm it again." Zheng Duo struggled to hold back his laughter. "That is indeed very difficult." Cheng Huanran glared at him and said in a low voice, "Stop gloating. Come help after work." Hey. Gloating? How could that be? Don't be so petty-minded, okay? Zheng Duo laughed cheerfully. "Tonight Xiaotong and I will come over for dinner. Remember to have Chef Li make my favorite crystal shrimp dumplings." Cheng Huanran rolled his eyes. "It's written all over your face, okay?" "No way." Zheng Duo patted his handsome face righteously. "Fair and handsome, beautiful." Cheng Huanran made a vomiting gesture and snorted. "If you want to freeload food and drinks, you need to show sincerity. Otherwise the front door might not open today. The door system is frozen." Zheng Duo laughed heartily, patting his chest. "Don't worry. Leave the old man to me. I'll definitely coax him until he's happy and laughing until his illness is cured, and tomorrow he won't even need to take medicine." Cheng Huanran chuckled. "The strong north wind outside isn't as powerful as you, President Zheng. If you're capable, come coax him now. The medicine is still warm, waiting for you." Zheng Duo said, and smiled sheepishly. Aren't I busy right now? I'll come over after work." As a leader, it's not good to be late or leave early, setting a bad example for employees. Cheng Huanran's eyes were meaningful as he reminded, "Today is Saturday." Zheng Duo said, and asked, "No way? Today is Saturday? How did I forget? No wonder I noticed so few employees when I came in this morning." Cheng Huanran, Zheng Duo on the other side of the video quickly started packing up his things, saying, "I won't work overtime on weekends. I'll leave at normal time. Ran, I'll be there in a bit. Tell Sister Ling that after we eat, we'll discuss the new season's promotional plan. I'll go keep Uncle company first." "Got it," Cheng Huanran teasingly said, "Workaholic." He turned off the monitor and found that his mother had already left the office. As soon as he walked out, he saw Shui Ling coming back with an empty bowl. "Mom, grandfather drank it?" "Great." Shui Ling smiled bitterly. With coaxing and threats, he finally drank it. Cheng Huanran took the bowl, laughing and praising, "Mom, you still have the best methods." Just then, Shui Ling's phone rang. She answered, then smiled happily, quickly responded a few times and hung up. Xiaohao woke up. He can be transferred to a regular ward tomorrow morning. That was your dad calling just now, saying he'll come home for dinner this evening and bring Chenmin and his wife over to shower and rest. Cheng Huanran breathed a sigh of relief and said quietly, "Finally got through this crisis. Mom, do we need to set up the guest room? The hourly workers are still cleaning in the front. If needed, I'll have them come help." "No need," Xueling said. "Let them continue staying in the guest room Chenmin slept in before." Suddenly, Xueling's phone rang again. "Oh? It's your dad again." Quickly, she raised her eyebrows suspiciously, then agreed and hung up. Cheng Huanran asked curiously, "Dad has something else?" Xueling lowered her voice. "Go have the hourly workers prepare one more guest room, with bedding and daily necessities all brand new. Just now Min said that he and his wife are light sleepers and have been sleeping in separate rooms for a long time, asking us to prepare an extra room." Oh. Cheng Huanran agreed and hurried to the front yard. More than half an hour later, Zheng Duo brought Xiaotong to visit. Xueling led them to see Father Xue. "Dad, look who's here." Father Xue turned his head and immediately beamed with joy, pulling Zheng Duo and Xiaotong into endless conversation. After a while, Cheng Tianyuan returned with Qin Min and He Tzuelio. Xueling heard the noise and quickly came out, but found only her husband alone. "Eh? Why are you alone? Where are Min and his wife?" Cheng Tianyuan's expression wasn't very good as he lowered his voice. They had a fight on the way just now. Both said they had no appetite for dinner and went to their respective guest rooms to rest. Xueling looked puzzled and asked, "They fought? What happened? Didn't we say Xiaohao is much better and could be transferred to a regular ward tomorrow?" "I don't know." Cheng Tianyuan told the truth. When they came downstairs they were fine, but when I came back with the car, they were already arguing on the roadside. After getting in the car, sister-in-law kept crying and scolding, while Amin didn't say a word from beginning to end. I didn't feel comfortable asking what happened, so I could only comfort sister-in-law not to get too excited. Xueling sighed. Probably seeing the child in that condition made them too upset. "I think there's more to it." Cheng Tianyuan pulled her to a corner and said quietly, "Sister-in-law kept scolding Amin, even saying he doesn't want this family at all and doesn't want to live with her." "Really?" Xueling was stunned. Could it be she was just angry and saying things in the heat of the moment? Words said in anger can't be taken seriously. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. It seems the couple's problems are not small. Xueling looked toward the guest rooms and said quietly, "Good thing we arranged 2 guest rooms earlier, otherwise they might have fought again. Let's let them each calm down and rest well first. We'll ask later if they want some late-night snacks." Cheng Tianyuan's expression was a bit strange as he explained, "It's not for that reason that we needed 2 guest rooms. Earlier they hadn't even started fighting yet. Amin quietly told me that they've been sleeping separately for several years now, and saying they're light sleepers so as not to disturb each other is just an excuse." Xueling raised her eyebrows in surprise, finding it hard to believe. "Really? Their relationship has always been good, hasn't it? We've never heard Chenlan or Ahu mention anything. Xiaotong is still in the room across the hall keeping my dad and Uncle Jilan company. She said earlier she wanted to meet her uncle and aunt, and also said she wanted to go to the hospital to help take care of Xiaohao. This time Chenmin and his son came to the capital without telling Chenlan's family, and they didn't dare make a big deal about Xiaohao's incident either. Xiaotong only just found out." Chapter 1723. Inside story. Cheng Tianyuan quietly reminded, "Don't disturb them for now. The 2 of them have been busy worrying about Xiaohao these past few days, haven't rested well, and are in poor mental condition. Let them rest and calm down first." "All right." Xueling nodded. "I'll quietly remind Xiaotong later." After a pause, Xueling seemed to remember something and grabbed her husband's hand. "Xiaotong's family shouldn't have any issues with Chenmin's family, right? Otherwise, how could Xiaotong know nothing when Xiao had such a big incident?" Cheng Tianyuan was slightly stunned and thought carefully. "There shouldn't be any issues." Amin and Chinlan have always had a deep relationship, and sister-in-law Tsuelio should also get along well with Chinlan. But Xueling disagreed and analyzed. Chinlan's family also lives in Rong City, not too far from Chinmin's family. With such a big incident at home, how could Chinlan, as the aunt, know nothing about it? If she knew, she would definitely tell Xiaotong. Xiaotong is right here in the capital. Even if she couldn't come to the capital herself, she would remind her daughter to come help take care of things, but Xiaotong knew nothing beforehand. After his wife's careful reasoning and analysis, Cheng Tianyuan finally understood. They may have had deep feelings before, but not necessarily now. Amin is in very poor condition now, so I didn't feel comfortable asking too much. When there's a chance later, I'll ask carefully, or you could ask Xiaotong. Xueling shook her head. I'm not interested in knowing too much. This was their family business, and she really shouldn't get too involved. Cheng Tianyuan lowered his voice. When we went to Rong City last time, sister-in-law and Amin seemed to have no conversation. I initially thought it was because they were focused on talking with us. These past few days at the hospital, the two of them have had almost no communication, sitting separately and eating separately, barely acknowledging each other. Amin told me they've been sleeping in separate rooms for several years now, and on the surface they're each busy with their own things, but actually there are many underlying reasons. Didn't he tell you specifically? Xueling raised an eyebrow. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. We didn't have time to chat much, and later sister-in-law came. Amin often stays silent and doesn't speak, so I forgot to ask for a while. Xueling sighed softly. It seems Amin has quite a few family problems. Before, when he said everything was fine, I thought it really was fine. A happy and beautiful life isn't judged by external material conditions. Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, their economic conditions are quite good now, but they don't seem to be living that well. Xueling looked outside and urged, we'll ask carefully when there's a chance. Go change your clothes and wash your hands. It's already dark. I need to notify the kitchen to start dinner. We can't let Xiao go hungry. Oh? Cheng Tianyuan asked with concern. Hasn't Xiao been in her room reviewing for final exams lately? Are they finished? These past few days he'd been busy running between the company and hospital, spending little time at home, and hadn't seen Shui Yang and his wife for several days. Xueling shook her head. Not yet. She says there are still 2 or 3 subjects left, should be finished by the weekend. This morning Yang accompanied her for a prenatal checkup, and the young couple ate lunch outside before coming back. My dad and Uncle Jilan are still sick, so I told her not to come over here, to stay in her room as much as possible so she doesn't catch their illness. My dad and the others have the flu, which is very contagious. Right, better to be careful. Cheng Tianyuan asked. The prenatal checkup was all normal, right? Next time should you go with them? That boy Yang is careless and might overlook some things. You should go with them next time. Xueling laughed and explained. I told them the same thing at lunch. Recently, Xiao's belly has been growing very fast, so it's better to have 1 or 2 more people accompany her when going out. I told them that next time I'll go with them for the prenatal checkup, and they both agreed. Yang said this morning that her belly is growing too fast. Xiao can't see the specific road conditions under her feet anymore, so she needs to be more careful walking. Although I'm not a glorious mother who's had 7 or 8 children, I have given birth to 3 and been pregnant with twins, so I do have experience worth sharing. Very experienced. Cheng Tianyuan reached out to adjust her brooch and smiled. In my heart, you're far more than just a glorious mother. Xueling smiled happily. Soon, the kitchen started serving dinner. Cheng Huanran accompanied the 2 sick old men eating white porridge with vegetables and small side dishes in their room, while the others went to the kitchen to eat hot pot or snacks. The weather was cold, so Shui Yang and Wang Xiao ate hot pot, while Zheng Duo and Xiaotong ate snacks. Mother Shui and Luing both said they had no appetite for greasy food and only ate white porridge with salted duck eggs. Cheng Tianyuan and Xueling were very busy and also had no appetite. After eating some snacks, they each had a bowl of white porridge, then went to help the elderly wash up and soak their feet. Where's the third one? Zheng Duo asked while gnawing on rice cake. Did he go out? Or didn't he come home this weekend? Shui Yang shook his head. It's just a few subway stops plus a few bus stops to get home. How could he bear not to come home on weekends? He's been rushing to finish a manuscript these past 2 days, says the editor has been urging him for half a month, and he must finish it this weekend. I called him earlier, and he told us to eat first. He'll come over after finishing a chapter. Yo! Zheng Duo laughed and teased. You can't badmouth people behind their backs. That's the principle. Look. Speak of the devil and he appears. Cheng Huansing came in with messy hair, dark circles under his eyes, walking very quickly. Is there still food left? Please don't tell me there's nothing left. Then he grabbed an egg roll and bit into it fiercely. Xiaotong felt very sorry for him and clasped her hands together, shouting, My idol master, please take good care of your health, so you can contribute more and better comics for us. Our only spiritual sustenance. Roger that. Cheng Huansing mumbled, without these delicious material supports, there's no way to produce beautiful spiritual culture for you all. Come on. Send all the delicious food my way. Please don't be polite and don't hold back. Yes. Xiaotong immediately responded, moving extremely quickly to grab the steamers on the table and move them one by one in front of Cheng Huansong. Zheng Duo was frantic and exclaimed, Wife. Wife. Calm down. Don't be fooled by those unscrupulous artists. Spiritual civilization and culture can't fill your stomach. We need to hold on to the material resources in our hands and ensure normal food supply. In one sentence, as long as I'm well fed, I'll create the most direct and useful material conditions for you. Hey. Don't give it to him. Leave some for me. Xiaotong scolded with a smile. You eat less. You've gained weight recently. Your waist has gotten thicker. No way. Zheng Duo glared at her. Don't talk nonsense. The weather is too cold. I just wear 1 or 2 extra layers when going out. Where did I get fat? My weight has always been very stable, comparable to the law of conservation of mass. Then there's even less need to eat. Cheng Huansing leisurely gnawed on his rice cake and teased, If you can conserve yourself, why do you still need to eat? What a waste of food. Zheng Duo laughed and scolded. Not letting me eat? Is this how you treat guests? I'm going to tell Sister Ling in a bit. Cheng Huansing wasn't afraid at all and put on a pitiful expression looking at Xiaotong. Sister, my most beautiful, charming, gentle, and considerate sister Xiaotong. Xiaotong couldn't resist the tender offensive from the young heartthrob and immediately had little red hearts flashing in her eyes. Don't worry with sister here. Let's see if he dares say another word. After speaking, she turned her head and glared fiercely at Zheng Duo. Stop eating. You ate so much for dinner. Be careful not to get fat to death. Zheng Duo immediately became obedient and said pitifully in a low voice, I'm not full yet. I'll give you one more piece. Xiaotong said impatiently, No more than that. Eat it and shut up immediately. Zheng Duo nodded sadly. Oh. Shui Yang couldn't stop laughing, cracking peanuts for his wife beside him, and loudly teased, Brother Duo, there are still your favorite crab roe buns here. They're still warming in the steamer, nice and hot. Come. Zheng Duo immediately got excited. One more. No. 3. Xiaotong stared at him with meaningful eyes. Zheng Duo quickly deflated like a punctured balloon and stammered, Not too many, one is fine. Cheng Huansing ate his custard bun while laughing continuously. Shui Yang was completely unrestrained, laughing heartily. Wang Xiaoxiao beside them was also laughing uncontrollably and said, With you all here, I can eat a third more each meal. Why? Xiaotong asked with amusement. Does eating together make you more appetizing? Wang Xiaoxiao nodded. Everyone eating together while talking and laughing, good mood and good appetite. Unknowingly, I can eat quite a bit more. Zheng Duo proudly raised his chin and said, When we're together, it's basically always this kind of atmosphere. So nice. Wang Xiaoxiao smiled softly. I really like this atmosphere. Xiaotong agreed with a smile. I like it too. Shui Yang raised an eyebrow and teased. Brother Duo, Sister Xiaotong has hinted so obviously. Are you embarrassed to keep not taking action? I already proposed. Jung Duo put on a very depressed and annoyed expression, huffing angrily. She won't agree. What can I do? I can't force her to marry me, right? That would be illegal. Xiaotong blushed and said softly, I didn't say I wouldn't agree. Then what are you waiting for? Shuai pressed. Waiting for Brother Duo to propose 100 times? No. Xiaotong's face turned even redder. I want to wait until I graduate and find a stable job before considering marriage. Jung Duo immediately said, I can arrange a job for you. Our company has many positions suitable for you, and the salary and benefits are very good. Xiaotong shook her head. That won't work. If I work at your company and we get married, people will say I'm there because of connections, not ability. I want to find a job based on my own ability, then consider personal matters. That makes sense. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. It's good to be independent. Cheng Huansing swallowed his food and said, Sister Xiaotong is right. Marriage is a lifelong matter. It's better to be more cautious. Brother Duo, you should be more patient. I am patient. Jung Duo said helplessly, but I'm also worried that if I wait too long, she might be snatched away by someone else. That won't happen. Xiaotong said shyly, I only like you. Jung Duo immediately beamed with joy. Really? Then it's settled. You can't change your mind. I won't change my mind. Xiaotong said softly. Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere became even more lively. Just then, Cheng Huansing suddenly said, Oh right, I saw Xiao Xian and her boyfriend at the university district yesterday. They were coming out of a very upscale apartment complex together. The room suddenly became quiet. Shui Yang frowned. Xiao Xian? Isn't she supposed to be living in the dormitory? Cheng Huansing realized he might have said something wrong and quickly said, Maybe they were just visiting friends? But his uncertain tone made everyone realize this wasn't the case. Wang Xiaoxiao asked quietly, Which apartment complex? Golden Mansion. Cheng Huansing answered honestly, It's a very expensive place near the university. The rent for a one-bedroom apartment is at least 8,000 a month. Shui Yang's expression became serious. 8,000 a month? How can a student afford that? The implication was clear. It must be Chen Xinji paying for it. Jung Duo and Xiaotong exchanged glances, both looking uncomfortable. Jung Duo said carefully, maybe we shouldn't jump to conclusions. There could be other explanations. But everyone knew that was unlikely. If Xiao Xian was living off campus in such an expensive apartment with her boyfriend, it meant they were living together, which went against the family's principles about young people not receiving special treatment. Shui Yang stood up. I need to call Dad and Mom about this. Wait. Wang Xiaoxiao grabbed his arm. Maybe we should find out more details first before telling them. We don't want to cause unnecessary worry if we're wrong. But the damage was already done. The cheerful dinner atmosphere had completely changed, and everyone was thinking about the implications of what Cheng Huansing had accidentally revealed. The next morning, Jung Duo couldn't stop thinking about what Cheng Huansing had said the night before. After much consideration, he decided to call Chen Xinji directly. Xinji, it's Duo. Are you free to talk? Chen Xinji was in his apartment, having just finished breakfast with Xiao Xian before she left for her exam. Sure, Brother Duo. What's up? Jung Duo took a deep breath. I need to talk to you about something important. Last night Huansing mentioned he saw you and Xiao Xian coming out of Golden Mansion together. Is Xiao Xian living there with you? There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Xinji? Are you there? I'm here. Chen Xinji's voice was quiet. Yes, she's been staying here for about a month now. The dormitory was too noisy for her to study for finals, so I suggested she stay here temporarily. Xinji, Jung Duo said gently but firmly, you know this crosses the line, right? Uncle Qing and Aunt Shui have always been clear about their values regarding young people in the family. Living together before marriage, especially in such an expensive place, goes against everything they've taught. Chen Xinji sighed heavily. I know, Brother Duo. But we're not doing anything wrong. It's convenient for studying, and we care about each other. I understand you care about each other, and I'm not questioning your feelings, Zhang Duo said carefully. But think about how this looks. An 8,000 yuan per month apartment? Xiao Xian is supposed to be learning independence and responsibility like everyone else in the family. This kind of arrangement makes it seem like she's getting special treatment because of your relationship. But I can afford it, Qin Xinji protested weakly. That's not the point, Zhang Duo explained patiently. The point is about values and fairness. Huanran lived in a tiny apartment during his residency. Yang and Xiaoxiao saved up for months for their wedding. Huanseng is working multiple jobs to support his writing. Everyone in this family earns their way and learns responsibility. What message does it send if Xiao Xian gets to live in luxury just because she's dating someone who can afford it? Qin Xinji was quiet for a long moment. I didn't think about it that way. I know you didn't mean any harm, Zhang Duo said kindly. You love her and want to take care of her. But the best way to take care of her is to help her grow into the strong, independent woman her family raised her to be. Living in that apartment, having everything provided for her. It's not helping her develop character. So what should I do? Qin Xinji asked, sounding genuinely troubled. Have her move back to the dormitory after her exams are finished, Zhang Duo suggested. If you want to help her study, you can visit her there or find other ways to support her that don't involve living together. And Xinji? If you're serious about her, and I think you are, then you need to show her family that you respect their values and that you want what's best for her development as a person. Qin Xinji was silent for a while, then said, You're right. I got caught up in wanting to make things easy for her, but I wasn't thinking about the bigger picture. I'll talk to her today. Good, Zhang Duo said with relief. And Xinji? This conversation stays between us for now. But you should probably have an honest talk with Uncle Qing and Aunt Xue soon. They're going to find out eventually, and it's better if it comes from you. I will, Qin Xinji promised. Thank you for calling, Brother Duo. I needed to hear this. After hanging up, Zhang Duo felt a mixture of relief and concern. He hoped Qin Xinji would follow through, but he also worried about how the family would react when they learned the truth. The family had been through so much lately with the elderly falling ill and the ongoing issues with Chen Min's family. The last thing they needed was another crisis. But sometimes, he reflected, these difficult conversations were necessary to maintain the values and bonds that held a family together. He just hoped everyone would handle this situation with the wisdom and love that had always characterized this remarkable family. Later that day, Qin Xinji sat down with Xiao Xian after her exam and gently explained the situation. Though she was initially disappointed, she ultimately understood and agreed to return to her dormitory. They both realized that their relationship would be stronger if it was built on mutual respect for family values rather than convenience and luxury. The incident served as a reminder that even with the best intentions, it was easy to lose sight of the principles that truly mattered in life. Independence, responsibility, and earning one's place in the world through character and effort rather than circumstance and privilege. Qin Xinji paused slightly and asked, Your wedding house is in the suburbs, right? I remember you bought a detached villa, didn't you? Yes. Zhang Duo seemed a bit troubled. I bought several properties, but they're all in newly developed neighborhoods. The surrounding facilities aren't very good. Getting in and out is convenient enough, but there are few restaurants and shops nearby. I'm busy, and Xiaotong is busy too. We simply don't have time to prepare 3 meals a day. So I'm still hesitating whether to move back to the Ronghua commercial building area, where I can mooch meals from mom morning and evening and also keep the elderly company. Qin Xinji thought for a moment and reminded him you could hire a part-time worker or nanny at home. You like living with mom, but your other half might not necessarily like it. You still need to discuss this clearly with Xiaotong. Xiaotong also really likes our mom, Zhang Duo explained. However, the apartment there isn't very big. Unless we do like Sister Ling and her family, connect 2 units and get another one across the hall. You know, both Xiaotong and I really love children. We plan to have 4, 5, or 6 kids in the future. With the children added, there definitely won't be enough space. Shinji chuckled softly, you're thinking quite far ahead. How can I not think about it? Zheng Duo laughed heartily. People need to have some vision for the future, otherwise where would the motivation to work come from? Shinji said calmly, Mom is familiar with Mr. and Mrs., referring to his adoptive parents. I plan to have her come live with us here after Xiao Xian and I get married. No way. Zheng Duo muttered. Then what about me? We also want to live with Mom. There was only one mom, but 2 sons. Later, with 2 daughters-in-law added, it would make 2 small families. Shinji wasn't troubled by this and said, you get married first, and Mom can live with you 2 initially. If she gets along well with Xiao Tong, then she can stay with you. If it doesn't work out well, then I'll have her come live with us. Xiao Xian is as close to her as a mother and daughter, so I don't need to worry at all. We could alternate, you take 1 month, we take 1 month, or maybe even half-month intervals. No way. Zheng Duo immediately felt depressed upon hearing this. Moving back and forth like that isn't good for the elderly. Besides, if I don't see Mom for a few days, I start missing her. 10 days or half a month definitely won't work. Shinji laughed lightly, how is this difficult? Why don't you go inquire and see if anyone in the courtyard or villa area behind Xingyuan wants to sell? It would be best if you lived next door to me. Then Mom could live on either side, and we could see each other whenever we want. Anyway, Xiao Tong and Xiao Xian get along well, so we don't need to worry about sister-in-law conflicts and such complications. Zheng Duo smiled bitterly, little brother, your suggestion is really difficult. The courtyards and villas over there are expensive as hell. 1 unit costs tens of millions or even over 100 million. How do you expect me to afford it? A large courtyard costs at least 1 or 200 million. I'd go bankrupt. Are you really short of money? Shinji asked calmly. If you don't have enough on hand, I'll lend it to you. You can pay me back when you're financially comfortable. If you don't want to pay back, that's fine too, I'll just buy it for you. Although they had no blood relationship, they were the closest family members. They shared the same mother and had a common home. Zheng Duo was moved and chuckled softly, explaining, I really don't have that much money on hand. What Sister Ling gave me are shares. The dividends and salary I received before were basically all used to buy villas and apartments, so I don't have much left. Besides, I still need to save money for Xiao Tong's bride price. Her parents raised her for over 20 years, which wasn't easy. I'm taking away their precious daughter just like that, so I should give them a proper bride price to make them happy and let them feel at ease and trusting their daughter to me. Shinji said very straightforwardly, all right, then you save money for the wedding. I'll have someone help you look for houses near Xingyuan, preferably near my courtyard. I'm not short of money, so I'll pay for it. Consider it my wedding gift to you both. What? Zheng Duo immediately shouted, no. That won't do. It's too expensive. How can you pay for everything? But Shinji didn't mind at all and said calmly, if it were someone else, I wouldn't be so generous. But you're family, so there's no need to be polite with me. If you feel embarrassed about it, just help me spend more time with Mom when I'm not available. Don't say that. Zheng Duo laughed. Taking care of Mom is what I should do anyway. Even if you didn't mention it, I would definitely be filial to Mom. To be honest, the houses over there are too expensive, and I can't afford them right now. My annual salary is just over $1 million, and with dividends, it's only about 10 million. I still have mortgage payments to make, and this house is way beyond my means. Shinji understood what he meant and said, in that case, let's buy a small villa on the side. Walking around, it's just a few minutes away. Mom likes riding her little bicycle, so it would only take her 2 or 3 minutes to get there. Whether we go there to mooch meals or you come here to eat together, driving would only take a few words worth of time. Very convenient. When the elderly gets older in the future, it'll be more convenient for us to take care of her nearby. Right, Zheng Duo agreed. It's still more convenient to live together. Then it's decided, you help me buy the small villa first, and I'll pay you back when I have more money. Are you sure you won't let me give it as a gift? Shinji didn't insist and said cheerfully, then let me buy you a car. After you're married and planning to have a bunch of kids, you should get a bigger car for convenience. Zhang Duo was delighted to hear this and didn't bother being polite with him anymore. Excellent. Remember to make it spacious. Shinji agreed and said decisively, I'll have someone inquire about small villas or small courtyards in the area right away. Thanks. Zhang Duo expressed his gratitude and hung up. He drove back to the suburban villa, turned on the heating, boiled water, and after washing up, found that Xiao Tong still hadn't returned. He lazily nestled on the sofa and picked up a magazine to flip through. Just then, his phone rang. He picked up the phone, slightly surprised. What's wrong with Mom today? Usually she goes to bed promptly at 9. During lunch breaks, he would regularly video chat with Jua-chun for a few minutes. At other times, either he wasn't free or they were both busy, with no time to chat. He slid to answer and laughed. Mom, you're not having insomnia, are you? It's almost 11 o'clock. Unexpectedly, noisy sounds came from the other end of the phone. Duo. The 19th floor of the commercial building is on fire. I was evacuated by the firefighters. I don't know what happened to our home. I'm so worried. Zhang Duoduo's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, Mom, are you okay? You weren't burned or affected by smoke, were you? No. I'm already downstairs. The firefighters said we couldn't stay, so I just grabbed my phone and put on my down jacket. There are so many things at home that I couldn't bring down. The fire looks quite big. I don't know if it will spread to our home. Zhang Duo immediately stood up and rushed frantically to the dressing room. Mom, you must not go upstairs. You're downstairs, right? Don't go upstairs. I'm coming right away. Remember, you must not go upstairs. Nothing is more important than health and safety. Wait for me. I'll be there soon. Zhang Duo frantically drove toward the city, calling Shinji on the way. Shinji told him that he was already in the city, almost at the Ronghua commercial building. Zhang Duo quickly said, It's very cold outside. You take Mom to find a warm place to stay first. I still need half an hour to get there. Shinji told him not to worry and to drive carefully, then hung up. Zhang Duo still couldn't help worrying and called Xiao Tong while waiting at a red light. Xiao Tong answered, saying she would stay at Xingyuan tonight. Shortly after you left, my aunt and uncle had a big fight, which scared me. Aunt Ling asked me to stay and comfort my aunt. We accompanied her for a late-night snack. Just now Aunt Ling received a phone call and hurried out. She seemed to say something happened at Ronghua commercial building. Zhang Duo anxiously explained that there was a fire there. Xiao Tong was startled and quickly asked about his future mother-in-law's condition. Zhang Duo couldn't help feeling frustrated. My mom is fine, but she was evacuated from her sleep, and I don't know if she's warm enough. She said our home might be affected by the fire, which makes me so anxious. I really want to speed back. Damn it. It's the middle of the night. Why are there still so many cars on the road? Calm down. Auntie has already been evacuated downstairs, so you don't need to worry. As long as no one is home, it doesn't matter even if the fire spreads there. Drive carefully and don't have an accident. If you get hurt even a little bit, Auntie will be heartbroken. You don't want her to worry, do you? You don't want me to worry, do you? Zhang Duo took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. Xiao Tong, let's not have our wedding house in the suburbs after all. I plan to listen to Taidu and buy a small courtyard or a small villa near Xingyuan. Although they're all second-hand houses, we can renovate them. Being closer to the city and closer to family members will make it easier to take care of each other. Mom is getting older each year, so we shouldn't live too far from the elderly. Xiao Tong laughed bitterly, saying he still had mortgage payments and couldn't afford another small courtyard. The houses there are super expensive. The most expensive and luxurious area in all of the capital is right there. 1 square meter would take me a long time to earn. But Zhang Duo had already made up his mind. Taitu said he would lend me money first, and I can pay him back when I'm financially comfortable later. 1 or 200 million isn't a big deal for him. He can quickly arrange it for me. Even if he doesn't help, at worst I'll sell 2 of my current properties or the suburban villa, then slowly pay the mortgage. You don't need to worry about financial problems. Hearing his determined tone, Xiaotong knew there was no point in trying to dissuade him. All right, if we can live in a luxury house, I have no objections at all. My current salary isn't high, so I can't help with either the down payment or the mortgage. If it's a mortgage, I should be able to help out the year after next. Zheng Duo laughed indulgently. No need, I still have that capability. Houses in the capital hold their value, so we should try not to sell the ones we already bought. Taitu will help pay in full, and I'll slowly pay him back later. We only have one mom. He wants mom, and I want mom too, so we can only live together and share, otherwise we'd definitely end up fighting over her. Xiaotong was secretly moved and whispered, Auntie will understand your filial hearts. Zheng Duo said efficiently, all right, then it's decided. I'm driving now, so I won't chat anymore. After I settle mom, I'll just sleep at the company office to avoid being too rushed tomorrow morning. You should rest early too. Transportation is very convenient there, so I won't pick you up tomorrow. Wait. Send me a message when you confirm Auntie is safe and sound, so I can be at ease. Zheng Duo agreed and then hung up to focus on driving. Traffic in the capital always had congestion issues. By the time he reached the vicinity of Ronghua Commercial Building, it had been 40 minutes. Zheng Duo parked his car, looking up at the situation upstairs while quickly calling Qin. The fire upstairs had just been brought under control. There were no obvious flames, just a small wisp of black smoke. Firefighters were still spraying water in midair, and downstairs was chaotic and noisy. After a while, Qin finally answered. Mama and I are in the coffee shop across the street. She's a bit cold, so I brought her to drink something warm. Come over first. Later I'll take Mom back to the courtyard to rest. Zheng Duo quickly agreed and headed toward the coffee shop across the street. 3 minutes later, he arrived out of breath. He saw Qin and Zhuo sitting across from each other in a corner of the coffee shop, speaking in low voices. Mom? Zheng Duo walked quickly forward, calling out Mom. Previously, he had called Zhuo Auntie for many years. It wasn't until Taitu went missing that he started learning to call her Mom. Later, as he kept calling her that, the word became engraved in his heart and bones. Duo. Zhuo hurriedly stood up, her eyes red and still bearing tear stains, her hair slightly disheveled. Duo, our home, might have been burned by the spreading fire. Zheng Duo rushed forward and pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly. Mom, don't be afraid. As long as you're okay. Whether it burned or not, as long as you're safe. Zhuo cried softly, your father's photos, and photos of you and Taitu, those certificates you earned. I didn't have time to take them. Zheng Duo's eyes reddened slightly as he patted her back. Mom, it doesn't matter. When the situation upstairs stabilizes, we'll go back and look for them. Even if they're gone, it doesn't matter. They're all old photos anyway. What's the point of keeping them? Zhuo cried softly, blaming herself for being too hasty and not having time to pack important belongings. Zheng Duo kept comforting her, saying it was okay. Qin, watching from the side, couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Both he and Mom were calm and composed people who rarely had such intimate embraces, but Duo was obviously more experienced than himself and much better at comforting Mom. It wasn't until Zheng Duo waved, Taitu. Let's first take Mom to buy some daily necessities and a few sets of clothes and sweaters. You take Mom to the courtyard to stay later. I'll keep watch here, and when we can go up later, I need to go up and take a look. Qin came back to his senses and nodded gently. Zheng Duo put his arm around Zhuo arm, pulled out tissues to wipe her tears, and coaxed gently, Mom, let's go buy some things first. Don't worry, I'll go check the situation at home clearly and give you news later. They definitely won't let anyone go upstairs right now, so you should go rest with Taitu first. Sister Ling has already come over. I'll discuss it carefully with her and make sure it's safe before going up to check. Zhuo choked up, you be careful. Zheng Duo smiled and agreed, don't worry, I'll listen to you. Qin watched their dependent figures and smiled softly with pursed lips. Zheng Duo watched Shinshinji's car turn into the main road and quickly disappear into the vast neon lights before shaking his down jacket and turning toward the property management center of Ronghua Commercial Building. The situation upstairs had basically stabilized by now, and residents from other floors had already returned home under notification from property management staff. However, residents of the 18th, 19th, and 20th floors still couldn't return because the fire had affected their homes. Firefighters were still carefully inspecting, and others were not allowed to go up without permission. The 18th floor was entirely Xueling's family's residential floors, currently only occupied by Sister Chun. The other floors were crowded with people, some wrapped in blankets, some covered with throws, some shivering while making phone calls. The scene was still quite chaotic. Zheng Duo called Xueling's phone but found no answer after quite a while. Just then, he spotted a tall, handsome figure in the crowd and immediately got excited, shouting loudly, "Third. Xiao Chong!" Cheng Huanchong turned around and quickly walked toward him with a smile. "Brother Duo. You came too?" Auntie Chun was picked up by Brother Taidu earlier. They went across the street to find a place to drink something warm. Zheng Duo nodded. "I know. I just saw them off. Mom is staying at the courtyard tonight." Oh. Cheng Huanchong used his height advantage to look at the chaotic scene, feeling quite helpless. "It seems we still can't go upstairs. Mom and Brother Xiao Liao are discussing solutions." Zheng Duo shivered and frowned, whispering, "My God. So cold." "Tonight it's -3 degrees, Cheng Huanchong smiled bitterly. "There wasn't much sunshine today and the north wind is strong. It would be strange if it weren't cold." Zheng Duo moved closer to him and hugged his arm. "Come, let's brothers warm each other up." Cheng Huanchong was somewhat amused and suggested, "Come on, I'll take you to the fast food place to buy a cup of hot milk tea." "Aren't you waiting here for Sister Ling?" Zheng Duo asked in surprise. "What? Don't tell me you came here alone." Cheng Huanchong shook his head. "I came with my dad to accompany my mom. They're all over there discussing things. I can't help, so I can only wait here." "You're so warm." Zheng Duo simply hugged him and curiously felt Cheng Huanchong's coat, asking, "Where did you buy this long down jacket? What brand is it? How is it so warm?" Cheng Huanchong answered, "This was given to me by one of my loyal fans. She's been subscribing to my books for 4 or 5 years and has always been very supportive. At this year's fan meeting, she specially came from the north to participate. When she was queuing for my autograph, she specially gave me this down jacket. She said her family runs a clothing factory that specializes in producing high-end down jackets, and this style was designed by her personally. She hoped I would accept it. She also specially explained that the material of this down jacket is very good, saying that Antarctic research personnel had even placed orders with their factory, and the warming effect is excellent." I accepted it, signed 2 autographs for her, and shook hands to thank her. There were quite a few gifts received at the time, and I forgot about it afterward. It wasn't until 3 days ago when the temperature dropped significantly and I felt cold that I accidentally found this down jacket and remembered it. After putting it on, I found it very warm, and then I couldn't bear to take it off." Zheng Duo muttered sullenly, envious, jealous, and hateful. "Damn it. I should have become a comic artist too if I had known." Cheng Huanchong rolled his eyes and mocked. "A person with an annual salary of millions would lack a down jacket. Really? With dividends and everything, your average annual income is definitely over 20 million. President Zheng, are you really going to cry poverty? Really? Shishu." Zheng Duo glared at him reproachfully and lowered his voice. "Where did all that come from? I can't take out my dividends every year, at most 30 to 40%. I still have a villa to pay for, a car to pay for, and I need to save money for a wife. Is it easy for me?" Cheng Huanchong sighed helplessly and asked back, "You can't even afford a down jacket? That's not likely, is it? Someone who drives a million-yuan luxury car can't afford a good down jacket worth a few thousand? Are you kidding? It's not millions." Zheng Duo explained, "That's second-hand, just over 1 million. There's no choice, I can't save on other things, so I can only force myself to save a little bit. I'm telling you, this thing of yours isn't cheap, really." It's definitely more than a few thousand. Cheng Huancheng wrapped his down jacket tighter and shook his head. I don't know the exact price. The fan didn't say how much it cost at the time, and she even said she wanted to send me a down vest, but I don't need it at all. His clothes had always been taken care of by his mother. Every season change, Mom would prepare some new clothes for them, so he hardly needed to buy anything. Later, Mom always said they had grown up and could arrange their own clothing, but they were all busy and didn't want to spend their own pocket money buying clothes, so they still asked Mom to continue buying clothes for them. The vest is mine. Zheng Duoduo immediately interrupted him. You don't need it, but I do. Brother, while wasting good things, please consider those of us who lack clothing and food. Have some mercy. Cheng Huancheng. Just then, someone with a megaphone was making announcements, telling 19th floor residents to go to the Property Management Center office to warm up and drink water, while 20th floor residents should go to the Western restaurant on the first floor of the mall to warm up and wait for further notice. Zheng Duoduo couldn't help muttering, We're all from the 18th floor. What do we do? Just us on the 18th floor. The 18th floor has been ignored. Look, Brother Xiao Liao and my mom are both over there. Cheng Huancheng said excitedly. Zheng Duoduo pulled him straight over. Sister Ling. Sister Ling. Xiao Liao. Can we go up to the 18th floor now? Can we go up? Xue Ling's nose was red from the cold, and she frowned and shook her head. No, we still can't go up temporarily. The 19th and 20th floors have lost power and heating, and the 18th floor is also cut off. Upstairs is now flooded with water everywhere, all wet. It's not the time to go up. How did the fire start? Zheng Duoduo asked curiously. Did it start on the 19th floor? Was it because the wiring was too old? Xiao Liao quickly shook his head and explained. We just replaced the new wiring a few years ago, and we inspect it regularly every half-month. The wiring in the entire building rarely has problems. Whether it's summer or winter when air conditioning or heating is used, all the wiring can definitely handle it. Zheng Duoduo asked suspiciously, Then how did the fire start? It's the middle of the night, not mealtime. Even cooking wouldn't cause such an exaggerated fire, would it? Xue Ling smiled bitterly and shook her head. No, it was a couple on the west side of the 19th floor who were fighting and having a conflict. The wife set fire to the apartment, probably just to scare her husband, but who knew the fire would spread quickly and burn to the neighboring apartment. They called the police, but it was too late. Winter is very dry, and tonight the north wind is unusually strong, so the fire burned particularly fiercely, which is why it became so serious. Zheng Duoduo was somewhat speechless and laughed mockingly, having a fight and almost setting the entire commercial building on fire. What kind of ridiculous operation is that? Everyone was quite speechless. Xiao Liao explained seriously. Earlier, both husband and wife were taken away by the police to cooperate with the investigation. Part of the losses from this incident will be covered by insurance bought by our property management center, and part will be their responsibility. Zheng Duoduo sneered. They're all adults. Whatever they do, they're responsible for. They can't escape or hide from it. Cheng Huancheng couldn't help asking, Mom, what should we do next? There are still many people who haven't been settled. We've already contacted places for them to warm up, Xue Ling explained. The Property Management Center can seat over 20 people, but they can't stay overnight. I've already discussed with the restaurant manager. They'll stay open all night tonight to provide heating and hot water for them. I reduced their rent by half a month as thanks. It's very cold at night, and we don't know when the heating and electricity upstairs will be restored. I've already contacted the owner of Ronghua Hotel to temporarily arrange 20 rooms for the 19th and 20th floor residents, trying to give them a discount. The owner was very accommodating, saying that as neighbors, it's right to help when there are difficulties, and agreed to give a 30% discount across the board. Whether they want to stay there is up to the residents to decide. Anyway, the Property Management Center will keep the heating on for their convenience until upstairs is restored. Zheng Duoduo looked up at the building and asked, Sister Ling, how much is our 18th floor affected? My mom said it seemed like flames spread to our home, and she's worried that things at home were burned. She urged me to go up and take a look. The impact isn't major. Xue Ling raised her chin slightly. There's surveillance over there. Have third take you to look. I glanced at it earlier and found that only the exterior wall was blackened a little bit. Everything else seems fine. Zheng Duo breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. That's good, that's good. If things at home were burned, Mom would be heartbroken. My dad's photo happens to be hanging in the living room near the window, and Mom is very worried about it. Xue Ling's eyes flickered slightly, and she sighed softly. So many years have passed in a flash. Just then, Xue Ling's phone rang urgently. She glanced at it and quickly answered, Hello? Xiao Xian? What's wrong? Why are you calling so late? What? She locked herself in the room. When did this happen? Have you tried knocking on the door? Is there any response from inside? Everyone around looked over with concern. Xue Ling's expression became increasingly serious as she listened, occasionally responding with and I understand. After hanging up, she looked worried and said to everyone, There's trouble at home too. Qin Min's wife, He Tzuelian, had another fight with Qin Min tonight. Now she's locked herself in the room and won't come out. Xiao Xian and the others are very worried, afraid she might do something drastic. Zheng Duo was stunned. What? Another fight? Didn't they just have a big fight a few days ago? It seems to be about their son Xiaohao's treatment again. Xue Ling rubbed her forehead. Qin Min thinks they should continue with conservative treatment, but He Tzuelian insists on surgery. They've been arguing about this for days, and tonight it finally exploded. Cheng Huancheng asked worriedly, Mom, should we go back? If Aunt He really does something impulsive. Xue Ling hesitated, looking at the chaotic scene around them, then at the building that still couldn't be entered. The situation here has basically stabilized. Xiao Liao can handle the rest. Let's go back first, family matters are more urgent. She turned to Xiao Liao, I'll leave this to you. If there are any problems, call me immediately. Xiao Liao nodded. Don't worry, Sister Ling. Go handle the family emergency. Zheng Duo said, Sister Ling, you go back first. I'll stay here and wait. When we can go upstairs, I'll check on her home and then report to Mom. Are you sure? Xue Ling asked with concern. I'm sure. Family comes first. Besides, there's nothing I can do here except wait. Xue Ling nodded gratefully. Then I'll trouble you. Be careful and call if anything happens. As Xue Ling and Cheng Huancheng hurried away, Zheng Duo couldn't help but sigh. When it rains, it pours. First the fire, now family drama. He hoped He Tzuelian wouldn't do anything foolish. The night was getting colder, and Zheng Duo pulled his jacket tighter, settling in for a long wait. It was nearly 2 in the morning when Zheng Duo finally received permission to go upstairs and check the 18th floor. As Xue Ling had said, the damage was minimal, just some blackening on the exterior wall and a slight smell of smoke. Everything inside was intact. He quickly took photos and sent them to Zhue Chun with a reassuring message. Mom, everything at home is fine. All of Dad's photos are safe. You can rest easy. The reply came quickly, thank goodness. I was so worried. Thank you, my dear son. Zheng Duo smiled at the message, feeling warm despite the cold night. He decided to head back to his company office to sleep rather than make the long drive to the suburbs. But as he was leaving the building, his phone rang again. It was Chinshinji. Duo, are you still at the commercial building? Yes, I just finished checking upstairs. Everything's fine at home. I was about to head to the office to sleep. Don't go to the office. Come to Xingyuan immediately. Something in Chinshinji's tone made Zheng Duo's heart skip a beat. What happened? It's He Tzuelian. She tried to commit suicide. What? Zheng Duo felt his blood run cold. Is she okay? She's alive, but barely. She burned charcoal in her room. If Xiao Xian hadn't smelled the smoke and broken down the door. Duo, just come quickly. The family needs to be together right now. Zheng Duo was already running toward his car. I'm on my way. How is Qin Min handling this? He's not handling it well. None of us are. Just drive carefully and get here safely. The drive to Xingyuan felt like the longest of Zheng Duo's life. His mind raced with questions and fears. Hitsualian had seemed troubled lately, but he never imagined she was this desperate. When he arrived at the courtyard, he found the family gathered in the main living room. Chinmin sat slumped in a chair, his face pale and drawn. Xueling was on the phone with what sounded like a doctor, while Shinji paced near the window. "How is she?" Zheng Duo asked immediately. "Stable, for now," Shinji replied quietly. "The ambulance took her to the hospital about an hour ago. She's unconscious, but breathing." Chinmin looked up with red-rimmed eyes. "I don't understand. We were just arguing about Xiaohao's treatment. How did it come to this?" Xueling finished her call and turned to them. "The doctor says she'll recover physically, but the psychological evaluation will take time. They found evidence that she'd been planning this." "Planning?" Zheng Duo asked. "She brought the charcoal with her from their hometown. It was hidden in her luggage. The doctor thinks she might have been considering this option since before they came to Beijing. Possibly as a last resort if Xiaohao didn't recover." The room fell silent as the weight of this revelation sank in. Hitsualian hadn't just had a moment of despair, she had been carrying this burden, this terrible backup plan, for weeks or even months. "She must have felt so alone," Zheng Duo said softly. Watching her son suffer, fighting with her husband, being in a strange city, Chinmin broke down then, sobbing into his hands. "I should have seen it. I should have known. We were so focused on Xiaohao that I didn't see how much she was suffering." Shinji sat down beside his brother and put a hand on his shoulder. "We all missed it. But she's alive, and that's what matters now. We can help her heal, help the whole family heal." Xueling nodded firmly. "The first step is making sure she gets proper psychological care. And Chinmin, you need support too. This kind of crisis affects everyone." As dawn began to break outside, the family continued to talk, to plan, to support each other through this latest crisis. The fire at the commercial building seemed almost trivial now compared to the fire of despair that had nearly consumed one of their own. Zheng Duo thought about the events of the night, the physical fire that had threatened their home, and the emotional fire that had nearly destroyed a life. Both had been contained, but both left scars that would take time to heal. "We'll get through this," he said quietly, looking around at his family. "Together, we'll get through this." And despite everything, despite the fear and the pain and the uncertainty ahead, he believed it. They were family, and family endured. Wang Qing shook her head along with the others. "We don't know either. Chinmin and Cui Lu's relationship has always seemed quite good." "Not necessarily." Who awkwardly shifted his eyes and said in a low voice, "Chinmin once quietly told me. He said sister-in-law Cui Lu's birth family was too excessive, and he couldn't bear it anymore. He really wanted to just get divorced." Everyone was stunned. Qing Tianyuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Why didn't you mention this before? How long ago was this?" "Well, it's been several years." Who thought for a moment and answered, 4 or 5 years ago, I think. We were still living in the provincial capital then, and little Tiger wasn't married yet." Xueling sighed softly. "So it's been quite a few years." Zheng Duo nearby touched his nose and asked, "Does little Tong only have one uncle?" "Yes." Who explained, "My uncle's family only has Chinmin as the male heir, the rest are all female cousins." Zheng Duo smiled awkwardly and said in a low voice, "I think I heard little Tong mention her mother's relationship with her aunt-in-law wasn't very good, and later they split up the business. Little Tong's mother was worried it would affect her birth family's financial situation, so she only took a little money and gave all the other shares to her own brother." Qing Tianyuan found this hard to believe and explained, "Qianlong used to get along quite well with sister-in-law Cui Lu. That was over 20 years ago." Xueling waved her hand. "The environment has changed so much. The new generation has all grown up. How can we still be sure about the old generation's affairs?" Wang Qing shook her head. "Later, when we moved to live in the provincial capital, we didn't have many opportunities to interact. Occasionally, when we went back for New Year or holidays, Cui Lu and Chinmin seemed to have a very good relationship. But that was all several years ago, so we really can't be sure. Stop guessing." Who sighed helplessly. Everyone stopped speculating. Let's wait until they come back tomorrow to ask carefully. Earlier, Ranran said that if sister-in-law is fine, they can come back tomorrow morning. Cheng Huancheng yawned and mumbled, "It's already past 2 o'clock, so it's already morning. You should go back to your room and sleep first." Xue Ling pushed the nodding third son and said gently, "It's very late, go to sleep quickly." Cheng Huancheng swayed back to his room to sleep. Zheng Duo was somewhat worried about little Tong and couldn't help suggesting, "How about I drive you all to the hospital?" No, Hu held down Zheng Duo and explained. Earlier Ranran said that the three of them going together was more than enough, and with little Tong helping, it's plenty. It's very cold outside, everyone shouldn't be running in and out catching colds. Besides, sister-in-law Cui Lu's condition isn't serious. She's still conscious, so the amount she inhaled shouldn't be much. Right. Wang Qing said with a trembling voice, swallowing. Fortunately, it was discovered in time, otherwise. I don't dare to think about it. Qing Tianyuan lifted his chin slightly. Duo, you still have to work tomorrow. Go to the guest room, turn on the heating and sleep. Xue Ling said, first leave a message for your secretary saying you'll be late to work tomorrow. Sleep at least 7 hours, otherwise where will you get the energy to work? Zheng Duo seemed absent-minded and said in a low voice, wait. I'm waiting for little Tong's reply. I didn't call her, but when she has time to take out her phone, she should reply to me immediately. Xue Ling urged the Ahu couple, you're both tired too, go back and rest first. We're all scared. Wang Qing smiled bitterly. How can we sleep? My heart is still pounding, I can't calm down. Hu also shook his head, I can't sleep either. At our age, if we can fall asleep when we first lie down, then we can sleep for several hours. But if we're woken up or something happens, we can't fall back asleep. Cheng Tianyuan's complexion looked poor as he said in a low voice, then you stay here drinking water and waiting. My wife and I need to go lie down. We've been busy these past few days, running back and forth between home and the hospital. We're almost exhausted. I'm really very tired. Xue Ling sighed wearily, both sleepy and uncomfortable, and my head is dizzy too. All right. You go sleep first. We'll stay here to keep warm and drink water. When it gets light, we'll go back to change clothes. After Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling returned to their room, they fell asleep one after another without even having time to change out of their sweaters. However, both were getting older and their sleep quality couldn't compare to young people's. Especially with heavy thoughts on their minds, it was impossible to sleep deeply. Around 6 o'clock, Cheng Tianyuan woke up. He didn't dare wake Xue Ling, so he quietly took his phone into the covers. Qin Min hadn't replied with any voice messages or texts, but their eldest son Cheng Huanran had sent him a message around 3 o'clock saying that Cui Lu was fine, her spirits were more stable, and they could be discharged and return home when it got light, telling them not to worry. Cheng Tianyuan breathed a sigh of relief and closed his eyes again. Around 7 o'clock, Xue Ling also woke up. The two changed clothes, washed up, and went to the main living room. Hu and Wang Qing had already changed out of their robes and were sitting by the fireplace warming themselves and chatting, each with a steaming cup of soy milk beside them. The main kitchen is already preparing breakfast. I went to get some soy milk to drink. I was hungry long ago, so I'm having something to tide me over first. Xue Ling couldn't help asking, why didn't you take a nap? Be careful of headaches later. I did. Wang Qing answered with a bitter smile. I slept for over an hour. He kept tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Hu shook his head nonchalantly. I'm fine. I'll sleep a bit in the afternoon. Qin Min called me earlier saying they'll be back to Xian Garden soon, telling us not to worry and not to go to the hospital. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling felt relieved and turned to call the elderly to get up and help them wash and change clothes. Last night's incident was too sudden and not a good thing, so everyone very tactfully kept it from the elderly. After eating their fill, the four elderly went to the living room to watch TV, play chess, and play cards. Just then, Little Tiger drove back with the Qin Min couple, plus the dozing Cheng Huanran and Little Tong. Each of them had dark circles under their eyes and looked terrible. Little Tong helped He Lu out of the car and quietly signaled to everyone. I'll help Aunt back to her room to change clothes and rest first. Seeing He Lu's expression of life has no meaning, no one knew how to comfort her. They also felt it wasn't urgent, so they quickly cooperated. All right, the heating is already on in the new guest room over there. Take it slow. Everyone watched them enter the room and close the door. Chung Tianyuan looked at Chen Min, who looked like he was about to collapse, with complex emotions, not knowing how to start the conversation. Have you eaten breakfast? Come on, let's go eat breakfast first. Chen Min shook his head slowly, bent down and sat down gradually, letting out a long sigh. I'm sorry for making everyone worry. Who lifted his chin slightly. Ran, you and little tiger go eat something warm first, then go back to your rooms to catch up on sleep. Chang Huanran and little tiger, exhausted and yawning continuously, walked toward the main dining room. Xueling called out, have Little bring over a serving of hot porridge. Soon, Little brought over a large bowl of white porridge and several small dishes. Chen Min held his forehead and said weakly in a low voice, can't eat, no appetite. Cheng Tianyuan frowned and said in a low voice, Little Hao is still lying in the hospital, and sister-in-law's spirits aren't good either. If you don't take care of yourself, who will take care of them in the future? Chen Min's eyes flickered slightly as he slowly reached out to take the large bowl. Who nearby urged, eat quickly, while it's hot. After Chen Min ate a few spoonfuls, his movements slowed down. Perhaps Chung Tianyuan's earlier words had an effect, as he closed his eyes and swallowed the remaining porridge in a few gulps. Little cleared away the bowls and chopsticks. Seeing that they all looked troubled, as if they had something important to discuss, the elderly found excuses saying they wanted to play mahjong and went together to Xue Jilan's guest room. The main living room became quiet, but the atmosphere was very heavy. Wang Qing hesitated, stammering, well, it's good that Cui Lu is fine. No matter what happened, it's all in the past now. Chen Min sighed again, his thick hands scratching his hair several times, then rubbing his face, his movements slow and his expression heavy. Qing Tianyuan said in a low voice, are you tired? Go back to your original guest room to rest first. Do you have cigarettes? Chen Min suddenly asked. Everyone was stunned. Who awkwardly patted his pockets and forced a smile. I haven't dared to smoke for years. Where would I have cigarettes? Chung Tianyuan never smoked, so naturally he wouldn't carry cigarettes and a lighter. At this moment, Xueling stood up and walked toward the storage cabinet. A few days ago, when our second son got married, a business friend gave us 4 cartons of foreign cigarettes. I remember they seemed to be placed in the corner cabinet. They should still be there. Soon, she brought over a carton of cigarettes. Chen Min quickly thanked her and took it, soon pulling out a pack and taking out a cigarette to put in his mouth. The next moment, he looked around. Where's a light? Who pointed to the fireplace? Isn't there one over there? Go smoke over there. Right. Wang Qing reminded, there's a ventilation opening there, so smoking won't bother other people. Chen Min quickly walked over, puffing clouds of smoke as he sat by the fireplace opening, instantly surrounded by swirling smoke. The others found places to sit without going over to disturb him, and no one spoke. After smoking for a while, Chen Min irritably extinguished the remaining cigarette and pressed it into the corner of the fireplace. Ching Tianyuan saw his action and said in a low voice, if you want to smoke, go ahead. The place is spacious, it won't bother us. No need. Chen Min rubbed his cheeks and pressed his swollen eyes. My heart is too troubled. Smoking more won't help. I just suddenly wanted to smoke, but after a few puffs, I didn't want to anymore. Xueling was boiling water to make tea and called out, come drink some clear tea to soothe your spirits. Chen Min walked back and sat beside Hu. Seeing his haggard and dejected appearance, Hu felt secretly heartbroken and reached out his big hand to embrace him. Chen Min's eyes immediately reddened, tears glistening. Brother Hu, my heart feels so terrible. Hu blinked several times and patted his shoulder heavily. Everything will pass. Hold on well. We're all men, Men have greater responsibilities, so it's inevitable we'll suffer more. Min rubbed his nose and sobbed a few times. When I came to the capital last time for the wedding, I had already given her the divorce agreement. Before, I'd only talk about it verbally, shouting during arguments, but I couldn't hold on anymore. I found a familiar lawyer to help me draft the agreement, determined to get divorced. I was somewhat drunk and in a depressed mood, but I didn't dare tell you all. Although Little House's situation was troubling, he's already an adult, and I was worried but couldn't help him much. What troubled me more was how to tell the children about our divorce, how to tell all of you relatives and friends. Later, when Little House had his incident, our divorce matter was delayed. I came to the capital alone with Little House, not because I left her there to manage the family business, but because I didn't discuss it with her at all. Everyone was secretly shocked to hear this. Chung Tianyuan frowned and asked, "Wasn't everything fine before? You were also a couple who married for love. How did it get to this point? Right?" Who found it hard to believe. Sister-in-law has always been virtuous, taking care of everything inside and out. She's a good woman who cares for the family. You mentioned arguing with her before, but I didn't take it to heart. Which couple doesn't argue? Who doesn't live their life with some quarreling and fussing? Wang Qing nodded in agreement. Yes, arguing is one thing, but you still have to live your family life, right? Life must go on. You and Chui Lu have been married for over 20 years. How can you easily talk about divorce? It wasn't easy for your family to achieve today's economic conditions. Chui Lu has suffered a lot following you. After working hard for over 20 years, she has a lot of merit and hardship. Even if feelings have faded over time, there's still all that merit and hardship. You can't easily divorce and separate, right? It's too difficult to build a family, but it doesn't take a day or two to collapse and scatter. Just 2 little divorce booklets can tear everything apart completely. Families are easy to break up, but it would be difficult to put them back together later. Xueling handed him a cup of clear tea and said in a low voice, "Is there some difficulty? Why don't you tell us about it and see if we can help? We'll advise you, then go advise Chui Lu. You've weathered big storms. What else is there to worry about? Right? At our age, we've become much more indifferent to many things. The most important things are only family and kinship." Min shed tears, constantly wiping them away with his hands. I really can't live with her anymore. Her heart only has room for her broken-down birth family. She only cares about her birth family and everything. I'm not an unreasonable person. It's not easy for her birth family to give birth to and raise her. It's right to be filial to parents and take care of brothers and sisters. But you can't shoulder everything on one person, right? If she shoulders it, then I have to shoulder it. She takes everything onto our family, and I've long been unable to bear it. Everyone was astonished, then looked at each other. They never expected it to be this reason. From what they knew, Chui Lu's birth family was in the countryside, with many younger brothers and sisters in the family. She was the eldest daughter and had always taken good care of her younger siblings. It seemed they only knew part of the story. Min choked up as he explained. I helped pay for and care for her grandparents, and I even covered all the funeral expenses. When her parents built a new house, I had to pay all the money. Even when they bought a motorcycle for the family, they had to come to us. Her brothers and sisters going to school and work, I had to pay for everything. At first, they were somewhat embarrassed, but later they all took it for granted, as if I was naturally indebted to their family. True, when we got married, I had already made some money cooperating with you all in opening the supermarket, so I was more financially comfortable. But I'm not some big tycoon. Money doesn't blow in with the wind. It's earned penny by penny, dollar by dollar. How can they expect me to help with everything? She always says she's the eldest daughter in the family, and it's natural for an older sister to take care of younger brothers and sisters. But you can't take care of them for a lifetime, right? I also have a big family to support, and it's not easy for me either. Min sniffled and continued. I also have relatives and sisters, and several children to raise. People can't be greedy and insatiable, can't always just take from others, right? Everyone was reasonable people and nodded silently one after another. Min frowned and said, but they don't think this way. They say thank you with their mouths, but in their hearts they're always jealous that our economic conditions are better, wishing they could mooch more from us. No matter how much, they just want to mooch. Her second sister has been married for over 10 years, and now even when buying an air conditioner for the house, she can directly come to our supermarket, take it and leave, righteously saying it's from her big sister's family. That they're all family sisters, so there's no need to be polite. Her brothers come to us for buying houses and cars. Her father and mother-in-law don't help persuade them, but instead tell Chui Lu that she's the big sister with the best economic situation, so she definitely has to help her own brothers. When I was initially reluctant, saying we could help with part of it but couldn't pay for everything, her two brothers made a fuss and even instigated Chui Lu to argue and threaten divorce with me, saying the money in our family also belongs half to their sister, and I can't monopolize it all. Her father and mother-in-law came directly to our house crying and making scenes, constantly crying about being poor and miserable. Finally, I was forced to pay for 2 houses for them. When her second and third sisters heard about this, they came to our door crying pitifully, saying they were all Chui Lu's real sisters. How could their sister be so biased, only caring about brothers and not sisters? They shamelessly demanded that we also buy houses for them. At that time I was preparing a new supermarket and had ordered a large batch of goods, so I didn't have that much spare money. Chui Lu couldn't resist her sisters fussing and actually gave them 200,000 yuan each behind my back. When I came home and angrily questioned her, she actually told me she had to compensate her sisters because she didn't buy houses for them. I never owed them anything, not a single cent. When they were young and needed to study and go to school, most of the tuition was paid by me. Even the bicycles and motorcycles they used for school were bought by me. Now they've all grown up and started families, but they still come to us for money every few days, greedily saying that since our conditions are good, we should naturally take care of them. What kind of twisted logic is that? I've argued with Chui Lu many times. At first, she knew to restrain herself somewhat, but later she was flattered and instigated by them to make trouble with me, and it became even more out of control. After the big supermarket opened, business was indeed good, and my income increased accordingly. Her relatives would come every few days saying they were supporting the business, but each time they'd push a big cart of stuff and leave without paying a cent. Her sisters and brothers were all the same, even taking rice and flour directly from the supermarket. When I got angry and scolded them, saying they couldn't do this or it would be impossible to do business, and the cashiers didn't recognize them, which could cause misunderstandings, they actually went directly to find Chui Lu to go to the warehouse together to take things, big and small items, everything. I advised Chui Lu, telling her that Qianlong had also invested in the big supermarket, and continuing like this was too unfair to Qianlong. When we bought inventory, we used both families' money and only divided the profits when we made money. But her relatives went to the warehouse to take things every day. How could we still make money? Even if there were still profits, owing Qianlong so much over time was too much. Qianlong didn't say anything on the surface, but over time, she also had a lot of dissatisfaction in her heart. She talked to me several times, and later when Chui Lu heard about it, the sisters-in-law actually argued, and they didn't speak to each other for a long time. Hu was burning with anger and said roughly, this won't work. Chen Min sighed and shook his head. I couldn't stop Chui Lu, so I had to take advantage of the year-end accounting to split shares with Qianlong and return her portion of the money. She had deep grievances against Chui Lu, but Tongzi is a smart man who taught her not to make trouble with Chui Lu and not to put me in too difficult a position. Qianlong didn't say anything, but our interactions unknowingly decreased a lot. I understand in my heart that it was all caused by Chui Lu's family, not other reasons. I'm not someone with a very bad temper, as you all should know. But I really can't stand their family's behavior, and I've argued with Chui Lu many times. She always threatens me with divorce, saying she has half of everything in the family, and if we divorced, she could actually take it openly. Her reasoning is very sufficient. She says she's the richest person in the family, so taking care of others is natural. This way her brothers and sisters will all respect her, and her parents will also depend on her. She's been flattered and encouraged by all of them, and has long forgotten where she stands. She spends all day caring for her birth family's nephews and nieces, caring for her brothers and sisters' children, but can't take care of our own children. She always says the family business is too busy and sent each child to boarding school as soon as they entered middle school. The children are all honest and well-behaved, but living away from home for long periods, they have too little contact with us and little communication. I always felt they were all obedient and well-behaved, so I shouldn't worry too much and just let her arrange things. When little Hao had his incident this time, she and I also argued several times. She blamed me, and I blamed her, cursing each other nonstop. When I received the invitation that Ah Yuan Express mailed, I was in the office arguing with her. Her second brother idles around all day, changing jobs again and again, drinking and bragging all day, with the house in chaos. His wife goes to the supermarket every few days to take things home, crying to Cui Lu every day about their hardships. His fair-weather friends encouraged him to invest in some online lending, and he was immediately tempted, asking Cui Lu to lend him money to do big business. Cui Lu secretly transferred 200,000 yuan to him, and if I hadn't checked the accounts, I wouldn't have known. I scolded her for not discussing it with me, and also scolded her saying this money would definitely never come back. She said she owned half of the family assets and could make the decisions. I was so angry I argued with her again. To tell the truth, I'm completely disappointed in her. I'm not someone who doesn't love family, and I'm not someone who doesn't want to care for the children. But I really can't stand it anymore. When I don't let her manage money and accounts, her whole family comes to our house crying and making scenes, demanding divorce. When I let her manage the money, I have to watch money disappear every few days to fill the big hole in her family. You never know if that hole can ever be filled, but her family is a bottomless pit. I carefully looked into it and found that except for the shop fronts and stores that sister-in-law suggested I buy, there really isn't much money left in the accounts. These years, too many e-commerce businesses have emerged, and the supermarket business is much worse than before. We don't earn much money, but the money going out flows like water. Even if I don't think about myself, I have to think about the children. In a few years, they'll graduate and start families, need job arrangements, and to find partners. Which of these doesn't cost money? I have to leave them some assets, otherwise how can I help them buy houses and settle down? Disheartened, I went to find a lawyer to draft a divorce agreement, threw it at her, and flew to the capital. At this point, Chen Min was already in tears. After she received the agreement, she cried for a long time and kept calling to scold me, wrongly accusing me of not wanting to live with her anymore, saying I didn't even want our good family. Wrong. It's precisely because I love this family that I have no choice but to divorce her. If we don't divorce, the money in the accounts will be gone sooner or later. Where will I find money to raise the children then? How will I support this family? I can't persuade her, can't control her. Besides divorce, what else can I do? Chen Min painfully scratched his hair, bent his head down to his knees, and wept bitterly. After hearing this, everyone felt terrible for him. Who was the most indignant, saying roughly, "When you chatted with me about this before, I thought it was just a little bit, and actually advised you to be more generous. After all, they're all family relatives, and if you can help, you definitely should. Who knew it was like this? This won't work. I tell you, people's hearts are never satisfied, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. There's simply no bottom to it." Wang Qing's eyes were red as she said in a low voice, "Cui Lu." Cui Lu went too far. Your birth family is family, but you have to take care of your own small family too. No matter how good your birth family is, it's ultimately not your home anymore. I didn't understand this principle at first, but gradually I came to understand it. My brother is fine, but my sister-in-law is that kind of greedy and insatiable person, always asking me for things. When my mother was alive, I was worried my sister-in-law would treat my mother badly, so I tried to give whatever was asked for. I kept enduring then. Fortunately, who was even more generous than me and let me arrange things. After my mother passed away, I couldn't continue like before. I told my sister-in-law myself that business was difficult and I couldn't keep helping them. Of course my sister-in-law wasn't happy, but I had no choice. My income is unstable and our family depends on Ahu's business. I can't always take my husband's money to please her. Fortunately, we live far away, so when I go back I just bring some things for my nephews and nieces. As for whether she's happy or not, I really can't care about that. Exactly. Who was so angry he didn't know what to do, patting his cousin's shoulder. Chinmin. Don't be sad. I'll help you. When Little Hao gets better, I'll go back to Hui City with you. I'll go reason with Chui Lu's whole family. Cheng Tianyuan frowned and shook his head. What reasoning can you do with that kind of family? The more you reason with them, the more they'll think you're afraid of them, and they'll become even more excessive. Chinmin, I understand your feelings, but you can't divorce right now. Why? Chinmin looked up with red, swollen eyes. Cheng Tianyuan sighed. Little Hao's condition just stabilized. If you divorce at this time, what will happen to the child's psychology? He's already in such a fragile state. If his parents divorce at this time, I'm afraid he'll have another breakdown. Right. Xueling nodded. The child's mental state is the most important thing right now. Everything else can wait. Wang Qing wiped her eyes. But we can't let Chinmin keep suffering like this either. Look how thin he's become, and so haggard. Who is conflicted? Then what should we do? We can't just watch Chinmin being drained by that family, can we? Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment. How about this? Chinmin, you don't go back for now. Stay in the capital to take care of Little Hao. Let Chui Lu manage the business there alone. Without you around, she won't be able to give money to her family so easily. That won't work. Chinmin shook his head. She has access to all the accounts. Even if I'm not there, she can still transfer money. Then freeze the accounts, Xueling suggested. Say it's for business needs, temporarily freeze the liquid funds. Chinmin smiled bitterly. She'll definitely suspect something and make a big fuss. Let her make a fuss. Who said angrily, at worst, tell her the truth, that you can't stand her family's behavior anymore. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. That would be too direct and might push her to extremes again. We need to think of a gentler approach. What gentle approach? Wang Qing asked. Some people don't understand unless you're direct with them. Xueling sighed. The problem is that Chui Lu has been brainwashed by her family. In her mind, helping her birth family is the most natural thing. She probably doesn't even realize how much harm she's causing to her own family. That's the most terrifying part, Chinmin said painfully. She thinks she's being a good daughter and sister, but she doesn't realize she's destroying our family. Hu slammed his hand on the table. Then we have to make her realize. We can't let this continue. But how? Cheng Tianyuan asked, and we have to consider the timing. With Little Hao's condition and now Chui Lu's suicide attempt, this isn't the right time for confrontation. Everyone fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts about this difficult situation. Wang Qing broke the silence. You know, I've been thinking about what Chinmin said, and it reminds me of my own situation years ago. My sister-in-law was similar, always expecting help, never satisfied no matter how much we gave. How did you handle it? Xueling asked. It took me years to learn to set boundaries, Wang Qing replied. At first, I felt guilty every time I said no. But gradually I realized that if I didn't protect my own family first, who would? My husband worked hard for our money, and I couldn't just give it all away to keep others happy. Hu nodded. That's right. There's a difference between helping family and being taken advantage of. Helping should have limits. Chinmin looked up. But how do you make someone understand that when they've been convinced by their family that they're doing the right thing? Sometimes people have to learn the hard way, Cheng Tianyuan said thoughtfully. Maybe Chui Lu needs to see the consequences of her actions, the business suffering, the children being affected, the marriage falling apart. But at what cost? Xueling asked. Little Hao is already in the hospital. How much more damage can this family take? That's exactly why I wanted to divorce, Chinmin said desperately. I thought if I removed myself from the equation, at least the children would have some financial security left. But divorce isn't really removing yourself, Wang Qing pointed out. You'd still be their father, still responsible for them. And they'd be caught in the middle of a broken family. Who is getting frustrated? So, what's the solution? Just let Chui Lu's family bleed them dry? Maybe, Xue Ling said slowly. The solution isn't to fight Chui Lu directly, but to help her see the situation differently. What if we could show her how her actions are affecting the children? I've tried that, Qin Min said. She always says she's doing it for the family's reputation, that we have to help relatives or people will think we're selfish. Face, Cheng Tianyuan muttered. It always comes down to face. Exactly, Wang Qing agreed. In our culture, being seen as a good daughter and sister is so important that some people will sacrifice their own families for it. But there has to be a balance, Xue Ling insisted. You can be filial and helpful without destroying your own family. Just then, the door opened and little Tong walked in, looking exhausted. Her hair was disheveled and her eyes were red from crying. How is she? Xue Ling asked gently. Little Tong sat down heavily. She's sleeping now, but she keeps mumbling about how she's failed everyone. She feels guilty about Uncle Qin Min wanting to divorce her, guilty about little Hao being in the hospital, guilty about everything. Did she say anything about her family? Qin Min asked hopefully. Little Tong shook her head. She's not thinking clearly right now. She just keeps saying she doesn't know how to fix things, that maybe everyone would be better off without her. That's exactly what we were worried about, Cheng Tianyuan said. She's in no state to make rational decisions about anything right now. So what do we do? Hu asked. We can't just wait and hope things get better on their own. For now, Xue Ling said, we focus on getting both Little Hao and Chui Lu stable. The other issues will have to wait. Qin Min buried his face in his hands. I feel like I'm trapped. If I push for the divorce, I might push her over the edge again. If I don't, her family will continue to drain us dry. Maybe, Little Tong said quietly the answer. For your family to achieve today's economic conditions, Chui Lu has suffered a lot following you. After working hard for over 20 years, she has a lot of merit and hardship. Even if feelings have faded over time, there's still all that merit and hardship. You can't easily divorce and separate, right? It's too difficult to build a family, but it doesn't take a day or two to collapse and scatter. Just 2 little divorce booklets can tear everything apart completely. Families are easy to break up, but it would be difficult to put them back together later. Xue Ling handed him a cup of clear tea and said in a low voice, Is there some difficulty? Why don't you tell us about it and see if we can help? We'll advise you, then go advise Chui Lu. You've weathered big storms. What else is there to worry about? Right? At our age, we've become much more indifferent to many things. The most important things are only family and kinship. Qin Min shed tears, constantly wiping them away with his hands. I really can't live with her anymore. Her heart only has room for her broken-down birth family. She only cares about her birth family and everything. I'm not an unreasonable person. It's not easy for her birth family to give birth to and raise her. It's right to be filial to parents and take care of brothers and sisters. But you can't shoulder everything on one person, right? If she shoulders it, then I have to shoulder it. She takes everything onto our family, and I've long been unable to bear it. Everyone was astonished, then looked at each other. They never expected it to be this reason. From what they knew, Chui Lu's birth family was in the countryside, with many younger brothers and sisters in the family. She was the eldest daughter and had always taken good care of her younger siblings. It seemed they only knew part of the story. Qin Min choked up as he explained. I helped pay for and care for her grandparents, and I even covered all the funeral expenses. When her parents built a new house, I had to pay all the money. Even when they bought a motorcycle for the family, they had to come to us. Her brothers and sisters going to school and work, I had to pay for everything. At first, they were somewhat embarrassed, but later they all took it for granted, as if I was naturally indebted to their family. True, when we got married, I had already made some money cooperating with you all in opening the supermarket, so I was more financially comfortable. But I'm not some big tycoon. Money doesn't blow in with the wind. It's earned penny by penny, dollar by dollar. How can they expect me to help with everything? She always says she's the eldest daughter in the family, and it's natural for an older sister to take care of younger brothers and sisters. But you can't take care of them for a lifetime, right? I also have a big family to support, and it's not easy for me either. Chinmin sniffled and continued. I also have relatives and sisters and several children to raise. People can't be greedy and insatiable, can't always just take from others, right? Everyone was reasonable people and nodded silently one after another. Chinmin frowned and said, but they don't think this way. They say thank you with their mouths, but in their hearts they're always jealous that our economic conditions are better, wishing they could mooch more from us. No matter how much, they just want to mooch. Her second sister has been married for over 10 years, and now even when buying an air conditioner for the house, she can directly come to our supermarket, take it and leave, righteously saying it's from her big sister's family. That they're all family sisters, so there's no need to be polite. Her brothers come to us for buying houses and cars. Her father and mother-in-law don't help persuade them, but instead tell Cui Lu that she's the big sister with the best economic situation, so she definitely has to help her own brothers. When I was initially reluctant, saying we could help with part of it but couldn't pay for everything, her two brothers made a fuss and even instigated Cui Lu to argue and threaten divorce with me, saying the money in our family also belongs half to their sister, and I can't monopolize it all. Her father and mother-in-law came directly to our house crying and making scenes, constantly crying about being poor and miserable. Finally, I was forced to pay for 2 houses for them. When her second and third sisters heard about this, they came to our door crying pitifully, saying they were all Cui Lu's real sisters. How could their sister be so biased, only caring about brothers and not sisters? They shamelessly demanded that we also buy houses for them. At that time I was preparing a new supermarket and had ordered a large batch of goods, so I didn't have that much spare money. Cui Lu couldn't resist her sisters fussing and actually gave them 200,000 yuan each behind my back. When I came home and angrily questioned her, she actually told me she had to compensate her sisters because she didn't buy houses for them. I never owed them anything, not a single cent. When they were young and needed to study and go to school, most of the tuition was paid by me. Even the bicycles and motorcycles they used for school were bought by me. Now they've all grown up and started families, but they still come to us for money every few days, greedily saying that since our conditions are good, we should naturally take care of them. What kind of twisted logic is that? I've argued with Cui Lu many times. At first, she knew to restrain herself somewhat, but later she was flattered and instigated by them to make trouble with me, and it became even more out of control. After the big supermarket opened, business was indeed good, and my income increased accordingly. Her relatives would come every few days saying they were supporting the business, but each time they'd push a big cart of stuff and leave without paying a cent. Her sisters and brothers were all the same, even taking rice and flour directly from the supermarket. When I got angry and scolded them, saying they couldn't do this or it would be impossible to do business, and the cashiers didn't recognize them, which could cause misunderstandings, they actually went directly to find Cui Lu to go to the warehouse together to take things, big and small items, everything. I advised Cui Lu, telling her that Chenlon had also invested in the big supermarket, and continuing like this was too unfair to Chenlon. When we bought inventory, we used both families' money and only divided the profits when we made money. But her relatives went to the warehouse to take things every day. How could we still make money? Even if there were still profits, owing Chenlon so much over time was too much. Chenlon didn't say anything on the surface, but over time, she also had a lot of dissatisfaction in her heart. She talked to me several times, and later when Cui Lu heard about it, the sisters-in-law actually argued, and they didn't speak to each other for a long time. Hu was burning with anger and said roughly, this won't work. Chinmin sighed and shook his head. I couldn't stop Cui Lu, so I had to take advantage of the year-end accounting to split shares with Chenlon and return her portion of the money. She had deep grievances against Cui Lu, but Tongzi is a smart man who taught her not to make trouble with Cui Lu and not to put me in too difficult a position. Chenlon didn't say anything, but our interactions unknowingly decreased a lot. I understand in my heart that it was all caused by Chui Lu's family, not other reasons. I'm not someone with a very bad temper, as you all should know. But I really can't stand their family's behavior, and I've argued with Chui Lu many times. She always threatens me with divorce, saying she is half of everything in the family, and if we divorced, she could actually take it openly. Her reasoning is very sufficient. She says she's the richest person in the family, so taking care of others is natural. This way her brothers and sisters will all respect her, and her parents will also depend on her. She's been flattered and encouraged by all of them, and has long forgotten where she stands. She spends all day caring for her birth family's nephews and nieces, caring for her brothers and sisters' children, but can't take care of our own children. She always says the family business is too busy and sent each child to boarding school as soon as they entered middle school. The children are all honest and well-behaved, but living away from home for long periods, they have too little contact with us and little communication. I always felt they were all obedient and well-behaved, so I shouldn't worry too much and just let her arrange things. When little Hao had his incident this time, she and I also argued several times. She blamed me, and I blamed her, cursing each other nonstop. When I received the invitation that Ah Yuan Express mailed, I was in the office arguing with her. Her second brother idles around all day, changing jobs again and again, drinking and bragging all day, with the house in chaos. His wife goes to the supermarket every few days to take things home, crying to Chui Lu every day about their hardships. His fair-weather friends encouraged him to invest in some online lending, and he was immediately tempted, asking Chui Lu to lend him money to do big business. Chui Lu secretly transferred 200,000 yuan to him, and if I hadn't checked the accounts, I wouldn't have known. I scolded her for not discussing it with me, and also scolded her saying this money would definitely never come back. She said she owned half of the family assets and could make the decisions. I was so angry I argued with her again. To tell the truth, I'm completely disappointed in her. I'm not someone who doesn't love family, and I'm not someone who doesn't want to care for the children. But I really can't stand it anymore. When I don't let her manage money and accounts, her whole family comes to our house crying and making scenes, demanding divorce. When I let her manage the money, I have to watch money disappear every few days to fill the big hole in her family. You never know if that hole can ever be filled, but her family is a bottomless pit. I carefully looked into it and found that except for the shop fronts and stores that sister-in-law suggested I buy, there really isn't much money left in the accounts. These years, too many e-commerce businesses have emerged, and the supermarket business is much worse than before. We don't earn much money, but the money going out flows like water. Even if I don't think about myself, I have to think about the children. In a few years, they'll graduate and start families, need job arrangements, and to find partners. Which of these doesn't cost money? I have to leave them some assets, otherwise how can I help them buy houses and settle down? Disheartened, I went to find a lawyer to draft a divorce agreement, threw it at her, and flew to the capital. At this point, Chen Min was already in tears. After she received the agreement, she cried for a long time and kept calling to scold me, wrongly accusing me of not wanting to live with her anymore, saying I didn't even want our good family. Wrong. It's precisely because I love this family that I have no choice but to divorce her. If we don't divorce, the money in the accounts will be gone sooner or later. Where will I find money to raise the children then? How will I support this family? I can't persuade her, can't control her. Besides divorce, what else can I do? Chen Min painfully scratched his hair, bent his head down to his knees, and wept bitterly. After hearing this, everyone felt terrible for him. Who was the most indignant, saying roughly, "When you chatted with me about this before, I thought it was just a little bit, and actually advised you to be more generous. After all, they're all family relatives, and if you can help, you definitely should. Who knew it was like this? This won't work. I tell you, people's hearts are never satisfied, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. There's simply no bottom to it." Wang Qing's eyes were red as she said in a low voice, "Chui Lu. Chui Lu went too far. Your birth family is family, but you have to take care of your own small family too. No matter how good your birth family is, it's ultimately not your home anymore. I didn't understand this principle at first, but gradually I came to understand it. My brother is fine, but my sister-in-law is that kind of greedy and insatiable person, always asking me for things. When my mother was alive, I was worried my sister-in-law would treat my mother badly, so I tried to give whatever was asked for. I kept enduring then. Fortunately, Ahu was even more generous than me and let me arrange things. After my mother passed away, I couldn't continue like before. I told my sister-in-law myself that business was difficult and I couldn't keep helping them. Of course my sister-in-law wasn't happy, but I had no choice. My income is unstable and our family depends on Ahu's business. I can't always take my husband's money to please her. Fortunately, we live far away, so when I go back I just bring some things for my nephews and nieces. As for whether she's happy or not, I really can't care about that. Exactly. Ahu was so angry he didn't know what to do, patting his cousin's shoulder. Chinmin. Don't be sad. I'll help you. When little Hao gets better, I'll go back to Hui City with you. I'll go reason with Cui Lu's whole family. Cheng Tianyuan frowned and shook his head. What reasoning can you do with that kind of family? The more you reason with them, the more they'll think you're afraid of them, and they'll become even more excessive. Chinmin, I understand your feelings, but you can't divorce right now. Why? Chinmin looked up with red, swollen eyes. Cheng Tianyuan sighed. Little Hao's condition just stabilized. If you divorce at this time, what will happen to the child's psychology? He's already in such a fragile state. If his parents divorce at this time, I'm afraid he'll have another breakdown. Right. Xueling nodded. The child's mental state is the most important thing right now. Everything else can wait. Wang Qing wiped her eyes. But we can't let Chinmin keep suffering like this either. Look how thin he's become, and so haggard. Who is conflicted? Then what should we do? We can't just watch Chinmin being drained by that family, can we? Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment. How about this? Chinmin, you don't go back for now. Stay in the capital to take care of little Hao. Let Cui Lu manage the business there alone. Without you around, she won't be able to give money to her family so easily. That won't work. Chinmin shook his head. She has access to all the accounts. Even if I'm not there, she can still transfer money. Then freeze the accounts, Xueling suggested. Say it's for business needs, temporarily freeze the liquid funds. Chinmin smiled bitterly. She'll definitely suspect something and make a big fuss. Let her make a fuss. Who said angrily, at worst, tell her the truth, that you can't stand her family's behavior anymore. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. That would be too direct and might push her to extremes again. We need to think of a gentler approach. What gentle approach? Wang Qing asked. Some people don't understand unless you're direct with them. Xueling sighed. The problem is that Cui Lu has been brainwashed by her family. In her mind, helping her birth family is the most natural thing. She probably doesn't even realize how much harm she's causing to her own family. That's the most terrifying part, Chinmin said painfully. She thinks she's being a good daughter and sister, but she doesn't realize she's destroying our family. Ahu slammed his hand on the table. Then we have to make her realize. We can't let this continue. But how? Cheng Tianyuan asked, and we have to consider the timing. With little Hao's condition and now Cui Lu's suicide attempt, this isn't the right time for confrontation. Everyone fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts about this difficult situation. Wang Qing broke the silence. You know, I've been thinking about what Chinmin said, and it reminds me of my own situation years ago. My sister-in-law was similar, always expecting help, never satisfied no matter how much we gave. How did you handle it? Xueling asked. It took me years to learn to set boundaries, Wang Qing replied. At first, I felt guilty every time I said no. But gradually I realized that if I didn't protect my own family first, who would? My husband worked hard for our money, and I couldn't just give it all away to keep others happy. Ahu nodded. That's right. There's a difference between helping family and being taken advantage of. Helping should have limits. Chinmin looked up. But how do you make someone understand that when they've been convinced by their family that they're doing the right thing? Sometimes people have to learn the hard way, Cheng Tianyuan said thoughtfully. Maybe Chui Lu needs to see the consequences of her actions, the business suffering, the children being affected, the marriage falling apart. But at what cost? Shui Ling asked. Little Hao is already in the hospital. How much more damage can this family take? That's exactly why I wanted to divorce, Qin Min said desperately. I thought if I removed myself from the equation, at least the children would have some financial security left. But divorce isn't really removing yourself, Wang Qing pointed out. You'd still be their father, still responsible for them. And they'd be caught in the middle of a broken family. Who is getting frustrated? So what's the solution? Just let Chui Lu's family bleed them dry? Maybe, Shui Ling said slowly. The solution isn't to fight Chui Lu directly, but to help her see the situation differently. What if we could show her how her actions are affecting the children? I've tried that, Qin Min said. She always says she's doing it for the family's reputation, that we have to help relatives or people will think we're selfish. Face, Cheng Tianyuan muttered. It always comes down to face. Exactly, Wang Qing agreed. In our culture, being seen as a good daughter and sister is so important that some people will sacrifice their own families for it. But there has to be a balance, Shui Ling insisted. You can be filial and helpful without destroying your own family. Just then, the door opened and little Tong walked in, looking exhausted. Her hair was disheveled and her eyes were red from crying. How is she? Shui Ling asked gently. Little Tong sat down heavily. She's sleeping now, but she keeps mumbling about how she's failed everyone. She feels guilty about Uncle Qin Min wanting to divorce her, guilty about little Hao being in the hospital, guilty about everything. Did she say anything about her family? Qin Min asked hopefully. Little Tong shook her head. She's not thinking clearly right now. She just keeps saying she doesn't know how to fix things, that maybe everyone would be better off without her. That's exactly what we were worried about, Cheng Tianyuan said. She's in no state to make rational decisions about anything right now. So what do we do? Who asked. We can't just wait and hope things get better on their own. For now, Shui Ling said, we focus on getting both Little Hao and Chui Lu stable. The other issues will have to wait. Qin Min buried his face in his hands. I feel like I'm trapped. If I push for the divorce, I might push her over the edge again. If I don't, her family will continue to drain us dry. Maybe, Little Tong said quietly, the answer isn't about divorce or not divorce. Maybe it's about finding a way to protect the family assets while giving Aunt Chui Lu time to see the situation clearly. How? Qin Min asked. I don't know yet, Little Tong admitted. But there has to be a way that doesn't involve destroying the family completely. The room fell silent again as everyone contemplated the complex web of family loyalty, financial responsibility, and emotional manipulation that had brought them to this crisis point. Outside, the morning sun was rising, but inside, the family faced one of their darkest hours. Xiao Tong. Shui Ling quickly stood up and asked, How are you? You must be exhausted. I'll have the kitchen send you something to eat. Take the day off from work today. I can't, Xiao Tong smiled bitterly. There are 2 important meetings this afternoon that I can't miss. Shui Ling didn't care about that at all and reminded her, just have your assistant give you the meeting minutes to review. You don't need to attend everything in person. People aren't machines, they can't run 24 hours a day. Then she made an internal call to the main kitchen, asking Old Li to send over some breakfast. No matter how tired you are, you need to eat well and rest properly first. Otherwise, where will you get the energy and strength to work? Xiao Tong laughed cheerfully and said, Aunt Ling, it's wonderful to have a boss like you. Unfortunately, Zheng Duo isn't as kind and benevolent as you are. Zheng Duo was a typical workaholic. Apart from exercising and reading, he devoted all his remaining energy to work. Overtime was the norm for him. He worked at least 1 day every weekend, and even weekend night shifts didn't bother him. Although he said verbally that everyone didn't need to work overtime and could leave after finishing their tasks, facing a workaholic boss, how could his subordinates dare to slack off? He never explicitly told us to work overtime. He rarely even mentions the word overtime. Xiao Tong pouted with frustration. But his work efficiency is so high, and he works so hard that any subordinate who doesn't give their all simply can't keep up with his pace. Not keeping up means no bonuses, no advancement opportunities, no future. Under these circumstances, who would dare to slack off? Everyone in the office works at full capacity, and if they can't finish, they voluntarily work overtime. There are quite a few people in the group who voluntarily work overtime, and many of them are senior staff. Xue Ling chuckled softly. I've said before to complete work efficiently and avoid overtime. It's much better now than before. Most people leave work on time, and overtime is mainly done by senior staff, who generally leave before 9 o'clock. I told the company's logistics department not to arrange lighting and power supply after 9 o'clock. Xiaotong nodded repeatedly. I know. The veteran employees in the group all said that when Zheng Duo first rose to power, it was even more intense than a wolf-like corporate culture. He's a workaholic with high work efficiency. If you didn't work desperately, you simply couldn't keep up with his rhythm. After several months, many senior executives with big bellies all lost weight one after another, more effective than any weight loss secret. During that period, many people secretly called Zheng Duo Zheng the hero because he helped many middle and senior staff who couldn't lose weight to efficiently shed pounds, saving them money on weight loss while earning more bonuses. How could he not be a great hero? Everyone was driven to near nervous breakdowns by him. Later, you personally intervened to persuade Zheng Duo, otherwise they probably would have quit from exhaustion. When she first joined the group, she had to race against time every day. Except for 5 hours of sleep and a 30-minute afternoon nap, she had to be as energetic as if she'd taken stimulants for the rest of the time, otherwise she couldn't complete her workload at all. She didn't have procrastination issues and was quite quick in her movements, yet she still struggled like this. One could imagine what others must have gone through under Zheng Duo's pressure. Haha, Xue Ling explained. That was indeed the situation at the time. Although Duo didn't require everyone to work overtime, his pace was fast and his efficiency high. Many people had to work overtime to keep up with him. I assigned him 2 additional assistants and readjusted the senior staff, and finally everyone caught up with his pace. Now everyone is used to his high efficiency, and the overall work efficiency has correspondingly improved. Meetings have decreased, work processes have been reduced, but office efficiency is obviously better than before. Xiaotong shook her head helplessly. Maybe I'm used to his high-pressure environment. If I don't go to work for a day, I feel restless. When I'm at work, if I'm not rushing around and everything isn't fast-paced, it doesn't feel like I'm working at all. Many people say the same thing. Xue Ling suppressed a laugh. And most of them are middle and senior staff. Xiaotong sighed and teased. Auntie, many people say that after you promoted Zheng Duo, the group's performance became even better than before. They say you have a keen eye for talent. I asked Zheng Duo about it, and he said you always advise him not to work so hard, but he can't help it. He says if he doesn't push himself while he's young, life would be too boring. Besides, he's the type who can't sit still. The more he works, the more energetic he becomes. I seriously suspect you chose him precisely because you saw this quality in him. Xue Ling was amused again and joked, No. You've figured me out. Wang Qing, listening to them discuss group affairs, felt secretly envious. Xiaotong, there shouldn't be many people working overtime now, right? Xiaotong shook her head. Not many. Most people rush to finish their work and leave on time. Some who are slower might stay an extra hour or half hour before leaving. There really aren't many staff working until 9:30 anymore because everyone has been turned into tentacle monsters by Zheng Duo. Wang Qing, being older, wasn't familiar with young people's trendy language. What monster? Octopus? What does that mean? Xiaotong laughed and answered, people who type extremely fast are called tentacle monsters. Later we used it to describe people who can work with both hands simultaneously, multitask, and have super high work efficiency. Wang Qing laughed heartily. Young people's internet world is really different. New terms keep emerging constantly, and they sound quite interesting. At this moment, Oldly brought over a bowl of plain noodles. I happen to have rich broth and freshly pulled noodles, so I just added an egg and some chopped scallions. Xiao Tong took a deep breath and said excitedly, I originally didn't feel like eating, but smelling this immediately increased my appetite. A professional chef really makes a difference. You're too kind, Oldly smiled and went back. After eating a few bites, Xiao Tong seemed to remember something important. Auntie, Xiao Hao, there's a caregiver taking care of him there, right? Did my uncle and the others go over? Xueling nodded. There's a male caregiver there, so don't worry. Your uncle's mental state isn't very good. Yuan helped him go rest. Just now Yuan and who drove to the hospital. By the way, Duo sent you a message, right? He went to work and will go to the mall during lunch break. The damage to their apartment isn't serious. The exterior wall got wet, and there's a little water in the hallway, all minor issues. After hearing this, Xiao Tong sighed inwardly, slowly picking at the scallions with her chopsticks. I don't need to worry about Duoduo's side. Uncle's family problems seem much more serious instead. My mom will definitely call later to ask about Xiaohao's condition, and I don't know whether I should say too much. Don't say too much, Xueling reminded her. She's far away in the south and can't come in this cold weather. Since that's the case, it's better not to tell her everything. It would only add unnecessary worry and anxiety. Just tell her that Xiaohao's condition has improved and he's been transferred to a regular ward. Xiao Tong nodded obediently. Xueling thought for a moment and tentatively asked, How has your mother's relationship with Cui Lu been in recent years? Xiao Tong was slightly stunned, and her chopsticks holding the noodles paused. My mom and my aunt, it's just so. Not particularly good, but not particularly bad either, just like that. Xueling quickly found the right word and raised her eyebrows lukewarm. Right. Xiao Tong nodded. Although my mom hasn't said anything to us, her relationship with my aunt is very different from before. Andy, you all used to live in Rong City too. When my cousin-in-law and uncle who lived in the provincial capital, they would return to Rong City from time to time. I was still young then, but I remember when everyone gathered together, it was always cheerful. Uncle who was very enthusiastic and generous, everyone laughed and chatted, without any grudges. Wang Qing nodded in agreement, that's right. In the first few years after Cui Lu married into the family, she got along well with everyone. Your mother goes without saying. Back when several of our families pooled together to open the supermarket, your mother was the main force there. She got along very well with Ahu, Ling Ling, and the others. Xiao Tong smiled bitterly. Later it didn't work out. When I was in my teens, my mom and my aunt had several arguments, and my mom even cried. I was curious and asked what happened, but my mom refused to tell me, scolding me for being a child who didn't understand and shouldn't ask so many questions. It was only later when I overheard my dad comforting my mom that I guessed she had argued with my aunt. Economic disputes? Xueling asked. Xiao Tong shook her head. More than that. I remember once it was because my aunt had an argument with Grandpa, and my mom was very angry, saying my aunt acted without restraint and made the old man furious. It seemed my aunt's younger brother came to Rong City, saying there was no TV at home, and asked my aunt to take their old TV back home. My aunt immediately loaded the TV onto a donkey cart. That TV was originally what Grandpa watched every day, and my aunt made the decision without saying a word to him. Grandpa asked her how she could not tell him, and my aunt said it was just an old TV, not worth much money. Grandpa got angry and scolded my aunt for not respecting him, and then they started arguing. Wang Qing couldn't help but frown. Your mother didn't try to mediate? Instead, she also argued with your aunt? Grandpa got sick from anger, Xiao Tong explained. When my mom heard that Grandpa was ill, she hurried back to visit him. Later she had a big argument with my aunt, and they parted on bad terms. My mom simply paid for a new TV for Grandpa, and only then did the matter settle down. Xueling asked further, when did you divide the shares? At the big supermarket. Xiao Tong thought for a moment and answered, when I just started university, several years ago now. My mom only invested 10% of the capital, not much money. Later she said she barely got back tens of thousands of yuan, only recovering her principal, hardly making any profit. I heard my aunt's family members were very unreasonable, going to the supermarket every few days to take goods, and my aunt kept the accounts in complete chaos. Later, my uncle rechecked the account books and compensated my mom with over 30,000 yuan. After that, the two families' businesses were completely separated. Wang Qing sighed. When business separated, feelings became distant too, right? Yes. Xiao Tong lowered her head and said quietly, my mom scolded my uncle, saying he was too weak, couldn't manage his own business, and let my aunt's family of bloodsuckers do whatever they wanted at the supermarket. My aunt heard this and had another argument with my mom. Since then, except for New Year visits to pay respects to my uncle, there's been almost no contact at other times. Xueling wasn't surprised at all and explained, no matter how good the relationship between siblings is, if their spouses have conflicts and arguments, it will correspondingly affect the siblings' relationship with each other. Even if family affection remains, with little interaction, they naturally become distant. That's natural, Wang Qing agreed. Xiao Tong couldn't help but defend her mother. My mom still cares very much about my uncle and several nephews and nieces. She occasionally secretly invites my uncle to eat at our house and quietly buys some stationery or clothes for Xiao Hao and the others. My mom said that only my uncle's family remains from her natal family, so how could she possibly give them up? From both emotional and logical standpoints, she sided with her mother. Xueling smiled gently. We all know. Your mother is honest and straightforward, similar to your uncle. Actually, your aunt isn't some irredeemably evil person either. She just can't handle the troubles brought by her natal family well. Plus, she's not someone with strong opinions, easily influenced and swayed, lacking initiative and easily led by the nose. Yes, Xiao Tong muttered gloomily. My uncle is actually quite pitiful too, entangled by a bunch of leeches, unable to move freely. No matter how much money he has, he can't withstand this kind of drain. My mom feels sorry for my uncle, but she's also angry at his lack of fighting spirit. When she's angry, her words inevitably don't sound very nice. Xueling nodded and asked, this time with Xiao Hao's incident, how did your mother find out? She heard about it through inquiries, Xiao Tong explained. It wasn't my uncle who told her, and it certainly couldn't have been my aunt. She hasn't spoken to my mom for several years now. Xueling advised in a low voice, you're a junior, don't get involved in the adults' disputes and grudges. You should pretend you don't know anything and respect your elders as you should. Unless there's deep hatred between the two families, you must never interact with elders while harboring resentment. I know, Xiao Tong lowered her voice. My dad says the same thing. My aunt's emotions aren't very good, so I try to persuade and comfort her, not daring to say anything inappropriate. Auntie, I will definitely help take good care of Xiao Hao and my aunt these few days. Xueling gently stroked her smooth long hair and said warmly, that's right. Eat quickly, then rest after eating. Xiao Tong obediently agreed. After finishing household matters, Xueling drove to Ronghua Mall. Manager Xiao Lao explained that everything had been properly arranged. The heating and gas pipelines were being rapidly repaired, striving to restore normal conditions for other residents by tonight. As for compensation for the fire, they were currently claiming from the insurance company, and the rest was being handled with the police station. Don't worry, I can handle everything here well. Xueling gave him a thumbs up. Well done. You're my most capable right-hand man. Over these years, if you hadn't helped me manage my properties, I would have been overwhelmed with chaos long ago. You're too kind, Xiao Liao smiled gently. Fortunately, you appreciate me so much, otherwise no matter how capable I am, I wouldn't have any space to display my abilities. Xueling shook her head. Gold will always shine, and no matter where it goes, it will have its day to sparkle brilliantly. By the way, Xiao Liao, how are your parents' health lately? Are they both doing well? Xiao Liao's steps paused, then he smiled bitterly. My mom, her health hasn't been very good lately. Since the weather turned cold, she's been to the hospital several times. My dad and a caregiver help take care of her, and my brother and I take turns staying overnight. Xueling asked in surprise, what's wrong? When I met Sister Kai at the beginning of the year, she was in high spirits. She was a bit thin, but looked quite good. Since Xiao Jiaxue retired and went abroad with her foreign husband, she didn't have many old friends left around her. Liao Zhongnan and Kai Yunyan, the married couple, had maintained contact with her for many years, occasionally meeting for meals, chatting, and having a little wine. Xiao Liao shook his head helplessly. My mom has an old chronic condition. She had a serious illness before. You knew about it then, and you helped save my mom. The doctor said that for my mom to live smoothly to this age is already quite remarkable. Xue Ling felt a wave of shock and sadness, somewhat unable to process it. Sister Kai, is she hospitalized now? When can she be discharged? Xiao Liao slowly shook his head. She probably won't be able to leave the hospital this entire winter. The doctor said if my mom's spirits hold up, they hope she can make it to next spring when the weather warms up. If she can't hold on, it's just a matter of these few months. Oh my God. Xue Ling stood frozen in the cold wind, her face ashen. Xiao Liao's eyes reddened slightly as he said quietly, Auntie, you don't need to worry too much either. My mom has always been optimistic and gentle, with an excellent mindset. She's cheerful every day now, playing chess with my dad, reading and watching TV together. When the weather's nice at noon, she still wants to go to the flower shop to tend to the flowers and plants. The doctor said my mom's attitude and state of mind are very good, and they hope for a miracle. Xue Ling asked with a choked voice. The doctor said, There's no way? It's terminal, Xiao Liao explained. If there were even a glimmer of hope, my brother and I and my dad would absolutely never give up. But my mom is very accepting of it. She says her life was picked up 20-some years ago, and being able to live these extra years, she's already satisfied enough. She said back then she didn't even have time to say goodbye, and we hadn't yet established careers and families. If she had really died then, she would definitely have felt endless unwillingness and worry. Now she's already become a grandmother, has enjoyed her golden years for 20-some years. She's extremely satisfied and very accepting of it all. Xue Ling couldn't help but sigh deeply. Even so, it's still hard to let go. Yes, Xiao Liao smiled bitterly with tears in his eyes. How could we bear to let go? My dad has been secretly crying lately, not daring to let my mom see. My mom told him that in the next life they'll still be husband and wife. It's just a temporary separation. She told him to live well and stay with us, because in the next life they'll have plenty of time together. My dad has lost a lot of weight and doesn't look very good, but as long as my mom is awake, he keeps pretending to be cheerful, chatting and laughing with her, not daring to show even a bit of sadness. My brother and I are the same. Every time we visit her, we pretend to be cheerful. Xue Ling sniffled and said quietly, Sister Kai is a very optimistic and positive person. She doesn't want to bring you sadness and grief. We all know that. Xiao Liao quietly wiped away tears from the corner of his eyes. But how could we not be heartbroken? Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, which hospital is Sister Kai in? What apartment? I'll go see her this afternoon. No, Xiao Liao lowered his voice. Auntie, my mom doesn't want us to tell others about her hospitalization. She doesn't need to stay in the hospital every day, but considering her unstable condition, we've insisted on keeping her hospitalized. When it's warm at noon, my dad drives her to the flower shop. When you have time, why don't you go to the flower shop and pretend to run into her? My mom would definitely be very happy. Yes, Xue Ling immediately understood and said, I'll pretend I don't know anything. Xiao Liao nodded gratefully, thank you. Xue Ling patted his arm and said warmly, You're still young, with a whole pile of work waiting for you to complete. But you only have one mother. Don't miss the time you can spend with her. I'll give you extended leave. Take your parents on a trip to the south. Visit old places, no need. Xiao Liao thanked her gratefully and explained. My mom now needs fixed acupuncture treatment for 1 or 2 hours every day, so she can't be away for long periods. When her condition improves, it'll probably be spring already. Then I'll request extended leave to take my parents back to Wrong City for a trip and also go to the seaside for a vacation. Fine, Xue Ling said readily. You can request leave anytime. Xiao Liao's eyes flickered slightly, and he suddenly became somewhat hesitant. Auntie, there's one thing I'd like to ask a favor of you. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows and asked, "What is it?" "Just say it." Xiao Liao smiled bitterly and frowned with difficulty. "About my mom's situation, please quietly mention it to Mr. Shuejilan." Xue Ling was slightly stunned, then gently nodded. "No problem. They're old friends after all, and he should know." "No," Xiao Liao shook his head. "That's not the reason. I just feel my mom seems to want to see him once, but she also seems very hesitant. If possible, please help with this favor." Xue Ling understood and said, "In a couple of days when it clears up and gets warmer, I'll take Uncle Jilan to the flower shop to buy some fresh flowers." Xiao Liao broke into a smile and nodded repeatedly. "Good, then it's settled. When my parents go to the flower shop, I'll send you a message. You can arrange the timing as you see fit. I know you're very busy, so there's no rush." Xue Ling agreed. Originally planning to go to the group headquarters, Xue Ling felt somewhat tired, probably due to sadness, and couldn't muster any energy, so she simply went home instead. After Chen Min slept for a while, his spirits improved considerably, and Xiao Huzi drove him to the hospital. Cheng Huanran only took the morning off. After lunch and supervising his grandfather taking medicine, he hurriedly drove to work. Xue Dad's illness had recovered, and Xue Jilan's cold was almost better too. The two sat by the sunny window playing chess while chatting cheerfully. Wang Xiaoxiao, with her big belly, accompanied Xue Mom and Luing in the living room doing simple stretching exercises. The young people's vitality and vigor infected the elderly, who laughed and followed along with the counting, moving their hands and feet busily while occasionally bursting into hearty laughter. Xue Ling smiled slightly. Not wanting to disturb the elderly's joy, she quietly returned to her room for a nap. Last night she had been busy running around and had been thoroughly frightened twice, plus today's bad news. Xue Ling felt somewhat overwhelmed and hid under the covers, sleeping drowsily. It wasn't until evening when Cheng Tianyuan returned that she was awakened. "Wife, it's almost dark. Why are you still sleeping? Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Xue Ling was somewhat confused and said quietly, "I don't think so." Cheng Tianyuan went to the bathroom to wash his hands and explained, "Tonight Xiao Huzi is staying at the hospital for the night shift. And I brought Chenmin back. By the way, how is Tuilu doing?" I don't know," Xue Ling smiled bitterly. "I was so busy I got dizzy, but I let Xiaotong take leave to stay in the room and keep her company." Cheng Tianyuan said, "That's fine. With Xiaotong keeping her company, it's good. We don't have much contact with her, and you're not that familiar with her either. I'll go check on her in a bit." Xue Ling got up and said quietly, "I'll ask her to join us in the dining room for dinner. With more people it's livelier, which would be helpful for her and Min. With everyone chatting and talking cheerfully, they won't feel too awkward either." Cheng Tianyuan replied, "All right. If she's willing to come, then let her. If she refuses, don't force her. We've kept last night's incident from the elderly, don't let it slip and frighten them." Xue Ling put on her robe while saying, "They're people who've weathered great storms, no need to worry about that." Just then, urgent knocking came from outside the door. "Auntie! Auntie!" Xue Ling recognized Xiaotong's voice and immediately opened the door. Xiaotong's beautiful face was full of anxiety as she said, "Auntie." After my aunt woke up, she immediately started packing her suitcase. She says she wants to move out and stay at a hotel. I tried to persuade her for a long time, but she won't listen. She's putting on her coat and planning to go out to find a hotel. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows and said calmly, "Come on, I'll go with you to see." The two went around to the guest room and found He Tzuelian putting on her socks. She had already put on her down jacket, and her suitcase was packed and placed beside her, looking ready to leave. She looked up and saw Xue Ling, forcing an awkward smile. "That? Sister Ling, last night we frightened you all. I'm really sorry. We've been bothering you too much these past few days. I plan to find a hotel to stay in. It's not good to always trouble you." Xue Ling shook her head. "Don't say such polite things. Cui Lu, it's very cold outside, several degrees below zero. It's already dark, and in this cold weather, where are you going to stay? We have plenty of rooms here, so just stay. No, Hitsuelian smiled sadly. I have my own plans. Xueling pressed down on her suitcase and said gently, whatever your plans are, you should wait until daylight to leave. The weather forecast says there might be a blizzard tonight. You're unfamiliar with Beijing, and it's not good to go out rashly like this. Wait until tomorrow when it's clear, and let Xiaotong accompany you to find a hotel. Beijing has serious traffic congestion, so let Xiaotong take you to find a comfortable hotel or high-class guest house near the hospital. Then it'll be more convenient for you to take care of Xiaohao. Hitsuelian couldn't help but look out the window and asked, really? A blizzard? I don't see anything. Xiaotong quickly agreed, it's true. That's what the weather forecast said. Beijing winters are cold. It won't stay warm for many days before it starts getting cold again. It's already windy outside, cold enough to make you shiver. After hearing this, Hitsuelian irritably tugged at the scarf around her neck. I'm not afraid of getting colder. With a car to ride in, there's nothing to worry about. Xiaotong, why don't you call a car to come pick me up? I'll go find a guest house near the hospital myself. That won't work. Xiaotong explained, it's so late, and with the blizzard, it's not safe for you to go out alone. Besides, you don't know Beijing well. What if you can't find a suitable place? Auntie is right. Wait until tomorrow when the weather is better, and I'll accompany you to find a good hotel. Hitsuelian sat heavily on the bed, her expression showing clear impatience. I just don't want to stay here anymore. I feel uncomfortable, like I'm sitting on pins and needles. Xueling sat down beside her and asked gently, what's making you uncomfortable? Is there something we haven't done well? No, Hitsuelian waved her hands repeatedly. You've all been very good to me, very good. It's just that I feel bad about myself. She lowered her head, her voice becoming smaller. Last night I did such an embarrassing thing. I feel like I have no face to see anyone. I just want to find a place to hide by myself. Xueling sighed softly. Cui Lu, everyone has times when they're overwhelmed. What happened last night, we all understand. You don't need to feel embarrassed about it. But I do feel embarrassed. Hitsuelian suddenly raised her voice, her eyes reddening. I feel like I've lost all dignity. That Chenmin, he's determined to divorce me. He doesn't want me anymore. He thinks I'm from the countryside, that I'm not good enough for him, that I'm embarrassing him. Xiaotong quickly tried to comfort her, and, don't think like that. Uncle Chin he's just under a lot of pressure right now. Pressure? Hitsuelian laughed bitterly. What pressure does he have? He has a good job, makes good money, and his son is promising. What pressure? He just looks down on me. He thinks I'm a country bumpkin who can't get on the table. Her voice grew louder and more agitated. I've served his family for over 20 years. I've taken care of his parents, raised his son, managed the household. What have I done wrong? Now that his son is grown up and doesn't need me anymore, he wants to kick me out. He wants to find someone younger, more educated, more refined. Xueling tried to calm her down. Cui Lu, don't get so worked up. Things might not be as you think. How are they not as I think? Hitsuelian interrupted her, tears streaming down her face. I know exactly what he's thinking. He's always been ashamed of me, ashamed that his wife is from the countryside, ashamed that I don't have education, ashamed that I can't speak properly in front of his colleagues and friends. She wiped her tears roughly with her sleeve. Fine. Since he looks down on me so much, since he wants to divorce me so badly, then let's divorce. I don't want to stay in this family anymore either. I don't want to see his disgusted face anymore. Xiaotong looked at Xueling helplessly, not knowing how to persuade her aunt. Xueling thought for a moment and said, Cui Lu, I understand your feelings. But right now, Xiaohao needs you. No matter what problems you and Chenmin have, Xiaohao is innocent. He's still in the hospital and needs his mother's care. Hitsuelian's expression softened slightly when Xiaohao was mentioned, but she still said stubbornly, I'll take care of Xiaohao. That's my responsibility as his mother. But I don't want to have anything to do with Chenmin anymore. Then let's do this, Xueling suggested. You stay here tonight, and tomorrow Xiaotong will help you find a hotel near the hospital. You can take care of Xiaohao from there. As for the issues between you and Shinmin, you can think about them slowly. Don't make any hasty decisions. Heat Suelian was quiet for a long moment, then finally nodded reluctantly. All right. I'll stay one more night. But tomorrow I'm definitely leaving. Xueling patted her shoulder gently. That's fine. Whatever you decide, we'll support you. The next morning, Xiaotong accompanied Heat Suelian to find a hotel near the hospital as promised. After settling her in, Xiaotong thought her aunt would rest quietly, but Heat Suelian insisted on going out for dinner. I've been cooped up for too long, Heat Suelian said. I want to go out and walk around, see what Beijing is like. Xiaotong had no choice but to accompany her to a nearby restaurant. She had hoped for a quiet meal, but her aunt's behavior made her increasingly uncomfortable. Heat Suelian spoke loudly throughout the meal, completely ignoring the other diners' glances. She complained about the food being too expensive, criticized the service, and made inappropriate comments about other customers. Look at that woman over there. Heat Suelian pointed rudely at a well-dressed lady at another table. Dressed up all fancy, but probably just putting on airs. I bet she's not any better than me. And, please keep your voice down, Xiaotong whispered, embarrassed by the stares they were receiving. But Heat Suelian seemed oblivious to the attention she was drawing. She continued her loud commentary, and that man in the suit probably thinks he's so important. Men are all the same, always looking down on women, especially women like us from the countryside. Xiaotong felt her face burning with embarrassment. She tried to change the subject, and, how about we order some soup? The weather is cold soup? Look at these prices. Heat Suelian waved the menu around. 30 yuan for a bowl of soup. Highway robbery. Back in our village, I could make a whole pot of soup for 5 yuan. The waiter approached their table with a forced smile. Is everything all right, ladies? Everything's fine, Xiaotong quickly replied, hoping to end the scene. But Heat Suelian wasn't finished. Young man, let me tell you something. Your restaurant charges too much. And the portions are too small. In the countryside, we know how to treat customers properly. The waiter maintained his professional composure. I'm sorry if you're not satisfied. Is there anything specific I can help you with? You can help by lowering your prices. Heat Suelian laughed loudly at her own joke, completely missing the waiter's discomfort. After the waiter left, Heat Suelian turned back to Xiaotong. You see? That's how you deal with these city people. You can't let them think they're better than you. Xiaotong nodded weakly, just wanting the meal to end. But Heat Suelian had more to say. She began talking about her divorce situation, speaking as if the other diners weren't there. That Chen Min thinks he can just throw me away like an old shoe, she said loudly. But I'm not going to make it easy for him. I want half of everything. The house, the savings, everything. I've earned it after all these years. And maybe we should discuss this privately, Xiaotong tried to interrupt. Why privately? I have nothing to hide. Heat Suelian's voice grew even louder. I'm not ashamed of fighting for what's mine. That man owes me, and I'm going to collect every penny. She leaned forward conspiratorially, but still spoke loudly enough for nearby tables to hear. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to hire the best lawyer I can find. I'm going to take him for everything he's worth. Let him see what happens when he messes with a woman from the countryside. Xiaotong looked around nervously, noticing that several diners were openly staring at them now. Some looked amused, others annoyed, but all were clearly listening to her aunt's every word. I've already been asking around about lawyers, Heat Suelian continued. Someone told me that in divorce cases, the wife usually gets at least half. But I think I deserve more than half. I've been taking care of his family for over 20 years. I should get at least 60%. And, please, Xiaotong tried again. And another thing, Heat Suelian interrupted, I'm not going to let him see Xiaohao whenever he wants. If he wants to be a part-time father, he can pay extra for the privilege. Xiaotong felt sick to her stomach. Her aunt's focus seemed to be entirely on money and revenge, with no consideration for the family relationships being destroyed or the impact on Xiaohao. What about Xiaohao's feelings? Xiaotong finally managed to ask. Don't you think this will be hard on him? Heat Suelian waved dismissively. Xiaohao will understand when he's older. He'll see that his father is the one who broke up the family, not me. I'm just protecting myself and getting what I deserve. As they finally prepared to leave the restaurant, Xiao Tong felt exhausted and ashamed. Her aunt's behavior had been a spectacle, and she could feel the judgmental looks from other diners following them out. Walking back to the hotel, He Tzuelian seemed energized by her public venting session. That felt good, she said. I've been holding all that in for too long. It's time people knew the truth about what kind of man Chinmin really is. Xiao Tong walked silently beside her, thinking about the contrast between her aunt's angry, blame-focused response to crisis and the grace she had witnessed in others facing much worse circumstances. She thought about Kaiyun, facing terminal illness with such dignity and optimism, and felt a deep sadness about the different ways people chose to handle life's challenges. As they reached the hotel, Xiao Tong realized that this crisis was revealing something fundamental about each family member's character. Some, like Kaiyun, faced adversity with grace and concern for others. Others, like her aunt, seemed to retreat into anger and self-interest. Thank you for dinner, Xiao Tong, He Tzuelian said as they reached her hotel room. Tomorrow I want to go shopping. I need some new clothes for when I meet with lawyers. Xiao Tong nodded wearily, of course, aunt. Whatever you need. But as she walked away from the hotel, Xiao Tong couldn't shake the feeling that her aunt's approach to this crisis was only going to make everything worse for everyone involved, especially for Xiao Hao, who was still recovering in the hospital and would soon have to face the reality of his parents' bitter divorce. The contrast between different people's responses to life's challenges had never been clearer to her, and she found herself hoping that when her own tests came, she would choose grace over anger, understanding over blame, and love over revenge. When Xiao Tong returned to Axian Garden by taxi, it was already past 10 in the evening. Zheng Duo was afraid of the cold, so he simply turned on the car heater and waited for her. As soon as Xiao Tong got out of the taxi, she immediately opened his car door and got in. Oh my! It's so cold outside. Zheng Duo quickly handed her a thermos, chuckling softly. It's -8 degrees now. Fortunately, there's no heavy snow, otherwise driving would be very dangerous. Xiao Tong unscrewed the cap and asked curiously, Huh? What is this? Zheng Duo tilted his chin slightly and explained, Sister Ling prepared lily and barley porridge for you. She was worried about you running around so late, so she served it up and had me bring it in the car. Auntie is so thoughtful. Xiao Tong was moved to tears, eating with relish. During dinner, her aunt had kept scolding her uncle, which made her feel uncomfortable and naturally affected her appetite. She barely ate anything. After running around for 2 or 3 hours, her stomach was already growling with hunger. Having a bowl of warm, fragrant, glutinous porridge on such a cold day was simply wonderful. Zheng Duo turned the car around and teased, What about me? Am I not thoughtful? I specially came all the way here to pick you up and take you back to the suburbs on such a late night, and waited for you on the roadside in -8 degrees for almost half an hour. Although Sister Ling prepared the porridge, I was the one who went in to get it. Baby, even if I don't deserve credit, I deserve recognition for my hard work, right? Xiao Tong huffed coquettishly. It's indeed -8 degrees outside, but it's at least 26 degrees in here. You certainly deserve recognition for your hard work, but can it compare to Sister Ling's thoughtfulness and care? Dream on. Why don't you cook porridge for me? Zheng Duo laughed and said, That's not my area of expertise. When he was young, he ate almost all 3 meals outside, or with his father in the factory cafeteria. It wasn't until later when his father married his current mother that he finally got to eat delicious home-cooked meals. Every morning when he woke up, his mother had already prepared fragrant breakfast, and she would also prepare very rich lunchboxes for him to take to school, complete with vegetables, soup, and meat. When he returned home in the evening, he could always have a bowl of soup or some snacks, then happily go to his room to do homework, waiting for his mother to call him for dinner after dark. Because of this, he still couldn't do any housework. He couldn't even cook a simple bowl of sugar water, let alone the complex task of making porridge. Xiao Tong snorted lightly. Living with you, I'm really at a disadvantage. You can't cook, can't do housework, and can't even say sweet words to coax people. I'm so disadvantaged. TSK tisk. Zheng Duo gripped the steering wheel and chuckled. I'm responsible for earning money to support the family. You're responsible for being beautiful and cooking 2 meals a day, and we'll hire hourly workers for other chores. I'll pay for it. Xiao Tong licked her spoon and muttered, It seems like I'm still responsible for more than you. Zheng Duo quickly interjected, I'm also responsible for being handsome and energetic. I just didn't mention it, but that doesn't mean I haven't achieved it. Huh? Xiao Tong laughed and scolded. Apart from your glib tongue, I think you're almost useless. Not bad. Zheng Duo raised his eyebrows playfully. My only ability should be finding an almost perfect wife. Xiao Tong glanced at him and pretended to be angry. Why, almost perfect? Do I have imperfect aspects? Where? Poor judgment in finding myself an old fox. Zheng Duo sighed and tilted his chin. Nothing in this world is perfect. There's no best, only better. In my heart, you are the best. But in other people's eyes, it might not be the same. An old fox is farsighted and wise, surely better than some naive kid fresh out of school, right? You're looking for a lifelong partner, not raising a child for someone else. Xiao Tong's eyes flickered slightly, remembering what He Tzuelian had said earlier when scolding her uncle. In your view, marriage is about being partners in life. But in many women's hearts, finding a husband or boyfriend means finding a man they can depend on for life. If this man is unreliable, their hope is gone. When men can't be depended upon, they righteously believe it's the man's fault. Zheng Duo, always clever, immediately caught the undertone. What? Were you influenced by your aunt? Xiao Tong sighed helplessly. My aunt kept scolding my uncle. I listened until my ears were about to develop calluses. She said that my uncle earning money and her spending it is natural and right. Moreover, she also helps manage the family business, so even if she does less, she still deserves credit and recognition. She also said that now that she's old, my uncle dislikes her and doesn't want to support her anymore. Her family may be poor, but her relatives are his relatives too, and he shouldn't look down on her relatives, otherwise he would be heartless and conscienceless. Zheng Duo laughed, then gently shook his head. No. These are old-fashioned ideas that don't suit today's new society and environment. As the old saying goes, teapots have teapot lids, pots have pot lids. What kind of person matches what kind of person isn't predetermined by fate, but determined by ability. Whatever level you can reach yourself determines what level of partner you can find. The idea that ability is not as good as marrying well is just a beautiful lie women tell themselves. How many rich fools in this world are willing to find a woman to support, bringing a bunch of messy, trashy people or situations to drag themselves down? How many are there? Xiao Tong was stunned for a moment and muttered, Nothing is absolute in this world. There must be some, but definitely not many. Exactly. Zheng Duo shrugged. Not to mention others, let's just take Tai Tu and Xiao Xian as an example. Tai Tu's appearance is top tier, and his ability is absolutely first class. If he didn't always claim he had a marriage partner, if it weren't for his intimidating aura, he would have been pestered to death by a bunch of women long ago. A man like him, how could any ordinary woman capture him? Look at Xiao Xian again. Not to mention that she was the little one Tai Tu cherished and treasured most when he was young. Just her fairy-like beauty and being a student at one of the top universities in the country is already eye-catching enough. Moreover, she's not only excellent herself, but also has an excellent family background. All these things combined allow her to form some degree of balance with Tai Tu, and finally they smoothly came together. After hearing this, Xiao Tong glanced at him from the corner of her eye. What you said makes sense. But comparing it this way, I seem to hear something wrong. President Zheng, it seems like you and I can't balance each other. Nonsense. Zheng Duo replied, Our family backgrounds are similar, our education is similar, our appearances are similar. Apart from being a tiny bit older than you, being more stable, and loving you more, Everything else is about the same between us. Xiaotong put down the thermos and took out a tissue to wipe the corners of her mouth. Not necessarily, right? You're a high and mighty president, while I'm just a small assistant. Zheng Duo laughed heartily and stepped on the brakes to wait for the red light. Baby, you've misunderstood this point. Actually, I'm sitting in this president position to help Sister Ling. With my family background and education, it would be impossible for me to sit in this position at this age. At most, like you, I'd be a secretary or assistant level, working for a few years to become a department manager. Xiaotong's eyes moved slightly, but she said nothing. Zheng Duo exhaled and said in a low voice, "Actually, my ability can't compare to Taitu's. I've been very clear about this since childhood. I'm even older than him, but his self-discipline and diligence, plus that perseverance and relentless determination, are all beyond my reach." He could start from scratch under such difficult conditions and create his own business empire. If it were me, at most I'd study well and get a stable job. Without Sister Ling holding my hand to guide me and giving me a 10% stake, promoting me to her position, what would I amount to? Xiaotong pursed her lips and smiled softly. You're being too modest. Actually, your ability is quite good. In the past, some people in the group might not have accepted you, but that was just in the past. Later, didn't they all become convinced one by one? Not to mention anything else, the group's annual profit reports have been in an upward trend every year, never showing losses. That's the best proof of your ability. Haha. Zheng Duo laughed loudly, reached out to embrace the back of her head, and immediately leaned over to kiss her. Baby, so you recognize me this much? No, I'm too moved. I've decided to pledge myself to you immediately, until death do us part. Get lost. Xiaotong was amused by him and pushed him away. Drive properly. The light's green. Annoying. Zheng Duo had to sheepishly withdraw his hand and drive, still somewhat unwilling. After we get back, I'll properly pledge myself to you. I won't break my word. Xiaotong scolded coquettishly. Shut up. Drive properly. There are frost marks on the road surface outside. Be careful. Yes, ma'am. Wife. Zheng Duo replied. After fooling around for a while, they finally returned to the original topic. Zheng Duo explained, Actually, I wasn't exaggerating. We two are indeed a balanced pair. Your family is ordinary and well off. My family is just ordinary too. When I just graduated, there wasn't much savings left at home. Even buying me a motorcycle required my mother to advance a month's salary. Apart from the apartment in Ronghua Shopping Center, the family had nothing. Uncle Shui was very fond of me and always kept me by his side to teach and care for me. Sister Ling saw that my work ability was good, so she simply transferred me to her side. Actually, I got into our group through connections. That's an undeniable fact. How many years? Xiaotong couldn't help asking. Zheng Duo replied, I went over more than a year after graduation. At that time, the group's middle and senior management were all top students or highly educated people or experienced veterans. For a rookie like me not to be looked down upon would be against natural law, right? Xiaotong burst out laughing and nodded vigorously. Indeed so. Zheng Duo continued, Others worked hard for many years before possibly entering middle management, step by step climbing to senior management, but I shot straight to the president's side. If this isn't going through the back door, what is? Sister Ling appears fair and impartial on the surface, but she's actually very biased toward me. At first, she almost personally taught me, hand in hand like that. I was too young then, prone to acting impulsively, and felt disdainful of being secretly looked down upon by others. I even secretly went to find Uncle Shui, saying I'd rather climb up step by step myself, not wanting Sister Ling to give me special treatment. Xiaotong giggled and asked curiously, what happened then? What did Grandpa Shui say? He scolded me. Zheng Duo chuckled and explained. He scolded me several times in frustration, even hit my arm. He said that others might wait their whole lives for such an opportunity. He also told me about Sister Ling's entrepreneurship story, saying that from the beginning she knew how to use her father's resources, knew how to use available and feasible resources to develop her business empire. Otherwise, where would today's glory come from? Really? Xiaotong asked. Jing Duo nodded. Really? Uncle said that initially he thought Sister Ling was educated and married to a small county town, so the couple having stable jobs and living peacefully would be enough. He didn't dare hope for too much. Uncle was making good money from his clothing factory then, and she was his only daughter, so he figured whatever he earned would be icing on the cake for his daughter and son-in-law later. He didn't seek great wealth, just peaceful and smooth living. Who knew Sister Ling would quit her job to start a small business and open a supermarket, and from time to time go to the clothing factory to order clothes to sell in the South. After tasting success, she used her position as the boss's daughter to make Uncle prioritize her orders and give her discounts from time to time. Soon, Sister Ling used the money from selling clothes to develop real estate and earned her second pot of gold. At the same time, she brought her business to the capital and partnered with my father to establish Sanling Sweater Factory. Uncle was amazed that she had excellent business talent, so he let her use resources freely, provided houses for her to live in, and listened to her investment plans. Sister Ling borrowed money from Uncle, then paid it back after making profits. I heard she borrowed several times. Wow, Xiaotong listened with great fascination. We're hearing it as a story now, but it must have been thrilling and exciting back then. Jung Duo chuckled. Absolutely. Uncle said Sister Ling borrowed quite a lot of money from him, but eventually paid back every penny. Later, she also used our group's old address, which was Uncle's old clothing factory, to make hundreds of millions of pairs of jeans, earning huge profits. While earning, she developed real estate, catching an excellent investment period with unimaginable profits. Then she and brother Xue Heng went abroad to import a batch of machines to produce sanitary pads. That became the predecessor of our group. Uncle taught me that having good resources and not using them out of momentary pride is what immature people do. Having resources to use is like having tools at hand, having tools but not using them, having shortcuts but not taking them. What is that but being a big fool? I suddenly had an epiphany, like being enlightened. Xiaotong smiled broadly and said, "So Tianchu Group later had such a young president like you." Jing Duo nodded. After hearing Uncle's words, I calmed down and learned by Sister Ling's side. The group shares are mainly in Sister Ling's hands. Xue Heng doesn't have many. Moreover, Xue Heng is getting older, feels somewhat overwhelmed at work, and has many family matters, so he only handles branch company affairs and rarely participates in group matters. When Sister Ling pushed me up, she gave me 10% of the shares. Xue Heng also raised both hands in approval at the time. With these two major shareholders nodding, I could sit firmly in this position. Xiaotong suppressed a laugh and muttered, "Your ability is evident to all, no need to be too modest." While turning the steering wheel, Jung Duo took the opportunity to glance at her, his eyes full of tenderness. I've worked hard and persisted. He wasn't afraid of others looking down on him for getting into the group through connections. He used his own efforts and abilities to completely change others' prejudices, giving himself confidence while also providing a satisfactory answer to the seniors who trusted him and gave him opportunities. Xiaotong looked at the beautiful, brilliant neon lights outside the window and murmured, "After I came to your side, I didn't dare slack off either, always following in your footsteps. At first I felt the gap between us was very far, and I didn't dare get too close to you. It wasn't until later when I discovered I should be able to keep up with your pace that I dared accept your pursuit." Jung Duo understood and couldn't help teasing, "Why does this sound so awkward? Sometimes you're chasing me, sometimes I'm chasing you. Who exactly is chasing whom? What do you think?" Xiaotong huffed coquettishly. "Who is it that shamelessly blocked my office door back then? Who is it that bought a bunch of roses and insisted on giving them to me?" Jung Duo was slightly embarrassed and quickly smiled apologetically. "No matter who chased whom, anyway we were destined to be together in the end, because we're a match made in heaven." Xiaotong understood his meaning and nodded in agreement. "Yes, our family backgrounds are not very different. Our education and diplomas are similar. We both got into the company through connections, and we're both striving forward in our positions, proving ourselves while realizing our life ideals. Exactly. Zhang Duo smiled slightly. This is where we two are most balanced. Xiaotong rolled her eyes and asked, after you became the big president, I heard many female colleagues and women from outside came after you. Zhang Duo awkwardly twitched the corner of his eye and stammered. It wasn't that exaggerated. Just some hints or small gifts and such, but I pretended not to see them and didn't pay attention. I'm usually so busy with work, if I have time I'd rather get a good night's sleep. Where would I have the energy to deal with people I don't want to deal with? Xiaotong chuckled. She hadn't been at the company for just a day or two, and she'd been working by his side for quite a while. How could she not know anything? Zhang Duo coughed uncomfortably. I dated someone before, a middle-level manager in the group. She's from the capital, studied abroad, has a master's degree, and her family is well off. She looked down on my family situation being too ordinary, despised me, and we were forced to break up later. Xiaotong nodded. I've heard about it several times. Baby, I'm completely honest and never dare to lie to you. Zhang Duo's survival instinct was strong, and he quickly said, if you don't believe me, you can ask Sister Ling. Don't listen to the gossips in the company adding fuel to the fire. Xiaotong chuckled. No need, it's all in the past. What's the point of asking so much? You've already confessed. Why would I keep dwelling on it? You're a man in your 30s. How could you not have some romantic history? If you really didn't have any, that would seem strange. Zhang Duo asked suspiciously. Strange? What's strange about it? Is it abnormal for a man in his 30s not to date? Can't he be too busy? Can't he not be interested in ordinary women? I was waiting for you. Stop trying to coax me. Xiaotong laughed coquettishly. Leftover men and women who remain single must have reasons. Otherwise, why didn't others remain single while they specifically got left behind? Zhang Duo pretended to be aggrieved. I'm the type who is abandoned and unwanted, not really left behind. Xiaotong's eyes flickered, and she said softly with sympathy, it must have been very painful then. It was okay. Zhang Duo told the truth. We didn't date for very long. She was busy and I was busy too, so we didn't spend much time together. It wasn't too difficult to let go. Besides, I couldn't stand being looked down upon. Whenever I thought of her, I couldn't help but think of her snobbish parents, and I immediately didn't want to think about it anymore. During that period, I numbed myself with work, and with Sister Ling's family accompanying me, I quickly got through the heartbreak period. Xiaotong thought for a moment and couldn't help asking again, after you became the group's big president, was she transferred away by you? Did she regret it? Not really. Zhang Duo explained. Her parents would definitely regret it. Their family is at most millionaire level. I have 10% of the group's shares, which was worth several $100 million at the time. She probably wouldn't regret it. She's that kind of very proud and independent girl. Even if she regretted it, she would hide it in her heart. I didn't transfer her away. Sister Ling transferred her to a branch company. Not long after I took office, she submitted her resignation letter. I approved it, then she handed over her work and left. I haven't seen her since. Why did you approve it? Xiaotong asked suspiciously. She should also be a very capable girl, right? She should still be able to separate public and private matters. Zhang Duo shook his head. Where are there so many separations of public and private? After all, we dated before. Wouldn't it be awkward to meet? Even if it's not awkward, we'd inevitably remember some details from when we were dating. How could that not affect work and mood? Impossible. Besides, she's such a proud person. Making her work under me as a small branch manager, she couldn't stand it either. After all, I was the man she dumped. How could she swallow that pride? True. Xiaotong pursed her lips. If we broke up, I don't think I could continue working with you either. Zhang Duo rolled his eyes and laughed scoldingly. Shut up. What can be compared to anything? Are you sick in the head? How can she compare to you? I'm warning you, divorce isn't even possible with me. In Zhang Duo's dictionary, there's only widowhood, no divorce. Xiaotong, Zheng Duo glared at her sideways, huffing angrily. Next time you dare say those two words again, watch out, I'll beat you. I already said it was if. Xiaotong laughed and scolded. Is it worth it? Zheng Duo snorted coldly. Hypotheticals don't work. If doesn't work. Supposing, as if, like, for example, hypothetically speaking, etc. None of them work. Anyway, it's impossible for you and me to break up. I won't allow it. I won't even allow the hypothetical possibility. Fool. Xiaotong laughed shyly. Other people who've been married for decades can still get divorced, let alone we're not even officially married yet. Zheng Duo disagreed. Marriage needs to be managed. When two people live together, they're partners, not one depending on the other. Many women always think that since they're getting married, they should depend on men. Otherwise, why get married? This isn't the old society anymore. Everyone goes to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get marriage certificates together. You get one copy, I get one copy. Why should you be able to depend on others without working hard? The essence of marriage is two people partnering together to live life. In youth, it's driven by love. In old age, it's companionship, reducing life's risks, bearing hardships and various accidents together, taking care of and supporting each other. If one person drags behind, the whole family falls behind, ultimately affecting the entire family. Your aunt is a typical example of this type of woman. Xiaotong chuckled. Not just people from the old era, even now there are many girls who think this way. Marrying a man means depending on him, and now everyone is eagerly waiting to marry rich and handsome men. Rich and handsome men also have requirements, okay? Zheng Duo teased. Which truly wealthy man would be happy to marry a woman who can't help his life and career? They're not running a charity. Who wants to marry a vase to display at home? Real vases don't even spend money randomly. Xiaotong thought for a moment and said, it should be okay. Women can still provide help in daily life. Women definitely take on a higher proportion of household chores than men. Zheng Duo shook his head. That's already decreasing. Now many young girls don't like doing housework. They can't help with careers, they just know how to primp themselves, waiting and hoping to marry into wealthy families and live happily ever after as rich wives. Actually, truly wealthy families don't lack people to do housework. Maids and cleaning staff can come with one phone call. What they need more is someone who can help with their career, someone who shares their aspirations and can reach similar heights. What the ancients called matching families of equal social status is exactly this principle. Xiaotong suppressed a laugh and asked, what does your so-called career help include? Do we count like this? Me being your assistant? Huh? Of course it counts. Zheng Duo chuckled. We're now a typical example of husband singing and wife following. Xiaotong took advantage of the red light to secretly pinch his waist. Zheng Duo laughed loudly and begged for mercy. Baby, did I say something wrong? Where exactly was I wrong? As long as you can tell me, I'll let you do whatever you want. Since he still had to drive, she didn't dare be too bold and quickly withdrew her hand. Zheng Duo raised his eyebrows and asked, can you come to work tomorrow? You weren't there today, and my heart felt empty, like something very important was missing. I felt stifled. Xiaotong glanced at him with amusement and said softly, I think I shouldn't need to accompany my aunt anymore. Her mental state has recovered quite well. When she woke up today, she suddenly changed her attitude. She's no longer thinking of doing anything drastic. Now her mind is full of thoughts about divorcing my uncle. Zheng Duo wasn't surprised at all. When the foundation of marriage is gone, why not divorce and continue torturing each other? You can't say it like that. Xiaotong shook her head. Don't they still have several children? Zheng Duo sighed and said softly, many people who live unhappily but don't divorce do it for the children. But have they ever asked the children what they think? Do the children really want their parents to stay together and fight every day, making the whole family atmosphere tense and depressing? Or would they prefer their parents to separate and each find their own happiness so the children can have some peace? Many parents use "for the children" as an excuse, but actually they're just afraid to face the unknown after divorce, afraid of change, so they use the children as a shield. Xiao Tong was stunned and murmured, "You make a lot of sense." Zheng Duo continued, "Besides, your uncle and aunt's children are all grown up. The youngest is in high school, right? They have their own judgment. If the parents' marriage really affects the children's psychology and studies, then divorce might be the best choice for everyone." Xiao Tong nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly asked, "Should I tell my mother about this? She's been worried about my aunt's condition." Zheng Duo thought for a moment and said, "I think it's better not to tell her for now." "Why?" "Think about it." Zheng Duo explained patiently, "Your mother is already worried enough about your aunt's mental state. If you tell her about the divorce now, she'll worry even more. Moreover, divorce proceedings take time. There are property divisions, child custody issues, and various procedures. During this period, there might be changes. Maybe they'll reconcile. Maybe there will be other developments. If you tell your mother now and she worries for nothing, and then things change later, wouldn't that be unnecessary suffering for her?" Xiao Tong considered this and felt it made sense. "You mean wait until everything is settled before telling her?" "Exactly." Zheng Duo nodded. "When adults make decisions, especially major life decisions like divorce, it's best to inform family members after everything is confirmed. This way, you avoid unnecessary worry and can present them with a definite outcome rather than an uncertain process." Xiao Tong sighed, "But I feel like I'm hiding something from my mother, which makes me uncomfortable." Zheng Duo reached over and gently patted her hand. "Baby, this isn't hiding something maliciously. This is protecting your mother from unnecessary worry. There's a difference between the two. Sometimes, temporary concealment is an act of love." As the new year approached, the entire city seemed to be enveloped in a busy yet festive atmosphere. The Shui family home was no exception. The winter this year was particularly harsh. The temperature had been hovering around -8 degrees for several days, and the weather forecast predicted it might drop even further. The heating in the house was turned up high, but people still felt the chill when they went outside. Shui Ling had been busy with year-end company affairs lately. As the actual controller of Tianshu Group, she needed to review annual reports, plan for the next year, and handle various social obligations that came with the season. Despite being in her 50s, she still maintained the energy and sharpness of her younger days. "The heating bill this month is going to be astronomical," she muttered while reviewing documents in her study, occasionally glancing out at the frost-covered windows. Shui Heng, on the other hand, had been dealing with issues at the branch company. Several key clients were pushing for year-end settlements, and there were some personnel changes that needed his attention. Though he was getting older and sometimes felt overwhelmed by the workload, his sense of responsibility kept him going. Their son Shuiyang had been working overtime frequently at his law firm. The legal industry always saw a surge in activity before the new year, with companies rushing to resolve disputes and finalize contracts before the holiday break. "I probably won't be home for dinner again tonight," he told his mother over the phone. "We have 3 cases that need to be wrapped up before the new year." Sister Ling sighed. The family rarely had complete dinners together anymore, everyone busy with their own responsibilities. Meanwhile, the situation with Chan Min and He Tzuelian had indeed developed as Zheng Duo had predicted. After He Tzuelian's mental state stabilized, she had become determined to proceed with the divorce. What surprised many people was that their children, rather than opposing the divorce, actually supported their parents' decision. "Mom, Dad, we've watched you 2 fight for years," their eldest son had said during a family meeting. "Honestly, we're tired of it too. If divorce can bring peace to both of you, then maybe it's the right choice." Their daughter had been even more direct. "We're all adults now. We can take care of ourselves. You two should think about your own happiness for once." The youngest, still in high school, had initially been upset, but after talking with his siblings, he too came to understand that sometimes separation was better than constant conflict. Chen Min had been both relieved and saddened by his children's support. Relieved because he wouldn't have to worry about traumatizing them, saddened because it meant the family he had tried so hard to keep together was truly beyond repair. The divorce proceedings had begun quietly. They had agreed to handle everything amicably, dividing their assets fairly and ensuring the children's needs were met. Min would keep the house, while Hee would receive a substantial financial settlement that would allow her to live comfortably. At least we can end this with some dignity, Min had told his lawyer. As news of the impending divorce slowly spread through their extended family, reactions were mixed. Some relatives expressed shock and disappointment, while others quietly admitted they had seen it coming for years. Xiaotong's mother, still unaware of the latest developments, continued to worry about her sister's well-being. She called Xiaotong every few days to ask about Heezuelian's condition. "How is your aunt doing? Is she eating properly? Is she sleeping well?" she would ask. Xiaotong, following Zheng Duoduo's advice, would reassure her mother without revealing the divorce plans. "She's doing much better, Mom. Her mood has stabilized, and she's taking better care of herself." It wasn't entirely untrue. Heezuelian had indeed seemed more at peace since making the decision to divorce. The constant anxiety and anger that had consumed her for months had been replaced by a kind of resigned determination. The year-end atmosphere in the city was palpable. Shopping malls were decorated with red lanterns and gold ornaments, streets were lined with festive lights, and people were busy buying gifts and preparing for family reunions. But for some families, like Min and Heezuelian's, this new year would mark not a celebration of togetherness, but the beginning of separate paths. As Xiaotong sat in Zheng Duoduo's warm car, watching the city lights blur past the frosted windows, she reflected on how much had changed in such a short time. The conversations she'd had with Zheng Duoduo about marriage, partnership, and balance had given her new perspectives on relationships and life. "Do you think they'll be happier apart?" she asked quietly. Zheng Duoduo considered the question carefully before answering. "I think they'll have a chance to be happier." Sometimes, the bravest thing two people can do is admit that they're better apart than together. It doesn't mean they failed. It means they're choosing peace over pride. As they drove through the cold winter night toward their warm home, both of them understood that they were witnessing not just the end of one marriage, but perhaps the beginning of new chapters for everyone involved. The new year was approaching, bringing with it the promise of fresh starts and new possibilities. For some, it would be a time of celebration and togetherness. For others, it would be a time of transition and change. But for all of them, it would be a time to reflect on what truly mattered in life, not just staying together, but finding ways to be genuinely happy and at peace with the choices they made. The elderly family members saw him, and their hearts ached with concern. "Oh my goodness. You've turned into a snowman. Quick, quick, quick. Come warm yourself by the fire. Third son, come over here. It's warmer on this side." Cheng Huanchong hurriedly bounced and jumped over, taking off his snow-covered down jacket while stamping his feet and shaking his body. "Thank you, Grandma and Nana. Thank you, Grandpa. Wow. Grandpa, your gloves are so warm. These are great. Let me borrow them for a bit." Grandpa Shui smiled lovingly. "Use them. I'm not cold at all. Come, come. Stop jumping around. Sit next to me. It's very warm here." Cheng Huanchong quickly moved close to the elderly man, rubbing his hands, face, and legs. "It's really cold outside." Earlier at the subway station, the display showed -15 degrees. My goodness. It hasn't been this cold in ages. The cold wind mixed with snow was howling right into my face. I could barely walk. Fortunately, a snowplow passed by just now, otherwise I couldn't have walked through the half-meter-high snow. When I turned into the intersection, I happened to see my brother's car and hitched a ride home with him. Luing brushed the snowflakes off his down jacket, scolding affectionately. "On such a cold day, when you don't even need to study, why are you still running around outside? Wouldn't it be better to stay home reading, drawing, playing games, or watching TV? Look at you. Your nose is all red from the cold." Grandma Shui also chimed in. "Exactly. It's so cold outside that water turns to ice instantly, with strong winds and heavy snow. The TV keeps announcing for everyone not to go out, to stock up on food and stay home, and only go out if absolutely necessary. The highways and airports are all closed because this blizzard is too severe. Instead of staying home eating, drinking, and playing games, what were you doing running out in this freezing weather? I had no choice. Cheng Huanqing laughed heartily. I went out on business. Usually, we handle everything by phone, but today I had to go in person with my ID card to sign documents. I could only go out. If I could have stayed in bed sleeping in, who would want to go out and face the cold wind and snow? Wang Xiaoxiao supported her waist as she stood up and poured him a cup of hot water. Here, drink some to warm yourself up. Cheng Huanqiang smiled and thanked her. Thank you, second sister-in-law. Wang Xiaoxiao noticed his eyes were unusually bright with joy and couldn't help asking, what's going on? Is there some great news? Did your final exam results come out? Look how happy you are. Cheng Huanqiang held the water cup, his handsome, flawless face full of joy. What's so exciting about final exam results? I've already taken them, and they can't be that bad anyway. But there really is great news. And it's very tangible great news. What great news? Lu Ying asked curiously. Grandpa and Grandma Shui quickly gathered around. What good news? Did you get a girlfriend? Is that it? Hee. Really? Wang Xiaoxiao giggled and teased. Third brother is handsome, tall, and talented. As long as he's not too picky, why worry about not having a girlfriend? When did you start dating? Cheng Huanqiang, so he immediately raised both hands in surrender. No. That's not it. Everyone, please don't guess randomly, okay? My great news isn't about that. I'm a model student who loves studying, loves school, and loves work. I really don't have the leisure time for troublesome romance. Everyone immediately lost interest, their attention returning to the TV screen. Cheng Huanqiang smiled pitifully. Doesn't anyone want to ask what the specific great news is? Go ahead and tell us, Grandpa Shui said perfunctorily, his eyes still glued to the TV. Cheng Huanqiang smiled pitifully and rested his head on his grandfather's shoulder. My new work won a major award, a national-level one. A film company plans to buy the rights to this work, and the licensing fee was finally confirmed today. Everyone immediately became interested and laughed happily. Oh, this really is great news. Amazing. Our third son is truly wonderful. Oh my, just hearing about it makes me feel so proud. So happy. Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask curiously, the licensing fee is confirmed? How much? Didn't your new work just finish recently? That's wonderful. I heard from Sister Tong earlier that the response was excellent. It was incredibly popular, and she said it would definitely sell as a major IP. She guessed right. What? What IP? What big P? What's that thing? The elderly family members pulled Cheng Huanqing with questions, each one excited beyond measure. Cheng Tianyuan changed into his home clothes and came back. Seeing everyone surrounding his youngest son with questions, all smiling brightly, he couldn't help but join them. What's happening? Is there something going on? Cheng Huanqiang smiled with his eyes curved like crescents, gesturing with 5 fingers. Wang Xiaoxiao guessed, 5 million? Is that it? However much it is, it's good. Grandpa Shui said excitedly. Selling rights to make movies and TV shows, that's great news. The amount of money doesn't matter, your reputation will immediately rise. Lu Ying smiled with red eyes. Third son works on his drawings all the time, often staying up late into the night until his eyes turn red. It's so difficult. So difficult. Cheng Huanqiang gently shook his head and lowered his voice. 50 million before taxes. Everyone. Cheng Tianyuan asked in surprise. Really? That much? Selling rights? Can there be that much money? Is it possible? Wang Xiaoxiao was also extremely excited and nodded vigorously. Dad, it must be true. Third brother's new work this time was really popular. Many channels were promoting his work. I heard that just last month, his manuscript fees for this work alone were several $100,000. A major IP selling for tens of millions is within expectations. Cheng Tianyuan understood, but still found it hard to believe. I never thought drawing those comics could make such big money. Didn't it used to be just a few thousand or hundred per month? Usually, I only knew he drew those strange things that we couldn't understand at all. Who knew it could make so much money? Cheng Huancheng confidently raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of ambition. Dad, my work this time is science fiction. Future sci-fi characters would indeed seem strange to you all. What's most worthy of recognition about this work is that the plot is unique, novel, and full of twists, always attracting readers. After the company promoted it several times, it quickly became very popular. Later, when promoted through external channels, the effect was excellent, subscriptions soared, and my manuscript fees increased considerably. A while ago, a cultural company approached our company about rights, but I initially refused. This time it's a very famous major company, and they offered a generous licensing fee, so I finally agreed. The contract was signed this afternoon, so this matter is settled. Why are you only telling us now? This is great news. Qing Tianyuan was happy for his son, so excited he spoke without thinking. On such a cold day. Not letting us go with you, not bringing bodyguards, just going alone. You always like to do things quietly. This won't do. This won't do. Cheng Huanran, who had just changed out of his down jacket and rushed over, couldn't help but tease. Look. Dad is so happy he doesn't know what to say. Haha. Everyone burst into laughter. Qing Tianyuan felt slightly embarrassed, tears flickering in his eyes. Well, did you consult lawyer he? For signing contracts and such, you need to listen to her professional opinion. She's a professional lawyer. Cheng Huancheng nodded quickly. Yes, lawyer He's assistant accompanied me to sign the contract. Cheng Tianyuan was still very excited, patting his youngest son's shoulder. Don't be proud, work hard. Since it's something you love, you must persist with it. This journey hasn't been easy. It's been 6 or 7 years, finally achieving some results. Years ago, when his youngest son almost neglected his studies for drawing comics, he was very angry and initially wanted to stop him, but after his wife reminded him, he finally agreed to let him try. He never expected his son to study so seriously, persisting for several consecutive years, always maintaining great enthusiasm for drawing and improving. His son's enthusiasm and attitudes secretly amazed him, and he gradually changed from initial doubt to tacit approval and support. Over these years, his son had to handle heavy school assignments while persisting with comic drawing. He saw how hard this journey was and felt heartache, but he rarely spoke about it. When others did homework, he also did homework. When others could go play, his son immediately went to his room to get his drawing pen. When others went to play first during holidays and only thought about homework after having enough fun, he would start rushing through homework as soon as holidays began, just to squeeze out a little more time for his comic career, not wanting to waste even a few minutes. During winter and summer breaks, when others could happily vacation, he would hide in his room quietly drawing. Even when going out with his brothers, he would carry a small drawing board, racing against time to work on manuscripts. On countless nights, his son would yawn while holding his drawing pen, staying up until his eyes were red, standing in front of the drawing board sketching away. He would go to the kitchen to heat up a glass of milk and bring it to his room, reminding him to drink it and sleep early, not to stay up late. From when the child was in 8th grade until now, persisting through more than 6 years of days and nights, this moved him as a father and filled him with comfort. The child finally achieved results, and he was happy for his son, even more proud of him. Cheng Huancheng's eyes immediately filled with tears as he threw himself into his father's arms. Dad, thank you. Thank you and Mom for your support all these years. In previous years, you always drove me to art classes, dropping me off and then waiting downstairs until I finished. Whether it was windy, rainy, cold, or hot, whenever I went to class, you would accompany me waiting downstairs. Without your support and everyone's encouragement over these years, how could I have made it to today? Cheng Tianyuan smiled, embarrassedly holding back tears, patting his son's back firmly. I couldn't help you much. You had to carry your own drawing pens no matter how heavy. This path isn't easy to walk, you must persist well. Your own dreams ultimately depend on yourself to pursue. Cheng Huancheng nodded firmly, breaking into a smile through his tears. Okay, thank you, Dad. Cheng Huanran also had tears in his eyes, stepping forward to give his brother a big hug. Congratulations, congratulations. When you get your manuscript fees, you must treat everyone to a big meal. Absolutely. Everyone laughed again. Xueling was rubbing her hands, entering the house with a tired mind, when she saw the whole family gathered in a circle laughing happily, several with red eyes, which scared her into stopping abruptly. Mom! Cheng Huancheng joyfully jumped up, rushing over to hug her excitedly. Everyone laughed and gathered around to share this good news with her. Xueling was extremely happy, kissing her son's cheek. Amazing! So amazing! Son, Mom is proud of you. We're all proud of you. Cheng Huancheng turned to wipe away his tears, smiling. Thank you, Mom. Have the main kitchen add dishes. Tonight we'll celebrate for third son in advance. Right. When the weather clears up this weekend, let's just have a barbecue in the back garden. How about that? Great. That's a good suggestion. Let's send a message to the family group later and set the time. Everyone happily discussed while walking to the main kitchen for dinner. Grandpa Shui couldn't help but tease, making big money at such a young age. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Third son, with this windfall of tens of millions, what are your plans next? Haha. Cheng Huancheng shook his head and laughed. Grandpa, didn't I say earlier? It's 50 million before taxes, and taxes will be deducted later, and I might need to pay additional taxes next year. If I can get over 30 million in hand, I'll be thanking Buddha. Grandma Shui gave a thumbs up. That's good enough. You've been earning manuscript fees all these years, not even needing the family to give you living expenses. That's already remarkable. You're not even 20 years old and can earn tens of millions. Looking around, how many people have this ability? Very few. Right? Luing nodded in agreement. So amazing. Not even 20 years old yet. And it's all earned by your own hands, no capital needed, no help from parents or others. Cheng Huanran smiled embarrassedly. I could only earn money after graduation. When I was your age, besides studying, I just did club activities, completely useless otherwise. Look at you, earning tens of millions in one go. This ability is extraordinary. No. Cheng Huancheng waved his hands repeatedly. I was just lucky. This comic combined the right time, place, and people, so I was fortunate to be chosen. Wang Xiaoxiao gave a thumbs up. Opportunities only come to those who are prepared. Your luck is built on your ability, your professional level. Yes. Xueling was very happy, saying, It's cold, let's warm up some wine. Tonight we'll all have a couple of drinks to celebrate. Cheng Tianyuan quickly stopped her, whispering, You've been very busy lately, and you have to go out early tomorrow morning. Better not drink. Everyone was about to agree, but seeing Cheng Tianyuan wasn't very willing, they suddenly became timid and didn't dare to echo the call for celebratory drinks. Just one small bottle of beer, Xueling pouted and muttered. Cheng Tianyuan could never do anything about her, and hearing her say this, he could only agree. All right, I'll warm beer for you all, one small bottle per person. Xiaoxiao will have fruit juice, okay? Wang Xiaoxiao blushed and said quietly, Okay, thank you, Dad. The fruit juice doesn't need heating, just give me a small glass. Cheng Tianyuan agreed and quickly walked to the bar. Luing nearby giggled and said, Tianyuan is very happy inside, you can tell just from looking at his back. Everyone laughed again. Mom, Cheng Huancheng snuggled over, hugging Xueling's arm. Mom, after I get the licensing fee, can I buy a small car for transportation? Xueling raised her eyebrows and smiled lightly. Your own manuscript fees have always been arranged by yourself. This time is no exception. Yay! Cheng Huancheng jumped up happily, excitedly raising both hands. Long live Mom. Thank you, Mom. From now on, when I don't have classes, I can drive home and won't have to squeeze onto buses anymore. Yay! Xueling smiled indulgently. However, you're still a student. Don't buy anything too expensive or flashy. Just an ordinary small car for transportation. Yes, ma'am. Mom. The weather was really too cold. No matter how high everyone's spirits and happiness were, They didn't dare to stay up late and tough it out. After eating, they each returned to their rooms to hide under the covers. Qing Tianyuan took care of the 3 elderly people and helped them to bed, then found that Xue Ling had already fallen asleep. Thinking that she had been very busy these past few days, he couldn't bear to wake her up, so he took a hot shower himself and prepared to go to bed. Knock, knock. A low voice came from outside the door. Dad, Mom, you're not asleep yet, are you? Cheng Tianyuan heard it was his daughter's voice and thought something had happened, so he quickly went to open the door. He saw that his daughter, who had returned after dinner, had already changed into fluffy pink pajamas. Her long hair was loose, and she was excitedly blinking her big eyes. Her beautiful little face was full of excitement, looking very energetic. Dad, where's Mom? She's in the room, right? Cheng Tianyuan frowned slightly and quickly made a shushing gesture. However, Xue Ling wasn't sleeping deeply and had already been awakened by her daughter's commotion, drowsily opening her eyes. Who is it? 4th daughter. Xue Xian giggled, quickly passed her father and rushed into the room, swiftly jumping onto the big bed and snuggling up to her mother. Mom, 3rd brother said you agreed to let him buy a car, right? You agreed? Really? Xue Ling frowned and sat up, pulling the pillow up to lean against her back. What? Coming to ask me about this in the middle of the night. Xue Xian hugged her arm and smiled cheerfully. 3rd brother and the others are playing King of Glory, and I heard him say he wants to buy a 2-seater small car, spending 200,000 yuan at once, which made me so envious. Xue Ling coughed lightly. Cheng Tianyuan nearby picked up the thermos and poured half a cup of water, bringing it to his wife, while his eyes inconspicuously glanced at his daughter. Can't whatever you want to say wait until tomorrow? Do you have to come at this time? Your mother was already asleep, don't you know? Xue Xian stuck out her tongue and shamelessly clung to Xue Ling's blanket. Mom, 3rd brother can buy a car now. What about me? Can I also buy a car? 3rd brother can achieve freedom of movement. I should be able to too, right? Xue Ling smiled slightly, but her words were merciless. No, Xue Xian. Cheng Tianyuan took his wife's water cup and said gently, your brother's situation is incomparable to yours. Your freedom of movement is temporarily restricted. Xue Xian's beautiful face immediately fell, and she pouted complainingly. Why? Mom said before that we could buy cars after graduating and earning money. But now 3rd brother is still far from graduation. He can make an exception and buy a car early, so why can't I? Xue Ling looked at her with amusement and asked back, your 3rd brother hasn't graduated yet, but has been earning money for several years. His income has already proven he has the ability to buy and maintain a car. What about you? Eh? Xue Xian shrank her head and stammered, but I also have the ability to buy a car. After she and 3rd brother got their ID cards, they started learning to drive, using a summer vacation and a winter vacation to finally get their driver's licenses. Even so, the hero had never had a chance to use their skills. The driver's license still hadn't been put to use, and they hadn't touched a steering wheel many times. Oh, Xue Ling pretended to be surprised, raising her eyebrows and asking, as if suddenly understanding, really? Where do you get your money from? What type of car can you afford? Xue Xian's face turned red, and she stammered, I do have some money. Although I can't buy a luxury car, I can definitely afford the kind of small car 3rd brother likes. Qing Tianyuan nearby secretly rolled his eyes, instinctively feeling that his little daughter was constantly testing the edge of death. Seeing his wife's face darken, he was secretly startled and quickly spoke up to stop the little one. All right, if your mother says no, then no. It's late at night, it's freezing outside, instead of hiding under the covers and sleeping soundly. Quick! Go to sleep efficiently. Xue Xian felt extremely wronged and reluctantly got off the bed. However, just as she took a step, she still wasn't willing to give up and turned back. Mom, isn't there any room for negotiation? I also have money to buy and maintain a car. 3rd brother is buying a car, and I'm the only one left without one. Mom, this is too unfair. All 3 brothers have cars, but I'm the only one without one. Ling looked at her and asked coldly, "Do you think there's a need for negotiation? Don't you understand your brother's situations? Your eldest brother bought a car only after graduating with his master's degree. Your second brother bought a used car with his own earnings after graduation. Your third brother is indeed still far from graduation, but he's been earning manuscript fees since high school. He hasn't spent money recklessly these years, using his earnings for living expenses or buying art supplies and donating part of it while saving the rest. This time, he can earn tens of millions in manuscript fees, proving he already has sufficient independent financial capability. He has the ability to buy and maintain a car, so he can go ahead and buy one. What about you? Where does your money come from? Don't you know in your heart?" Shui Xian saw that her mother seemed angry and her momentum immediately diminished. "Mom, my money is saved from my living expenses. I don't have much, but buying one for transportation shouldn't be a problem." Shui Ling asked back with amusement, "Why do you need transportation? On weekends at home, driver Old Chin or bodyguards pick you up and drop you off. Occasionally it's Shinji. When you need to go out, there are always people to escort you. When you're at school, you live in the dorms. Where do you need to drive? Do you need to drive to the cafeteria for meals or to the library to study and read?" Shui Xian. Chung Tianyuan coughed lightly and stepped in as a mediator before his wife got angry. "Your third brother has fewer classes than you, and he often needs to go out for sketching and drawing, so he urgently needs a car for transportation. Also, he rarely has the family's driver or bodyguards pick him up, usually taking buses or subways home or to school by himself. He can go out independently, but you can't yet." Shui Xian didn't think deeply for a moment and blurted out dissatisfiedly, "I can also not use drivers and bodyguards. If third brother can travel independently, so can I." "What are you saying?" Chung Tianyuan secretly glared at her and whispered, "Except when you're at school, you can't be alone at any other time, unless accompanied by bodyguards or drivers." Shui Xian was secretly dissatisfied and acted coquettishly. "Dad, there's no need to be so careful. It's completely unnecessary." "Shut up." Shui Ling got angry and said coldly, "If your personal safety doesn't need to be careful, then what does need to be careful? Huh? Our family spends more than half of our household expenses on hiring bodyguards and security every year. Do you know that? If it's really not necessary, why would we spend so much money? To waste human resources, material resources, and money." Shui Xian was scolded by her mother and immediately had red eyes, feeling extremely wronged inside. I didn't know. If you don't tell me, how would I know so much? I only know that I have money to buy a car and the ability to maintain one, but you just won't agree to let me buy one. All my brothers can, but I can't. Third brother can get an exception, but I can't. Mom, you're too biased." Ching Tianyuan saw his daughter was about to cry and felt secretly heartbroken, but he understood that he couldn't side with her at this moment. "How can you talk like that? Are you frozen, silly child? Quickly apologize to your mother. Quick." Shui Xian heard her father say this and felt even more wronged inside. "Dad, Mom is clearly being biased. She can make an exception for third brother, so why can't she make an exception for me? Third brother has the ability to buy and maintain a car, and so do I. Mom agrees to let him buy one, but won't agree to let me buy one. If this isn't bias, what is?" Shui Ling's face darkened, her eyes carrying a cold glint. "I think you're really confused, spoiled by Shinji. Your monthly living expenses are given by me, the same as your three brothers when they were studying, all just at ordinary student levels. But you carry a phone worth over $1 million, wear a watch worth several million, and shoes that are limited edition costing tens of thousands per pair. Your so-called ability to buy and maintain a car, where does this ability come from? Huh? The ability from gifts from your boyfriend." Shui Xian's eyes darted away, unconsciously shrinking back, her previously arrogant momentum instantly gone. "Mom, I also need a car. If I had a car, I could drive home myself when I don't have classes, without always relying on others to pick me up and drop me off. Brother Taidu is very busy, and if I could be more independent, I wouldn't have to trouble him all the time." Shui Ling snorted coldly. Coming home on weekends is already good enough. If you weren't studying nearby, where would you get the opportunity to come home on weekends? Ask those classmates of yours who went far away to other provinces or the south, can they come home every few days? Most can only come home during winter and summer breaks. Compared to them, your situation is already good enough. You still want to come home on regular days too? Running home all the time, what kind of studying can you do? Does our family lack people to pick you up and drop you off? If our family could freely come and go, why would we need 7 or 8 bodyguards taking shifts? Shwe Xian was scolded until she cried, sobbing. I just want to come home often to accompany you all, isn't that okay? I want to drive myself because I want to be more independent. Xue Ling wasn't buying this at all and said sternly, our family's principle in raising children is to make you independent, not to make you more dependent on the family. You're already an adult and should go out and be independent. But why don't we let you all live outside? Isn't it because it's not safe? Especially you. What's wrong with me? Xue Xian asked with tears streaming down her face. Why especially me? I'm not a child anymore. I'm already an adult. Why do I need so many people protecting me? Why can't I be like third brother, free to come and go? Mom, you're clearly favoring sons over daughters. You've always favored my brothers over me. Xue Ling was so angry she was shaking, pointing at her daughter. Favoring sons over daughters? Me favoring your brothers? Xue Xian, open your eyes wide and look carefully. In this house, who is the most favored? Who lives the most luxurious life? Your 3 brothers, from childhood to now, have they ever worn clothes worth tens of thousands? Have they ever used phones worth millions? Have they ever worn watches worth several millions? Look at yourself. Look at what you're wearing. That pajama set costs over 10,000. Your slippers are limited edition worth over 20,000. You're telling me I favor sons over daughters. Xue Xian was stunned by her mother's scolding, crying even harder. But these were all given to me by Xinji. I didn't ask for them, you didn't ask for them. Xue Ling laughed angrily. You didn't ask for them, but you accepted them. You wear them. You use them. If you really thought it was inappropriate, why didn't you refuse? Why didn't you return them? You enjoy the benefits while complaining about unfairness. What kind of logic is this? Cheng Tianyuan saw the situation escalating and quickly tried to mediate. All right, let's all calm down. Xianer, your mother is right. Your situation is different from your brother's. How is it different? Xue Xian cried and argued. We're all their children. Why should there be different treatment? Third brother can buy a car, why can't I? This is unfair. Xue Ling took a deep breath, trying to control her anger. You want to know why it's different? Fine, I'll tell you clearly. Your 3 brothers, each one earned their privileges through their own efforts. Your eldest brother studied hard, got into graduate school, and only bought a car after he could support himself. Your second brother worked part-time jobs during college, saved money, and bought a used car with his own earnings. Your third brother has been earning money through his art since high school, proving his financial independence. What about you? What have you earned? What have you proven? You live off family allowances while wearing gifts worth millions from your boyfriend, and you think you deserve the same treatment as your brothers who work for everything they have. After Xue Xian left, crying, the room fell into silence. Qing Tianyuan sat on the edge of the bed, sighing deeply. Maybe I was too harsh, Xue Ling said quietly, though her voice still carried traces of anger. Qing Tianyuan shook his head. No, you were right. We've spoiled her too much. Look at how she talks to you now, demanding things as if they're her right, comparing herself to her brothers without understanding the difference between earning something and being given something. Xue Ling rubbed her temples. I know I've been too indulgent with her. When Xinji started giving her expensive gifts, I should have put a stop to it immediately. But she seemed so happy and I thought it was harmless. We both made mistakes, Cheng Tianyuan said gently. But it's not too late to correct course. She needs to understand that privileges come with responsibilities, and that independence means more than just having the freedom to do what you want. She's so used to getting her way, Xue Ling continued. When her brothers were her age, they were working part-time jobs, studying hard, building their futures. She's focused on designer clothes and expensive gadgets. Ching Tianuan nodded thoughtfully. The boys had to prove themselves. Maybe that's what she needs too, a chance to prove she can be responsible and independent, not just demand the same privileges without the same effort. But how do we do that without pushing her away completely? Xue Ling asked. She's already so angry with us. We'll figure it out together, Chang Tianuan assured her. Maybe we start small, have her take on more responsibilities, earn some of her privileges instead of just receiving them. Meanwhile, in the living room, the three brothers had heard the commotion and found their sister crying on the sofa. Hey, what's with the waterworks? Cheng Huanran asked gently, sitting down beside her. Mom hates me, Xue Xian sobbed. She lets you all do whatever you want but treats me like a prisoner. Cheng Huancheng exchanged glances with his older brothers before speaking. Xianer, that's not true and you know it. Mom doesn't hate you, she's protecting you. Protecting me from what? From having a normal life. From making the same mistakes we made, Cheng Huanran said seriously. Do you know how many times I messed up before I learned to be responsible? How many chances Dad gave me before I finally got my act together? Cheng Huanran nodded, and I worked 3 part-time jobs in college just to prove I could support myself. It wasn't fun, but it taught me the value of money and hard work. But I want to be independent too. Xue Xian protested. Then prove it, Cheng Huancheng said simply. Not by demanding the same privileges we have, but by showing you can handle the same responsibilities. When I wanted to buy art supplies, I didn't ask for money, I earned it. When I wanted freedom to pursue my passion, I proved I could balance it with my studies. Xue Xian looked at her brothers through her tears, but it's not fair. You all get to do what you want. After we proved we could handle it, Cheng Huanran emphasized. Xianer, you're smart and capable. But you've never had to prove it because everything's been given to you. Maybe it's time to show Mom and Dad and yourself what you're really capable of. Cheng Huancheng smiled encouragingly. Start small. Maybe get a part-time job. Save your own money for something you want. Show them you understand the difference between earning something and being given it. And maybe, Cheng Huanran added with a gentle smile, think about how you talk to Mom. She works incredibly hard for this family, and she deserves respect, even when you disagree with her decisions. Xue Xian wiped her eyes, considering her brother's words. Do you really think I can change her mind? I think you can change yourself, Cheng Huancheng said. And when you do, everything else will follow. As the brothers continued talking with their sister, helping her understand the difference between entitlement and earned privileges, Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan could hear the gentle murmur of conversation from the living room. They're good boys, Xue Ling said softly. They learned from their mistakes, Cheng Tianyuan replied. And now they're helping their sister learn from hers. Maybe this is exactly what she needed, not just our discipline, but their perspective. I hope so, Xue Ling sighed. I love her so much, but I can't let that love become a disservice to her future. She'll understand eventually, Cheng Tianyuan said, taking his wife's hand. And when she does, she'll be stronger for it. Outside, the conversation continued late into the night, with 3 brothers patiently helping their sister understand that true independence isn't about getting what you want. It's about proving you deserve it and can handle the responsibility that comes with it. Unexpectedly, Xue Xian remained indignant. I have no self-awareness. What about Mom? She doesn't have any maternal awareness either. Hey. Cheng Huanran glanced at his sister and said gently, don't talk nonsense. Words spoken in anger can sometimes be very hurtful, you know. Xue Yang rolled his eyes and said roughly, we're talking about you. Why are you dragging Mom into this? How does Mom lack maternal awareness? Without Mom, where would we come from? Without our parents working hard every day, where would our beautiful and happy life today come from? Look at you. What nonsense are you talking? Cheng Huancheng lightly patted his sister's arm and scolded with a laugh. You've angered everyone, haven't you? You always speak carelessly when you're impulsive. Xue Xian's eyes reddened as she choked up. You have the nerve to criticize me. It's all because of you. What does this have to do with me? Cheng Huancheng looked innocent. How does your fight with Mom involve me? Did I tell you to fight with Mom? This is like Doe's injustice in June. Shue Xian glared angrily. It is because of you. You haven't even graduated yet, but Mom agreed to let you buy a car. When I want to buy one, Mom refuses. I can also afford to buy and maintain a car, so why can't I buy one? The three brothers suddenly understood. Cheng Huancheng raised his eyebrows and asked, You want to buy a car? How did you talk to Mom about it? I just said I wanted to buy one. Shue Xian muttered unhappily. What else could I say? Shui Yang chuckled indulgently. There must have been more. Otherwise, why would there be such a big fight? Exactly. Cheng Huanran gently patted his sister's shoulder and asked, What exactly did you say to Mom? You must have said some very unpleasant things that angered Mom, right? Shue Xian looked embarrassed, her beautiful big eyes darting around. Nothing much. She disagreed with me buying a car, then scolded me for being too indulgent with myself. Third brother can buy a car before graduating, but I can't before graduating, so I scolded her for favoring boys over girls and being too biased. Shui Yang immediately clapped his hands heavily. That's it. No need to say more. Those 2 sentences definitely angered Mom. Cheng Huancheng sneered coldly. Favoring boys over girls? Biased? You can say such things. Can others bear to hear them? You really deserve a beating. Hey! Shue Xian got angry and pouted. You deserve a beating. Your whole family deserves a beating. Cheng Huancheng suppressed his laughter. My whole family definitely includes you. Go die. Shue Xian kicked him. Cheng Huanran helplessly chuckled and pulled his sister back. You dare to say such things. No wonder Mom was so angry. I could only buy a car after graduating from graduate school. Your second brother bought an ordinary second-hand car only after graduating for several months. Third brother can buy a car because he has the ability to buy and maintain one, so Mom made an exception and agreed. Tell me, what ability do you have to buy and maintain a car? I have money around me. Shue Xian muttered sullenly. Having money isn't enough? It's not like I don't have money. Shui Yang laughed coldly and asked, You haven't worked or earned money. Where does your money come from? Can money given by Iron Head count? Money given by Mom definitely doesn't count. If it counted, Big Brother and I would have bought cars long ago. Cheng Huancheng lazily propped his head up, yawning. I started getting manuscript fees in middle school. Although not much, it was enough for pocket money. My money wasn't given by a girlfriend or boyfriend, and certainly not by our parents, but earned by the drawing pen in my own hand. What about you? You want to compare with me, so where does your money come from? Huh? Shue Xian was extremely embarrassed, her little face flushed with awkwardness. The money Iron Head gives me, why can't it count as mine? I don't want to rely on bodyguards and drivers for transportation everywhere. I can drive myself now, and I don't want to trouble others. Shui Yang rolled his eyes and explained with amusement, My dear young lady, our family doesn't worry about not having cars to drive. We worry about not having people to protect us, understand? 2 months' salary for a bodyguard is enough for you to buy a very nice car. If none of us needed bodyguards and security, this huge expense would be enough to buy 2 or 3 luxury cars. Yes. Cheng Huanran gently stroked his sister's long hair. Are you confused by the heating? Our family never lacks cars, and you don't lack cars either. What you lack is safety awareness, understand? Shui Xian felt very wronged and said quietly, I think I'm quite safe now. Besides Iron Head's place, I only go between school and home, a 3-point routine life that's stable and safe. The richest person in the family isn't me, I'm just a poor student. Is it necessary to constantly instill safety awareness in me? I don't need it at all. No. Shui Yang shook his index finger. Little sister, safety awareness can't rely on your own imagination and self-perception. The security focus of our family is all on you, do you know? Why? Shui Xian asked suspiciously. Why is the focus on me? Just because of my master's grandson's incident before? It's not that serious, is it? That matter has been over for so long. Shui Yang let out a long ah and rubbed his hands. It seems necessary to tell you about an old incident, to prevent you from, don't say it. Cheng Huanran stopped his second brother and warned in a low voice, don't scare her. Although that incident happened many years ago, its danger still made them feel lingering fear. Their sister had been well protected by them, and they couldn't bear to let her come into contact with some dark and dirty things. Such things shouldn't be mentioned, lest they frighten her. Shui Yang pursed his lips and said sullenly, "Big brother, she's no longer a child, she's already an adult. Rather than letting her remain confused, it's better to let her have self-protection awareness." You heard what she said just now. She still thinks she doesn't need bodyguard protection at all, thinking that free movement is what she should pursue. Cheng Huanran hesitated privately, couldn't help but look at his innocent sister beside him, and was momentarily undecided. Shui Xian looked at them suspiciously, then grabbed her big brother's arm. "Big brother, are you hiding something from me? Why can't I buy a car and drive myself? Is there some inside story?" Shui Yang pulled away his big brother's hand and frowned. The matter has been over for so many years, and she has grown up. We need to let her know the dark cruelty of social reality and the cruelty of human hearts and nature. If she remains confused, it will only harm herself. Besides, no one in our family is a coward, and little sister is no exception. She can definitely handle it. "Second brother, tell me quickly." Shui Xian muttered, "You've whetted my appetite." Cheng Huanchong was also very curious and eagerly leaned over. Shui Yang cleared his throat and lowered his voice. "Xiao Xian, do you remember there was a period when Grandpa often took you to chess competitions, accepted media interviews, and even appeared on TV programs twice?" "I have some impression." Shui Xian nodded. "It was several years ago. Why are you suddenly bringing this up?" "Mom and Dad said not to participate in TV programs anymore, and said Grandpa was too old to travel around, so we stopped going later." Shui Yang snorted and lowered his voice. "It's not that simple. There's a big hidden story, but Mom and Dad didn't dare tell you, afraid of scaring you. You and third brother still don't know about this." "What?" Cheng Huanchong and Shui Xian asked in unison. Shui Yang coughed lightly and said seriously, "Back then, Grandpa frequently took you to TV programs, and you spoke without restraint, saying whatever came to mind, revealing information about our family. Soon, you were targeted by a group of criminals." Shui Xian. Cheng Huanran continued, "They specialized in kidnapping children from wealthy families for high-level extortion, and even had torn-up tickets before. They were all desperados, cruel and vicious. Fortunately, someone warned Mom, and she quickly sent people to protect you and our whole family." "What happened next?" Cheng Huanchong seemed to remember something and murmured, "Back then we seemed to still live in that residential area. I remember one day after school, there were suddenly several bodyguards at home, and Mom and Dad instructed us to try not to go out and to have bodyguards escort us to and from school and when going out." Shui Yang patted his shoulder and nodded. "That's right, it was that time. After Mom received the news, she quickly had people come to protect us at home, but she never thought she might also be in danger. Her heart was only on Xiao Xian." She and Aunt Shuezong, Uncle Shui Heng quickly drove home, but their car was followed, and in the parking lot, Uncle Shui Heng was knocked unconscious, and both Mom and Aunt were kidnapped by the criminals. "Oh my God." Shui Xian was so scared her face turned pale, covering her mouth. Cheng Huanchong's face also paled, staring at his second brother, his hands randomly pulling his sister into his arms. Then, what happened next?" Cheng Huanran frowned and said in a low voice, "They originally wanted to kidnap Xiao Xian, but later kidnapped Mom and Aunt Shuezong instead. The situation was very critical at the time. The kidnappers demanded several million in cash and dozens of gold bars to be prepared within one day. Fortunately, Aunt Shuezong's husband had a deep background and immediately dispatched a special forces team for rescue and personally led people to pick them up. Dad went along. I heard the scene was very brutal. After Mom came back, she rested for several whole days before finally recovering." Shui Xian swallowed hard, too scared to speak. Cheng Huanchong, being a boy after all, boldly asked, "Very brutal? What does that mean?" Shui Yang glanced at him with amusement and said, "Do you need to ask?" Those were habitual criminals who deserved to die long ago. They even dared to capture Aunt Shuaizong, daring to move earth on the head of the god of thunder. Weren't they seeking death? Cheng Huanran lowered his voice. Mom refused to tell us, only said it was fine and told us not to tell you two little ones. Aunt Shuaizong's arm was injured. Mom's foot was slightly sprained. Both were considered minor injuries. However, the scene was too terrifying. I asked Dad, and he said he was also scared, more intense than gunfight scenes on TV. Mom is definitely a well-informed woman with extraordinary courage, but even she needed several days to recover. You can imagine how terrifying that scene must have been. All four fell silent. After a while, Shui Xin began to cry softly. Why didn't you all tell me? Third brother, and I didn't like having bodyguards follow us for a long time, thinking they were annoying and always complained they were unnecessary. I even told Mom it was purely a waste of manpower, material resources, and money. Who knew it was all trouble I caused? Seeing her cry, the three brothers gathered around to comfort her. You were still young then. Telling you might not have made you understand and might have scared you even more. Exactly. Big brother and I were also scared stiff at the time. How could we dare tell you two little ones? Uncle Hung was beaten unconscious and injured his back, lying in bed for a long time before finally recovering. Those kidnappers were extremely cruel. When Mom had an accident and her whereabouts were unknown, the house was already in chaos. Everyone was panicking inside. How could we take care of you two little ones? We could only keep it secret. The cause back then was that you leaked our family's address and information, which scared Mom and Dad into constantly instructing us to keep a low profile, never show off wealth, and never boast about having money at home. The kidnappers initially targeted you, so Mom and Dad made you the key protection target for a long time afterward. Whenever you went out, someone had to follow you. No matter how annoying or noisy you were, Mom and Dad insisted without compromise. Later, because of the Chief family incident, Mom and Dad were scared solid by you again. When Mom said the protection focus was on you, she wasn't wrong at all. Shui Xin threw herself into her big brother's arms, crying woo woo woo. I just scolded Mom. I even scolded her for being biased. Cheng Huanran chuckled softly and teased, isn't it biased? Mom and Dad are most biased toward you. Haha. Shui Yang teased her, of course it's biased. There are 3 boys in the family, and you're the only girl. They definitely love you most and are most biased toward you. You're good, crying thief to catch thief. Next time I have a tantrum with Mom, I'll definitely scold Mom for being most biased toward you. At least what I say is fact, while you're just babbling nonsense. Shui Xin was amused to laughter, but still had tears in her eyes. I had no idea there was such an incident. I put Mom in danger, but she only cared about me. She wouldn't let me buy a car because she didn't want me to be too free to go in and out alone, afraid I'd be in danger, afraid I'd have another accident. But I blamed her for giving third brother special treatment, blamed her for favoring boys over girls, blamed her for not loving me. Do you know you were wrong now? Cheng Huanran gently stroked her long hair and said warmly, it's good that you know you were wrong. Apologize to Mom properly. We're all Mom and Dad's precious children. How could they not love us? You're our family's little princess, Dad's most beloved daughter. We never dare complain that Mom and Dad favor girls over boys. You're good, running to Mom and Dad to say the opposite. Pfft. Shui Xin laughed out loud, wiping away tears while murmuring, I'll go apologize to Mom in a while. Shui Yang raised his chin slightly and raised his eyebrows. That's more like it. You little heartless one. Mom didn't slap you twice earlier. She was already loving you enough. Think about it. Does our family lack money to buy cars? Our family has several cars. Do we lack cars? You want to buy a car and drive in and out yourself. Unless you can beat several bodyguards at home in one go, how could Mom and Dad possibly agree? Big silly girl. She's either stupid or crazy. Cheng Huanchong snorted lightly, daring to fight with Mom and making such a big scene. Her courage is fat enough. Indeed, the old saying is right. Jealousy really can make people go crazy. Where am I jealous? Xue Xian muttered dissatisfiedly, I'm not. Cheng Huanchong rolled his eyes and said leisurely, I don't know and I don't know if I'm is jealous or not. But when you saw me buy a car, you also wanted to follow and buy a car. If this isn't envy, jealousy, and hatred, what is it? Pure following trends? Hee. You. Xue Xian's face flushed red as she stammered angrily. It's not. I just wanted to know if you could buy a car before graduating, whether I could also buy one. It's just tens of millions. Look how smug you are. Hey. Cheng Huancheng patted her arm and scolded with a laugh. Are tens of millions small money? Am I being smug? Even if I'm being smug based on real ability. Xue Xian rolled her eyes very disdainfully. Cheng Huanran extended his index finger and lightly flicked her forehead. Look at your jealous little appearance, and you still say you're not jealous? Your brother is at least a graduate school graduate. When he first started working at the hospital, his monthly salary was just several thousand. When doctoral graduates first start working, many earn just a few thousand a month. Do you think tens of millions is small money? Ordinary people earning 1 or 2 million in a lifetime is already remarkable enough. Exactly. Shui Yang looked at his sister reproachfully and explained, Our company has 10 to 20 people working, busy during the day, working overtime at night, everyone exhausted. Now we finally have performance, plus bonuses and commissions. We can finally earn over 10,000 a month, and senior staff can earn over 20,000. Xue Xian, don't think money is easy to earn. How did you read your books? Is your brain filled with mush? Xue Xian looked embarrassed and rolled her beautiful big eyes. Really? I thought. Cheng Huanchong laughed coldly. Stop thinking. Sister, you've been protected too well. You don't know the ways of the world. That's why you speak so recklessly without restraint. Look at you. Your watch costs over 1 million. Your phone costs several 100,000. Even your home clothes are world-famous brands. Do you know some people can't afford one pair of your shoes even after working hard for several years? Huh? Do you know the several pairs of shoes at your room door are all limited editions? Each pair costs tens of thousands, and there's even one pair that costs over 100,000. Xue Xian's face reddened as she stammered. I didn't know. Ironhead bought them all for me. He buys and I use them. Even when I ask how much they cost, he never tells me. Hee. Xue Yang's tone was sourly mocking. He usually wears clothes that are affordable items, at most a few thousand yuan. He's a big boss himself, but he knows how to be frugal. You, a student, wear custom-made famous brands, but you're quite indifferent about it. Xue Xian said quietly and aggressively. He said he bought them for me, and as long as I like them, that's fine. I had no idea these things were all so expensive. I just thought the quality was good, and they were pretty. He was very happy when he heard that, and said he'd help me buy more when he had time. I didn't waste anything. I use everything he bought. I even told him not to buy too much. Cheng Huanchong sighed with amusement. There's no way around it. Who told Ironhead to love you so much? He's a big boss who makes money every day. He doesn't lack money at all. Shut up. Xue Yang pushed his brother away and said to his sister, Xian, money isn't that easy to earn. As your second brother doing business, I know that every penny has to be calculated carefully. Otherwise, where would the money to earn come from? Ironhead is super rich, but his money was also earned through hard work. He thinks earning money is to have money to spend, and he doesn't lack that little bit of money to spend on you. But you should also understand how hard it is for him to earn money, right? Look at him. He has big businesses both domestically and internationally, flying back and forth every few days. He's also having a hard time. Xue Xian lowered her eyes and nodded gently. He is indeed very hardworking, with a pile of things to handle every day. Even when eating or sleeping, he can't rest, often having to answer calls and reply to messages. However, he says he really likes this fulfilling feeling. When he bought things for me initially, I declined. Later he got a bit angry and said earning money is to be able to spend money freely and comfortably when you want to spend it, without being timid. Earning money isn't to save all the money, but for reasonable consumption. Cheng Huancheng reminded with amusement. He himself indeed consumes reasonably and can even be said to be very frugal. But what about you? Sister, don't forget you're still just a college student. A student who has never lifted a finger to do any work and has never earned a penny, yet carries a phone worth several 100,000 and casually carries little bags worth hundreds of thousands. Do you think this is reasonable? Shui Xian, Shui Yang on the side also showed no mercy and mocked. Look at you. You've never earned a penny from childhood to adulthood, yet you dare use luxurious and expensive things and dare to clamor in front of mom that you can buy a car and want to drive yourself. Third brother can buy a car because he earned big money himself. What about you? The money is all iron heads. Are you embarrassed to say that's your money? Relying on men, how useless. Shui Xian felt both embarrassed and wronged, stammering, I haven't graduated yet. How can I earn money? My money is indeed all pocket money he gave me. He gave too much. I can't spend it all. However, I didn't spend recklessly, I saved it all up. Money given by others is completely different from money earned by yourself. Cheng Huanran said gently, little sister, mom gave us quite a lot of assets. As long as we don't spend recklessly, it's enough for us to use for several lifetimes. But mom didn't give us money, so we wouldn't need to earn money. What she wants is for us to be independent and self-reliant, to have the ability to develop and multiply the money she gave us, even surpass her. You haven't learned to earn money yet, but dare to spend big money. Do you think mom can avoid getting angry? Exactly. Cheng Huancheng chimed in and scolded, and you're completely unaware. Don't think that just because mom and dad approve of Ironhead, you can do whatever you want. In mom and dad's view, you depend on Ironhead for everything and rely on him for everything, which is almost like slapping their faces. They raised you and worked hard to cultivate you, but they don't want to raise a parasite that only knows how to attach itself to others. Shui Yang poked his sister's head and said sternly, reflect on yourself properly. Don't be self-righteous all day, when you can earn hundreds of thousands by yourself one day. You don't need to be like third brother with tens of millions. Mom and dad will definitely agree to let you buy a car. Their requirements for you are already low enough, yet you still babble nonsensically and overestimate yourself. Woo woo woo. Shui Xian was scolded to tears and buried her head in her big brother's arms. Cheng Huancheng had no intention of showing mercy and said, last semester when you lived off campus, you relied on a nanny for daily meals, living a life of having clothes handed to you and food brought to your mouth. We're still keeping this from mom, not daring to tell her. You must correct this properly, otherwise just wait to be disciplined. Woo woo. Shui Xian cried sadly and aggrievedly. The heating pipe in the dorm kept breaking and couldn't be fixed. I even caught a cold from the cold. Shui Yang rolled his eyes and scolded. Later when it was fixed, you didn't move back either, continuing to live a life of luxury and waste. The early reason was very sufficient, but the later performance was really too poor. Cheng Huancheng mocked, don't rely on Ironhead's indulgence to do whatever you want all day. Women who have no ability and only know how to depend on men will only be looked down upon. Mom dislikes people who aren't self-reliant and independent the most. That's right. Shui Yang continued. Properly correct your wrong thoughts and wrong practices. Fortunately, today you only fought with mom. It's not too late to mend the fold after the sheep are lost. Being disliked and scolded by us is better than being scolded by outsiders. We dislike you and scold you for your own good. If it were outsiders, they'd probably just mock you, tease you, and look down on you. Woo woo woo. Shui Xian sobbed and cried. Cheng Huanran hugged his sister and waved his hands. All right, enough, stop here. Shui Yang and Cheng Huancheng were both sister-doting brothers. How could they bear to really scold their little sister harshly? With big brother stopping them like this, they immediately shut up and obediently returned to their seats. Shui Xian cried until her eyes were red and swollen, pouting and murmuring aggrievedly, You make me sound like a very bad girl. Silly girl. Cheng Huanran chuckled indulgently. No matter what we say about you, you're still our family's precious little sister. You're not bad at all. You're kind and soft-hearted, love reading and playing chess, and have no bad habits. You're not bad, you just have some wrong practices that need timely correction. Just small mistakes, not any big stains. Shui Xian's eyes were full of tears as she said quietly, I will change. Changing is right. Shui Yang laughed heartily. Knowing your mistakes and being able to correct them is the greatest good. You haven't committed crimes or broken laws, you just violated some of Mom's small rules. Why do you need to give yourself such a heavy charge? Don't be afraid, just don't spend money lavishly on luxury goods in the future. Cheng Huanchong quickly added, also, you're not allowed to show off wealth in front of Mom and Dad, showing off that you have money to buy a car. Remember, your boyfriend's money isn't necessarily your money. But Shui Xian was about to argue hastily, but was stopped by her big brother. Cheng Huanran interrupted her. Third brother is right. You can't always rely on Ironhead's indulgence to do whatever you want. You need to understand that in a relationship, if one person always gives and the other always receives, this relationship won't last long. Even if Ironhead doesn't mind now, what about in the future? What if one day he gets tired? What if one day he meets someone who can give him something in return? At that time, what will you use to compete? Shui Xian was stunned, her big eyes blinking. I never thought about this. That's the problem. Shui Yang sat up straight and said seriously, little sister, you're still young and haven't experienced much, so you don't understand these principles. But we're men, we understand men's psychology. No man likes a woman who only knows how to take. Even if he's willing to give now, it's because of novelty and passion. But passion will fade, novelty will disappear. What remains is whether you can walk alongside him as an equal. Cheng Huanchong nodded. Look at second brother and his wife. They both work, both earn money, both contribute to the family. This is a healthy relationship model. You can't always be the one being taken care of, you also need to have the ability to take care of others. But I'm still in school. Shui Xian said weakly. Being in school doesn't mean you can't do anything. Cheng Huanran gently stroked her hair. You can study hard, you can develop your own interests and specialties, you can prepare for your future career. The key is to have your own goals and pursuits, not to revolve around a man all day. Shui Yang chimed in, exactly. You're so smart, so talented, why waste it? You could learn business management, you could develop your chess skills, you could even try writing or other creative work. The key is to find what you're passionate about and work hard for it. Shui Xian hesitated, but Ironhead said he can take care of me, I don't need to work so hard. Silly girl. Cheng Huanchong shook his head, that's what he says now, but what about the future? And even if he can always take care of you, don't you want to have your own achievements? Don't you want to be able to proudly say, this is what I accomplished when you're old? Shui Xian fell silent, seeming to be thinking. Cheng Huanran continued gently, little sister, we're not asking you to break up with Ironhead. We just hope you can become a better version of yourself. A woman with her own career and pursuits is more attractive, and such a relationship is healthier and longer lasting. Think about it, Shui Yang said. If one day you can earn money through your own abilities, buy gifts for Ironhead with your own money, and contribute to your shared future with your own efforts, how proud and happy would that make you feel? Shui Xian's eyes gradually brightened. It does sound pretty good. That's right. The three brothers said in unison. Cheng Huanran smiled. You're still young, you have infinite possibilities. Don't limit yourself, don't waste your youth and talents. Whether it's for yourself or for your relationship with Ironhead, you should strive to become better. I understand. Shui Xian nodded seriously. I'll think carefully about what I want to do, what I'm good at. Good girl. Shui Yang rubbed her head. This is our smart little sister. Late at night, Shui Xian tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. The words her brothers had said during the day kept echoing in her mind, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt she had been wrong. She thought about the kidnapping incident years ago, about her mother's sacrifices and protection, about her own willful and unreasonable behavior. Guilt and remorse filled her heart like a tide. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore. She quietly got up, put on her slippers, and tiptoed toward her parents' room. The hallway was dimly lit, and the whole house was quiet. Shwe Xian's heart was beating fast, both nervous and determined. Just as she reached her parents' bedroom door and was about to knock, the door suddenly opened. Qing Tianyuan stood in the doorway, apparently having heard her footsteps. He was wearing pajamas, his hair slightly messy, but his eyes were alert. Xiao Xian? What are you doing up so late? His voice was gentle but carried a hint of concern. Shwe Xian was startled, then her eyes immediately reddened. Dad. I came to apologize to Mom. Qing Tianyuan looked at his daughter's tearful face, sighed softly, and gently closed the bedroom door behind him. Your mom is already asleep. Come, let's talk in the study. He led Shwe Xian to the study, turned on a small lamp, and gestured for her to sit on the sofa. Dad, Shwe Xian's voice was choked with emotion. I know I was wrong. I said terrible things to Mom today. Qing Tianyuan sat down beside her and gently patted her shoulder. I know, your brothers told me everything. Shwe Xian looked up at her father in surprise. They told you. They were worried about you and also worried about your mom. Qing Tianyuan's voice was warm. They hoped I could help mediate between you and your mom. Shwe Xian's tears flowed even more freely. Dad, I really know I was wrong. I didn't know about the kidnapping incident. I didn't know Mom had been in such danger because of me. I actually accused her of being biased, of not loving me. I'm so stupid, so ungrateful. Qing Tianyuan listened quietly, then spoke slowly. Xiao Xian, do you know what your mom was doing when she was pregnant with you? Shwe Xian shook her head, tears still streaming. She was working on a very important project at the time, often working overtime until late at night. But even so, she never missed a single prenatal checkup, never neglected taking care of her body. She would often place her hands on her belly and talk to you, telling you about the outside world, singing lullabies to you. Qing Tianyuan's voice became gentler. When you were born, there were some complications. The doctor said it might be dangerous, but your mom insisted on giving birth to you naturally. She said she wanted to bring you into this world with her own strength, to give you the best start in life. Shwe Xian sobbed, I didn't know. After you were born, your mom quit her job to take care of you full-time. She gave up her career, her dreams, everything, just to give you the best care. She learned to cook, learned to make baby food, learned to take care of a baby. She, who had never done housework before, became an expert at taking care of children for you. Qing Tianyuan continued. When you were sick, she would stay up all night taking care of you. When you learned to walk, she would follow you step by step, afraid you would fall. When you started school, she would personally pick you up and drop you off every day, rain or shine. Dad, stop talking. Shwe Xian cried even harder. I feel so guilty. I'm not saying this to make you feel guilty. Qing Tianyuan gently wiped away her tears. I'm telling you this so you understand how much your mom loves you. Her love isn't biased. It's not unfair. It's the deepest, most selfless love in the world. He paused, then continued. You said your mom favors boys over girls, but do you know? Among all of us, you're the one she worries about most, cares about most. Your brothers are all grown up and independent, but you're still her little baby, her precious daughter. But why won't she let me buy a car? Shwe Xian asked through her tears. Because she's afraid, Qing Tianyuan said seriously. After that kidnapping incident, your mom has been living in fear. She's afraid something will happen to you, afraid of losing you. Every time you go out, her heart is on edge until you come home safely. She doesn't want to restrict your freedom, but she can't help worrying about your safety. Letting you drive alone means she can't protect you, can't ensure your safety. For a mother, this is unbearable. Shwe Xian finally understood, so she's not being unreasonable, she's protecting me. Exactly. Qing Tianyuan nodded, and about fairness. True fairness doesn't mean treating everyone exactly the same. It means giving each person what they need most. Your brothers need independence and challenges, so we give them more freedom. You need protection and care, so we give you more attention. This isn't bias, it's love tailored to each person's needs. Shue Xin threw herself into her father's arms. Dad, I'm so sorry. I said such hurtful things to Mom. I'm such a bad daughter. You're not a bad daughter. Chung Tianyuan hugged her tightly. You're just young and don't understand some things yet. But it's not too late to understand now. What should I do? How can I make it up to Mom? First, sincerely apologize to her. Then, prove with your actions that you've truly changed. Show her that you can be independent, that you can take care of yourself, that you understand her love and protection. Shue Xin nodded vigorously. I will, Dad. I'll apologize to Mom tomorrow morning, and I'll work hard to become better, to not let you and Mom worry anymore. Good girl. Ching Tianyuan smiled with relief. Your mom will be very happy to hear this. Dad, thank you for not giving up on me, for still being willing to talk to me like this. Silly child, you're our daughter. No matter what mistakes you make, we'll always love you and help you correct them. This is what family means. Shue Xin felt warmth flow through her heart. She finally understood that her family's love had never changed, and she had been the one who didn't understand. I promise, Dad, I'll be a good daughter, a daughter you and Mom can be proud of. You already are, Chung Tianyuan said softly. You just needed to grow up a little more.